Chapter 1771. Everyone at the main banquet laughed heartily. Under the indulgence of fine wine, their laughter became increasingly unbridled. They spoke openly about the black scimitar's faults. It was as if mocking the black scimitar would not be able to blend in. Speaking of which, this was normal. Many times the dining table needed such a spice to make everyone laugh heartily. However, what was unusual was that the true master of the black scimitar was on the roof. Boom! Just as everyone was laughing heartily, a hole suddenly appeared in the roof. Xiao Qin drifted down and landed on a wine flask, looking as light as a feather. Who is it? Such a scene startled the guests at the main banquet, not knowing what was going on. The Wolf King Jianghu's face sank. When he saw that Xiao Qin did not give off any killing qi, he waved his hand to stop the people behind him who were about to attack. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Who are you? Why are you so rude?" Xiao Qin exerted some force with his feet, and a wave of energy surged out. Immediately, all the delicacies on the table flew into the air and shot out in all directions. The guests in the surroundings were in a flurry as they tried to block the mess of filth that came their way. After the energy wave passed, the table became much cleaner. Then Xiao Qin sat on the floor. He looked at the Wolf King Jianghu and said, "Were you not very happy earlier? Untalented, I am the master of the black scimitar." Whoosh. The moment Xiao Qin said that, a commotion immediately broke out. The guests all showed somewhat embarrassed expressions. This was normal. Speaking ill of others behind their backs, mocking them as fools. Who knew that the other party happened to be right beside them? After being caught red-handed, it would be strange if they were not embarrassed. The scene immediately turned somewhat strange. The originally aggressive people who wanted to reprimand Xiao Qin immediately swallowed back their words. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he forcefully swallowed them back. Actually, everyone also found it strange. Even if they spoke ill of others behind their backs, they would not feel so uncomfortable. Even if they were caught speaking ill of others, they would not feel so uncomfortable. But why was it that when he faced this young man, he felt that he was in the wrong and did not dare to be impudent? When the Wolf King Jianghu saw Xiao Qin reveal his identity, he felt somewhat in the wrong. But then he laughed coldly. "What? Do you have a problem with me using the black scimitar as a monkey?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. That's right, why should I feel bad? Why should I be in the wrong? This was the Wolf King Jianghu's birthday banquet. The Wolf King was a peak early-stage star venerate. He also had 8 strong subordinates, all small perfection early-stage star venerates or great perfection early-stage star venerates. Here, the weakest cultivator was a peak major primal core cultivator. Why was he in the wrong? The strong preyed on the weak. Even if the Wolf King scolded a peak major primal core brat to his face, he would have to behave himself and not retort. Xiao Qin sneered in his heart. He saw the changes in everyone's expressions. He stretched out his left hand and instantly formed the Buddhist 7-kill seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water, or like the sun and moon never hanging in the sky. The instant the hand seal formed, Xiao Qin's heart entered an ethereal state. However, the killing intent hidden in his body was multiplied 7-fold, and it exploded out violently. Xiao. The killing intent that pervaded the air instantly seemed to materialize, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. A few of the weaker ones trembled as sweat poured out of their foreheads. Their complexions paled to the extreme. Xiao Qin's killing intent was very horrifying in the first place. After it was multiplied 7-fold, how terrifying would it be? This was simply unimaginable. This is a personal grudge. Unrelated people, quickly go away. Xiao Qin said indifferently as he stared at the Wolf King Jianghu. If someone's soul energy reached the level of a holy venerate, they would discover that the killing intent that Xiao Qin gave off was pitch black, like the claws of a monster sweeping through the surroundings. However, Xiao Qin's body gave off a faint light, appearing ethereal. Bang! Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the guests who came felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Using all the strength in his body, he smashed the windows one by one and fled as fast as he could. The many guests in the courtyard watched every movement on the top floor. Such a scene immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? The people attending the main banquet all flew out. There is killing intent. What a strong killing intent. Could it be that someone is challenging the Wolf King? When the windows shattered, the people below sensed Xiao Qin's killing intent uncontrollably. The noisy birthday banquet immediately fell silent. All the guests put down their wine cups and looked at the top floor in confusion. They did not know what exactly happened. On the top floor, the Wolf King Jianghu's complexion had already turned ashen. However, he did not dare to act rashly. The previously noisy main banquet emptied out in an instant, leaving only his subordinates and himself. The unrelated people were all frightened by Xiao Chen's sevenfold killing intent, not daring to remain. When Xiao Chen revealed that horrifying killing intent, no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's strength anymore. They were all people who cherished their lives. How could they dare to get involved? Kill him, the Wolf King roared, unable to endure Xiao Chen's killing intent. The people behind him endured the pressure and wanted to charge over. However, this was the opportunity Xiao Chen was waiting for. He was waiting for the sevenfold killing intent to make them irritable and reveal openings in all aspects. Xiao Chen instantly drew the tyrant saber. After completing the starting stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane condensed an eternal saber light and swept it out. Boom. The moment the saber light appeared, all the might of the seven kill seal, which had been storing up power for a long time, infused into this saber. The Wolf King's subordinates cried out miserably as they bore the brunt of the attack. The saber light knocked away the roof beams, leaving only Xiao Chen standing upright with his saber and the Wolf King Jianghu, who blocked the saber light. Several of the Wolf King's subordinates blocked in front. The Wolf King dodged the greatest impact of resolving the mundane's sevenfold killing intent and suffered only 30% of its might. Even so, he still sustained significant injuries. The main reason was that Xiao Chen's killing intent was simply too vast. The impact it brought him felt even more terrifying than that of a middle-stage star venerate. Someone really wants to kill the Wolf King. How bold! What a terrifying saber light! Combined with that overwhelming killing intent, he actually managed to force back the Wolf King's bodyguards with one saber strike. Who is this white-robed bladesman? I don't think I've heard of this person in the Grave Sea. The guests who were watching this scene were all shocked and dumbfounded. It was already unexpected that someone dared to cause trouble at the birthday banquet. What was even more unexpected was that it was such a young bladesman. Inside and outside, all the guests in the courtyard stared fixedly at the top floor, completely lost in their own thoughts. The Wolf King wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. I once thought about this scene many times. Who would be the first to step forward to challenge me? However, I never expected it to be an arrogant and conceited brat. No matter where you learned the secret technique to make your killing chi so terrifying, you will definitely die today. Today you will die without a doubt. Who do you think you are facing? You are facing the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. It is the entire Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. It is the pack of wolves that have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood with me, Jianghu. Where is the pack of wolves? Jianghu's tone became increasingly agitated, and his voice slowly turned resonant. In the end, it sounded like rumbling thunder, deafening and making everyone's blood surge and their bodies tremble. Whoosh! Many figures soared into the sky from the ground. The members of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group filled the sky, surrounding the entire tall building in 3 layers from the inside and 3 layers from the outside. In that instant, countless eyes stared at Xiao Chen. They were like hungry wolves staring at their prey. Xiao Chen casually looked around. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 people, all of them elites of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not show any fear on his face, Jianghu felt slightly startled. After some thought he said, "Interesting. Even the savage blood star venerate back then was not this bold, daring to come and kill me alone." "Kill you?" Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "You are overthinking. I only came here to ask for an answer. However, it does not matter now as you indeed deserve to die." The Wolf King smiled and said, "There are many people in this world who deserve to die. I will die as well, but not now. Today there will only be one person who deserves to die, and it will be you." The Wolf King's voice suddenly turned cold. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he ordered coldly, "Kill him." The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members in the surroundings did not hesitate to launch themselves at Xiao Chen. The ferocious howls of the pack of wolves sounded like a tsunami, changing the color of the sky. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members moved out at the same time. Until now they had never failed. Chapter 1772. The wolves raged. Auras spread out, encasing the entire sky. All the killing intent locked onto Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen squinted and saw saber lights and sword images layered over each other. The mysterious phenomenon of all sorts of martial techniques looked chaotic. In reality it was very orderly. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group had more than 1,000 members, split into 10 layers. Each layer had 100 people. 100 was the limit for attacking a single target. Otherwise, adding one more person would be a waste. After a round of attacks, only 100 origin stones would be able to hit Xiao Chen. This was because the wolf smoke pirates already covered Xiao Chen's entire body. If there were more, they would not be able to find a target. If Xiao Chen attacked rashly, it would disrupt the rhythm and send the entire wolf pack into chaos. Without giving Xiao Chen much time to think, the first round of attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. To others, it looked like a boundless wave swallowed up Xiao Chen. They could not see his figure at all. Amid the chaotic, mysterious phenomenon of martial techniques, the sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously. There were also many flickering saber lights. These saber lights were like the most dazzling stars among the stars in the sky. They were exceptionally eye-catching among the various mysterious phenomena. The saber lights flickered so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. The afterimage flashed by the face of the person who attacked, revealing a stern face and black and white hair that fluttered in the wind. Then it disappeared in an instant. There was no time to look carefully. It's that white-robed blades man. He blocked it. He blocked the first round of attacks. What a fast saber strike. Everyone was startled. Then they suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen, who was being swallowed up by the surging tide, did not fall. However, he did not fall. Instead, he stubbornly blocked all the attacks, breaking apart every martial technique that came at him. Xiao Chen used the saber in his hand to move at lightning speed, creating an impenetrable screen of sabers. The pirates of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group formed groups of 100 people. When the front wave disappeared, the back wave would arrive. Not long after, 10 waves rolled up. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, and the sky changed color as shock waves surged out. The clouds churned at the top of the tall building, forming a strong wind. Amidst the strong winds, thunder and lightning flashed, and the saber light did not stop. The white-robed Xiao Chen held the tyrant's saber in his hand as he stood in the center of the storm. His defense was impenetrable. No matter how the pack of wolves roared, how they shouted, how they were filled with murderous intent. Standing in the tall building, it was as still as a pine tree, neither blown down by the wind nor shaken by the rain. The expression of the Wolf King Jianghu, who was watching from a distance, slowly changed. From the initial disdain, it slowly froze. This youth's saber skills have already gone too far. He is now one level higher than the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members. This kind of encirclement is completely ineffective against him. A sharp-eyed captain among the guests said in a deep voice. However, there are still 8 strong generals under the Wolf King that have not appeared yet. They are all early-stage star venerates. Indeed. Furthermore, even if they cannot injure this white-robed blades man, they will not be able to injure him. But if he wants to break out of this situation, it will be difficult. At the end of the day, this young man is still a little too arrogant. Someone sighed softly. The current situation was very surprising. Even an early-stage star venerate would be defeated in a sorry state when facing the encirclement of 1,000 Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. However, not only did Xiao Chen defend, but he also did so in an impenetrable manner, not suffering any injuries at all. This was truly shocking, and admirable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 8 strong auras appeared in the courtyard and flew towards the Wolf King Jianghu. The Wolf King's 8 strong generals are here. There's no more show to watch. This youth will definitely die a miserable death. These people were the 8 generals guarding the ship outside the pirate hall. The pirate ship needed someone to guard it to prevent accidents from happening. After the 8 learned that something happened at the birthday banquet, they did not act rashly. Unexpectedly, the matter escalated. Left with no other choice, the Wolf King summoned all his 8 strong generals. Greetings, Captain. The 8 people greeted respectfully after landing behind the Wolf King. What exactly happened? Even we are startled? Jianghu did not say anything. He pointed at the tall building. The 8 generals immediately showed startled expressions, stunned. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members turned out in full force. To think that there was someone in the grave sea that they could not take down. What exactly was this youth's background? Captain, there's no rush. We will go and kill this fellow now. The 8 strong generals exchanged glances. They did not want this farce to continue, so they prepared to make a move together. They would instantly resolve this matter, end Xiao Chen, and resume the birthday banquet. However, this was a good idea. Up on the tall building, Xiao Chen sensed the arrival of the 8 strong generals. He raised his eyebrows slightly. They are finally here. Based on the information that Ding Yuan gave him, Xiao Chen already knew about the existence of these 8 people. He also knew that these 8 people posed the greatest danger to him. However, how could Xiao Chen not be prepared? As he looked at the 100 pirates charging at him again, Xiao Chen quickly sheathed his saber and stood alone on the tall building. This is crazy. When the guests below saw this scene, their hearts trembled. This is crazy. Xiao Chen pressed 2 fingers on his right hand to his forehead. Then, his will of soul spread out and merged with the saber intent filling the air. In the next moment, saber hums rang out in the surroundings of the tall building. That sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the depths of everyone's soul. It was like a powerful treasure saber hummed in everyone's mind. That's impossible. Such a scene immediately elicited startled cries from the many star venerate experts. Xiao Chen was a major primal core venerate, yet he managed to merge his saber intent and will of soul. This was a technique that many early-stage star venerate experts could not grasp. Xiao Chen was a peak major primal core cultivator. How did he do it? However, the truth was the truth. It happened just like that. Whoosh. The 2 fingers on Xiao Chen's forehead ferociously swiped forward. The boundless saber intent and will of soul gathered into a resplendent saber light. Only black and white remained in the world. Only that saber light was resplendent, dazzling and dazzling. The first 100 Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members immediately got chopped in half at the waist. The saber light did not stop, continuing to radiate out. After killing 500 Pirate Group members, it slowly disappeared. As for the remaining Pirate Group members, they had already paled in fright as they fled. If they did not flee, only death awaited them. The saber light vanished and the world regained its colors. A gentle breeze blew endlessly around the tall buildings. The various mysterious phenomena and chi waves disappeared. The scene that had been bustling like waves a moment ago instantly became boundlessly quiet. Only the white-clad bladesman remained standing on the tall building, holding his saber. The 8 generals who had rushed over to help were dumbfounded. They had not expected such a situation to happen at all. Earlier they were still thinking of taking advantage of Xiao Chen dealing with the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members to kill Xiao Chen at lightning speed. They had sent voice projections to each other to come up with their plans long ago. However, Xiao Chen only used one saber light, just one saber light, to completely disrupt their plans. This simply caught them off guard, stupefied. When the guests below saw this scene, they all had the same expression. Their mouths gaped, unable to say anything. Only Jiang Hengchuan roared, "Why are you still not attacking? How long are you going to wait? You are all star venerates. If the 8 of you work together, he will die no matter what." That's right. These words startled everyone out of their reverie. Suddenly the 8 generals remembered. There was no need to hesitate. Even without the help of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members, the 8 of them could easily kill Xiao Chen. That earlier saber strike clearly could not be executed at any time. Kill? The 8 generals shouted coldly, unleashing their berserk auras. Their wills of soul connected as they charged over. Clouds churned in the sky as the 8 descended towards Xiao Chen. At this moment, it was like the sky above Xiao Chen's head was forced to shrink by a lot. When 8 early-stage star venerate experts worked together, they were indeed extraordinary. However, this aura was much stronger than that of the 1,000 Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. Several people sighed in their hearts. This was the accumulations of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. In the Grave Sea, aside from the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group, who else could have 8 star venerates? No matter how heaven-defying this white-clad bladesman was, only death awaited him today. In the future, this would only make the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group even more famous. Seeing the 8 star venerates attack, Xiao Chen quickly formed hand seals with his right hand, completing the life bestowal spell in an instant. In the next second, the situation changed. The sky suddenly turned dark. A beam of scarlet light soared into the clouds from behind Xiao Chen, instantly pushing back the area above Xiao Chen's head that had caved in. Back then, Xiao Chen had carved the strongest and scariest existence in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1773. The moment the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor appeared, Xiao Chen instantly suppressed the other party in terms of aura. The sky above Xiao Chen's head, which had collapsed, rose at a visible pace. The situation reversed. The 8 attacking star venerate experts had their auras forcibly pushed back, only able to break through their defenses. Their originally ferocious auras were suppressed in an instant. The feeling of falling from a high position, the feeling of being at a disadvantage, was not something others could understand. Retreat. 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 Upon seeing the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's grace, the 8 generals immediately cowered in fear. They did not know which expert came, but they were completely stunned and frantically retreated. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was carved from Xiao Chen's heart and soul. At best, he was only an early-stage star venerate. However, as long as the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor had even a 10,000th of the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's charm, he would be able to suppress these 8 people, not giving them any chance to resist. Fighting 1 against 8 generals, this was the limit of what Xiaoqin could do. Even if it was the Wolf King himself, it would be impossible for him to defeat the 8 great generals on his own. Even if the 8 old star venerate generals were only small perfection early-stage star venerates, when they worked together, their strength was rather terrifying. Objectively speaking, Xiaoqin could not defeat them with his own strength. These 8 star venerates were not ordinary star venerates. Instead, they were capable generals that followed the Wolf King Jianghu. These 8 people did not earn the title of generals for nothing. They had earned it by fighting the other pirate groups and the Divine Shield Army. However, they faced the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor that Xiaoqin used his mind and soul to carve. The 8 generals' auras immediately crumbled, and they were suppressed all the way. To think that the 8 generals could not retaliate at all. Soon their bodies were riddled with wounds. After about 7 minutes, one of the generals died on the spot. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor chopped the corpse in half with one sword strike. Blood splattered everywhere, stunning and flabbergasting everyone. No one knew that such an expert was hidden by Xiaoqian's side. This is too horrifying. Who is that person? What kind of character is hiding in the grave sea? I have never heard of this white-robed bladesman before. He seems to be related to the Purple Flame sect. He is called Xiaoqin. Something's not right. Look at that blood-robed man. His aura was immense and all sorts of killing moves were easily executed. He doesn't look like a living person at all. There's no color or spirit in his eyes at all. It's a puppet. Some of the invited guests were experts. They were very knowledgeable and quickly made out what was different about the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Stop. The Wolf King Jianghu appeared stunned. When he saw his 8 fierce generals being beaten to the point where they could not retaliate, he immediately shouted. Xiaoqin said coldly, Jianghu, you are really shameless. Now that you know how to stop, why didn't you help me when the pack of wolves tried to kill me? Back then, when you were toying with the black cutlass, why didn't you stop? Xiaoqin, don't think that I, Jianghu, am afraid of you. Jianghu was infuriated by Xiaoqin's words and immediately started cursing. Clang. In response to Jianghu, Xiaoqin drew his treasure saber and pointed it at the other party. Xiaoqin's cold face showed no intention of compromising. Jianghu, how long are you going to be a tortoise? Since you are not afraid, then come and fight. Since you say that you are not afraid, then come and fight. Xiaoqin used the most decisive method to ruthlessly strike back at the Wolf King Jianghu, making him swallow his words, unable to say anything else. The guests were also incredibly shocked. Who could have expected that Xiaoqin would be so stubborn? Who could have imagined that a junior would call the existence that they did not dare to offend a coward in front of everyone? However, now that they thought about it, this Jianghu was indeed a coward. From the very start, he never took the initiative to make a move. Jianghu cherished his life. Even at the final moment, he still wanted to compromise with Xiaoqin, unwilling to make a move. Now Xiaoqin forced him to the edge of a cliff, not giving him a chance to retreat at all. Many people could not help having other thoughts. It seemed like the Wolf King Jianghu's doomsday was right before their eyes. What if he really lost? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill, finding this extremely inconceivable. The matters of the world truly changed in an instant, the universe unfathomable. When the birthday banquet started, it turned out that the Wolf King Jianghu, whom everyone believed to be invincible, fell so easily. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. Of the 8 great generals, another one had died. Jianghu's lips twitched involuntarily as he faced Xiaoqin, who pointed his saber at him from the tall building. For the first time he felt helpless. It's over. It's all over. Even if I make a move and kill this fellow, the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group will definitely be eliminated from the list after today. As someone in a high position, there were many competitors. Among the guests, there were many who were gloating over the misfortune of others. Even if Jianghu managed to kill Xiaoqin by luck, others would kick him while he was down. When Xiaoqin pointed his saber at him, Jianghu knew that he lost. I admit defeat. The Wolf King Jianghu said helplessly as he looked at Xiaoqin. His voice sounded very aged and ancient. If Jianghu had another chance, he definitely would not toy with the Black Cutlass, forcing it to the Grave Island Sea region, a forbidden land with a slim chance of survival. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and beckoned. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor turned into an exquisite sculpture and landed in his hand. After sheathing the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiaoqun landed before Jianghu and said coldly, "You are rather smart." Bang. Right after Xiaoqun spoke, he immediately threw a palm strike, instantly driving 10 cauldron force. This palm strike, which came without any warning, gave off a loud sound. Jianghu vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiaoqun sent him flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This action immediately angered several Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. They all stood up and glared at Xiaoqun in rage. "Don't move." Jianghu stood up and wiped the blood off his lips. Then he raised his hand to stop the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. Bang. What answered Jianghu was Xiaoqun's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, it mixed vital qi and veritable essence energy, creating an even greater destructive power. Jianghu did not block. He was horrified to discover that even if he did not admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. It seemed that the result was no different. The strength that Xiaoqun displayed far surpassed Jianghu expectations. After Jianghu went flying for the second time, he was in an even more sorry state. All the bones in his body shattered and his internal organs ruptured. Jianghu vomited a mouthful of blood, which actually contained many shattered internal organs. The surrounding guests all sucked in a breath of cold air in fright at Xiaoqun's means. Against the Wolf King, who had already admitted defeat and had taken a big step back, Xiaoqun still showed no mercy when he attacked. Xiaoqun's decisiveness in killing inspired lingering fear. Bang. Before the Wolf King could get up, Xiaoqun sent another palm strike. After 3 palm strikes, Jianghu was half dead. Jianghu could no longer stand up. The remaining members of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group quickly went over to help him up. Seeing Jianghu in such a sorry state, none of the many pirates who addressed him as brothers at the birthday banquet were willing to step forward and speak up for him. There are many things that cannot be ended just because you admit defeat. These 3 palm strikes are just interest. If even one person of the Black Cutlass dies, I will come back at any time to take your life. As Xiaoqun looked at the Wolf King Jianghu, there was no sympathy or pity in his eyes. One's path was chosen by oneself. If the Wolf King had only made a deal with the Black Cutlass, Xiaoqun would not have such a strong murderous intent. However, this Wolf King was just toying with the Black Cutlass, never thinking of handing the Iron Blood token to the other party. During the main banquet, the Wolf King even mocked the Black Cutlass, saying that it was seeking its own death and could not blame others. "Xiaoqun, don't go overboard. My captain already admitted defeat. What else do you want?" Upon hearing the threat in Xiaoqun's words, the pirates all looked at Xiaoqun with hostile gazes, feeling aggrieved. "What are you afraid of? At worst, we will just fight it out with him, a life and death struggle." Jianghu coughed intensely and said, "All of you shut up. Fourth brother, hand the Iron Blood token to young Master Xiao." A life and death struggle? That was easy to say. Now Jianghu finally understood. Xiaoqun came prepared, one trap after another. The other party had calculated all of Jianghu's reactions. However, Jianghu did not know anything about Xiaoqun. It was impossible for them to fight to the death. They would only lose their lives in vain. One of the 8 generals showed an unresigned expression. However, he still took out the Iron Blood token and handed it to Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun received the Iron Blood token and swept his gaze over the surrounding guests. Then he said, "Only I can take his life." Upon hearing Xiaoqun's words, Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that although the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group was finished, the lives of his remaining brothers were preserved. Chapter 1774. As Xiaoqun toyed with the Iron Blood token in his hand, he gave the Wolf King Jianghu a deep look. "Good luck." "Many thanks," the Wolf King said reluctantly as he performed a cupped fist salute. Whoosh. Right after speaking, Xiaoqun left the courtyard with a few flashes, heading back to his inn. Dressed in white, Xiaoqun stood out on the street. However, he appeared calm and unruffled, showing a calm expression without any fluctuations. He did not look like the tyrannical white-robed bladesman who caused a huge commotion at the Wolf King's birthday banquet earlier. When Xiaoqun blended into the crowd, aside from his conspicuous white robes, he did not look much different. When Xiaoqun returned to the inn, he was surprised to discover that his tea was still there. The flame on the tea set left behind by the waiter had not gone out, and the temperature had not decreased. However, the waiter had already gone to entertain other guests. Xiaoqun sat down and looked at the teacup. The white Time Glory tea leaves at the bottom of the teacup had already spread out. However, much time had already passed and the tea was already cold, no longer steaming. One had to drink tea while it was hot. It could not be warm or cold. Only when the tea was boiling could one taste the best flavor. However, Xiaochen did not mind. He drank the already cold tea and drank it in one gulp. It was slightly bitter, no longer having the original taste of the white time glory tea leaves. However, it had a different charm to it, giving Xiaochen a deeper understanding of it after returning from a huge battle. "Young master, you are back?" The waiter's eyes were sharp. When he discovered Xiaochen, he immediately rushed over. "I heard that someone challenged the Wolf King at the Wolf King's birthday banquet and is still fighting intensely. Is that true?" The experts of the inn have all rushed over. "Unfortunately, I cannot go over. I really want to see who is so bold as to even dare to mock the Wolf King." Xiaochen put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Far at the horizon, close at hand." The waiter quivered, nearly dropping the teapot in his hand. By the time the waiter recovered his wits, he discovered that Xiaochen had already left. Inside the room, Xiaochen took out the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue. If the Wolf King didn't admit defeat, the statue wouldn't last long. Even if the statue could hold on, Xiaochen did not dare to let it continue fighting. Not only did the carving of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue exhaust his mind and essence blood, but it also drained his mind and essence blood. While controlling it, his mental energy was like a flowing river, surging and leaking out continuously. Others only saw the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor killing everywhere. However, they did not see Xiaochen's mental energy drain. He unsheathed his sword and challenged the Wolf King. They seemed crazy, but they wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. They were prepared to die. The person who dared to pull the emperor down from his horse, even if he was willing to be cut into pieces, was exactly what Xiaochen had just done. However, this Wolf King Jianghu was indeed smart. He admitted defeat in the face of battle. He had managed to protect most of the Wolf Smoke pirate crew. According to Xiaochen's original plan, he would not leave until he slaughtered the Wolf Smoke pirate group and killed the Wolf King. There was no doubt that as long as he was willing to pay the price, nothing would be a problem. After putting down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue, Xiaochen took out the Iron Blood token. Then his gaze turned grave. He only hoped that the brothers of the Black Cutlass were safe. If something happened, killing all the people of the Wolf Smoke pirate group would not help. Damn it. The Wolf King is right. What a bunch of fools. Why are we going to the Grave Island Sea region? We have to return alive. I have to give you all a good scolding before I can vent my anger. Xiaochen's right hand trembled as he tightly grasped the Iron Blood token. Even when facing the Wolf King, his eyelids did not twitch. However, at this moment, his hand trembled, feeling extremely powerless. The melancholy of that cup of bitter tea lingered in his mouth, not fading away even now. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no news of the Black Cutlass. Xiaochen could not wait any longer. He prepared to find a ship and make a trip there. Grave Island Sea region. Not to mention going to the Grave Island Sea region alone without a pirate ship, even going to the periphery was akin to sending oneself to death. However, given the circumstances, Xiaochen felt that he had to go. However, just as Xiaochen was about to leave, he happened to see Luonan, Fei'er, and the others outside the inn. "Captain?" "Big brother Xiao." When Xiao Sua, Fei'er, and the others saw Xiaochen at the door, they rushed over without caring about their image. They could not believe their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and gave Xiaochen a bear hug. Only then did Xiaochen believe that they really returned. "You." Xiaochen counted. Luonan, Fei'er, Elder Tang, Xiao Sua, the Iron Hand Yama, and all the old members of the Black Cutlass were present. Fei'er's eyes turned somewhat moist. "Big brother Xiao, I thought that I would never see you again." Xiaochen originally wanted to scold this group of people. However, his heart instantly softened and he could not bring himself to do so. He smiled helplessly and said, "Little Fei'er, don't cry. Let's go to my room." After entering Xiaochen's room, Xiao Sua organized his thoughts and said, "After we came out, we heard that Captain defeated the Wolf Smoke pirate group. At that time it was really delightful. To think that you were still worried about us and were definitely waiting for us. We rushed over day and night, practically not resting at all." The Iron Hand Yama sighed and said, "This time it was really a narrow escape. We nearly could not return. That old bastard nearly caused us to die. Xiaochen, you helped us vent our frustrations. Back then, when that old bastard saw me, he ridiculed all of us for a while." Xiaochen immediately asked the questions that he had buried in his heart when he saw everyone. The group immediately turned silent. After a long time, Elder Tang said, "I am to blame for this. I already know where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is. However, we need the Iron Blood token before we can go to the Forbidden Sea. So, Fei interrupted, "You cannot blame Elder Tang. At that time, we were thinking that we could wait for Big Brother Xiaoqin to go to the Forbidden Sea with him after obtaining the Iron Blood token. However, we could not rely on Big Brother Xiaoqin for everything. We felt that we could give it a try." Xiaoqin thought to himself, "So, that is the case. It is similar to what I thought. Indeed, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is in a Forbidden Sea. One can go to the Forbidden Sea only with the Iron Blood token." Feiner and the others wanted to give me a surprise. At the same time, they did not want Xiaoqin to follow me to the Grave Island Sea. They did not want Xiaoqin to share the risk. Xiaoqin wanted to blame Xiaoqin, but he did not know where to start. However, just at this moment, Xiao Sua's expression suddenly turned somewhat grave. He said, "Young Master Xiao, I have something to tell you." When Xiaoqin saw that the others' expressions were not quite right, his heart sank as he had a bad feeling. "What is it? Speak." "We lost the Scarlet Blood War banner." "Lost it?" Xiaoqin's expression did not change. However, he felt shocked in his heart. The Scarlet Blood War banner was a crucial tool for finding the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. If the war banner was lost, it meant that the treasure would be gone as well. However, Xiaoqin was very carefree. After his emotions fluctuated for a while, he quickly adjusted himself. If the war banner was lost, then he could only head for the Central Great Realm in advance. Should he go directly to the Dragon Race's territory, or should he go to the Yanwu dynasty or the Tianwu dynasty first and understand the situation in the Central Great Realm before going to the Dragon Race? However, he had to make a decision. "Big Brother Xiaoqin, are you not angry?" Fei looked at Xiaoqin somewhat nervously. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Sua. "Don't be dispirited. In the end, Xiao Sua was the one who bought the war banner. It is not mine. There is really no need to blame yourself. You being able to return alive is better than anything else. There are many fortuitous encounters in the world, but we only have one life. I will say this very seriously, don't take such risks in the future." Xiaoqin's words came from the bottom of his heart. His sincerity warmed Fei and the others. After hesitating for a while, the Iron Hand Yama said, "Actually, we might not have lost it. Given my understanding of that person, I feel that he will return the Iron Blood War banner in the end and not snatch our things." When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. There is more to this than meets the eye? What exactly is going on? After some thought, the Iron Hand Yama said, "Didn't I say earlier that we nearly could not return? Someone saved us in the Grave Island Sea region. At that time, Xiao Sua was using the Iron Blood War banner to fight. That is where the problem lies. After we were rescued, that person suddenly said that he wanted to borrow the Iron Blood War banner to take a look and that he would return it to us the next time we meet. The other party is very strong and his pirate group is even stronger. Although he said he wanted to borrow it, there was no way to refuse." Chapter 1775. The other party was very strong? These words coming out of the Iron Hand Yama's mouth were somewhat unusual. After all, he had once been a member of the Savage Blood Pirate Group. What pirate crew? Could it be stronger than the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group? Xiaoqin asked in confusion. Fei Luonan and the others nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed true. The Iron Hand Yama said, "It's the Iron Horn Pirate Group. In the past, there were 3 pirate groups in the Grave Sea that obtained the Iron Blood token. One was the Savage Blood Pirate Group, which is now the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. The last one is the Iron Horn Pirate Group." Iron Horn Pirate Group? When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly startled. He seemed to have heard Ding Yuan say that the Grave Sea Pirate Alliance had indeed sent out 3 Iron Blood tokens. At that time, he only knew that Savage Blood and Wolf Smoke had obtained them, but he did not ask who had obtained the remaining Iron Blood token. However, this Iron Horn Pirate Group went to the Forbidden Sea long ago and has not returned to the Grave Sea for more than 20 years already. I've never seen the Iron Horn Pirate Group before. I've only heard about some of their deeds. They were the overlords of the Grave Sea many years ago. Then they went to the Forbidden Sea. This time they are already a 6-star pirate group. A 6-star pirate group would have almost no hope of snatching back the Scarlet Blood banner. Somewhat ashamed, Xiao Sua said, "Leader, I'm sorry. If only I had not used the Scarlet Blood War banner back then. Otherwise he would not have borrowed it." Xiaoqin comforted him, "Don't say that. It's enough that you're alive. If you did not use the Scarlet Blood War banner, you would have been wiped out long ago. We won't be able to last until the Iron Horn Pirate Group arrives." Xiaoqin did not have much hatred for the Iron Horn Pirate Group. It was natural for pirates to rob others. The other party was already very benevolent by not making things difficult for the Black Cutlass out of consideration for their old friendship. If Xiao Chen was ruthless and did not help, he would still be able to obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner. Let's call it a day. How's the ship? Xiao Chen asked. He was more concerned about whether the Black Cutlass was damaged or not. The ship is fine. We just need to repair it a little. This time we have gained something. He had found 8 stalks of ghost cloud grass and other natural treasures. It is enough to turn the Black Cutlass into a 5-star pirate ship. Xiao Sua said excitedly as he perked up a little when he mentioned the pirate ship. Bang, bang. At this moment someone knocked on the door. It was the waiter who had come to look for Xiao Chen. Young master, someone just delivered a storage ring and mentioned that it was for you. He even said something about congratulating the people of the Black Cutlass for returning safely. While the others were at a loss, Xiao Chen guessed. It is a gift sent by Jianghu Chuan as an apology. You may leave. Just say that I have accepted the gift. Luo Nan and the others exchanged glances, finding this hard to imagine. The Wolf King who had made things difficult for them 3 months ago was now apologizing to them. The Iron Hand Yama carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Only then did he feel shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's aura was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago he was many times stronger. It had reached a level that even Xiao Chen could not see through. After all, he had broken through the bottleneck of Star Venerate in the past 2 years. Captain, did you really defeat the Wolf Smoke Pirate group by yourself? Even now Xiao Sua still did not believe it. This was simply too surreal. Xiao Chen retorted casually, could it be fake? After saying that, Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the storage ring. After a while he withdrew his spiritual sense. Then he revealed a smile and said, this Wolf King is really generous. He probably sent half of the birthday gift back then. Spending money to buy one's life was nothing more than this. Xiao Chen handed the storage ring to Xiao Sua. Then he said, I'll leave this spirit jades and the birthday gift to you. Make the Black Cutlass a peak 5-star pirate ship in the shortest time possible. All right. Leave this matter to me. The Iron Hand Yama said, I have some connections with the pirate hall here. I can use them and be of some help. Xiao Chen nodded and said, in that case I'll leave this matter to the 2 of you. Elder Tang was stunned. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, young Master Xiao, you do not intend to give up on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Why should I give up? We put in so much effort. We have to fight for it, right? Giving up like this is not my style. Elder Tang immediately said excitedly, that's good. I thought that young Master Xiao would directly give up. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, come, I'll go take a look first. Let's meet up on the Black Cutlass. Let's go. Everyone showed smiles on their faces as they left the inn and headed for the port. Along the way the group spoke about their experiences after they parted. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They still remembered the scene of their parting as if it was right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye 2 years had passed. During these 2 years Xiao Chen had grown a lot. His strength was no longer the same as before. However, the people of the Black Cutlass were no weaker either. The Iron Hand Yama successfully broke through to Star Venerate. Now his cultivation was stable and his strength steadily increased. When the Black Cutlass was a peak major primal core cultivator, he was already known as unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. This breakthrough was even more incredible. If not for the Wolf Smoke Pirate group having 8 Star Venerates and the Wolf King being a peak early stage Star Venerate, the Iron Hand Yama would not care about them. The Iron Hand Yama would not care about a regular 5-star pirate captain at all. The couple Luo Nan and Fei Er also had extraordinary fortuitous encounters. Under the cleansing of Xiao Chen's life juice source, they had already advanced to major primal core venerates. Although their improvement was nothing compared to that of the disciples of rank 4 sects, it was still very rare. With the two's talent, it was truly rare for them to make such improvements. Elder Tang's cultivation did not improve much. However, his beast-taming skills were even more exquisite and strong. On the other hand, Xiao Sua's improvement was rather startling. The life juice source seemed to have completely unleashed his potential. Now Xiao Sua had already reached peak major primal core. In terms of cultivation he was practically the same as Xiao Chen. After about 7 minutes the group arrived at the Black Cutlass. The appearance of the Black Cutlass had not changed much. When Xiao Chen saw it he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. After entering the lower level, the group arrived before the immemorial demon soul formation that he cared about the most. At the core of the formation, the Yazi beast carved on the formation plate already had 3.5 stars lit up. This is the greatest trump card of our Black Cutlass. Once the Yazi Beast Demon Soul is released, it is an existence equal to a middle stage star Venerate. If not for the Yazi Beast Demon Soul, we would not dare to barge into the Grave Island Sea region. Elder Tang sighed. Then he continued, unfortunately, the trouble we ran into was too big. What trouble? We ran into a flock of underworld ghost birds. They were only middle stage star Venerates, but their abilities were too strange. They could make their bodies immaterial. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul was outnumbered and killed in the end. If not for the Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain making a move, it would have been destroyed on the spot. Xiao Qin exclaimed in shock, is that Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain really that strong? The Iron Hand Yama nodded and said, he gave me the feeling that he should be a late-stage star Venerate. Elder Tang and the others could not make out the captain's strength at all. Late-stage star Venerate? That was already an extremely horrifying cultivation realm. Right now, Xiao Qin could barely protect himself against a middle-stage star Venerate. If he clashed head-on, he would lose in less than 100 moves. After advancing to star Venerate, with every increase in cultivation realm, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. This would result in a qualitative leap. The difference between early stage and middle stage was like heaven and earth. Without using his trump cards, Xiao Qin's current strength should be on par with that peak early stage star Venerate Wolf King. He would not be able to truly contend with a middle stage star Venerate, much less a late stage star Venerate. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. It looks like I need to break through to star Venerate before going to the Forbidden Sea. Right now, he was only a step away from the Cloud Sea realm and could advance at any time. Xiao Qin already condensed the will of soul. He did not face any bottlenecks when advancing to the Cloud Sea realm. It was just a matter of time. After advancing to star Venerate, Xiao Qin could formally cultivate soul energy. He could also cultivate the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's third move, Entering Hell. He could use this opportunity to break through to the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and start cultivating the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 4th layer. Xiao Qin urgently needed to raise his many cultivation techniques and martial techniques to star Venerate before they could improve. Just at this moment, someone suddenly rushed in at the entrance to the next floor in a fluster. Captain, it's bad. The Iron Horn Pirate Group is here again. Chapter 1776. Come again? Xiao Sua and the others immediately looked at Xiao Qin. Clearly they wanted Xiao Qin to make the decision. Xiao Qin shifted his gaze to the Iron Hand Yama and asked, Old Yama, what do you think of the Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain? After thinking for a while, the Iron Hand Yama replied, he is not like a regular pirate. He has a benevolent heart. I feel that he is here to return the Scarlet Blood War banner. After a pause, the Iron Hand Yama continued, however, I also feel that something is wrong. If he is truly magnanimous, he would not be willing to lend us the Scarlet Blood War banner. There is no need for them to borrow our Scarlet Blood War banner. Back then, while the Iron Hand Yama said to lend it, there was actually no reason not to give it. Xiao Qin said indifferently, let's meet him. The bow of the ship welcomed the guests. A total of 4 or 5 people from the Iron Horn Pirate Group came. There were no other attendants. Everything was simple and did not look imposing. The leader was a middle-aged man in black captain's uniform. He had regular facial features and a squarish face, looking very imposing. Xiao Qin quickly stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain. I have long heard of your great name. The middle-aged man carefully sized up Xiao Qin. Then he smiled and said, my name is Yenjia. I am a few years older than you, so you can just address me as Big Brother Yen. Actually, we have met before. Xiao Qin found this strange, so he asked, met before? He could not remember when he had met such a person. Xiao Qin had always been confident in his memory. It was impossible for him to not have any impression of someone he had met before. Young Master Xiao, do you remember this old man? An old man walked out from behind Yenjia and asked with a smile as he looked at Xiao Qin. It's you? This person was the stall owner who sold the Dragon Shadow Condor wing bone to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had a deep memory of this person. Back then, this person even recommended a drop of Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood to Xiao Qin. At that time, Xiao Qin had found it strange that Xiao Qin had killed a Dragon Shadow Condor. It turned out that this person was from the Iron Horn Pirate Group. No wonder. That explained everything. It looks like young Master Xiao still remembers this old man. Back then, when you crossed the Grave Sea in a hurry, my captain saw you at the bow of the ship. You left a deep impression on me and I still remember it clearly. The old man explained with a grin. Xiao Qin suddenly understood and said, so that's how it is. Big brother Yen, please come inside. I still haven't properly thanked you for saving my friends and brothers. Yenja waved his hand in refusal and said, "It's just a small matter, just something that happened in passing. It's not worth mentioning. I didn't come here for this. Here." Right after Yenja spoke, he tossed out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and gently caught it. Buzz. The war banner instantly unfurled, flapping loudly in the wind. A feeling of a bloodline connection came from the Scarlet Blood War banner. Back then, he had held the war flag and fought against the powerhouses of the Divine Shield Legion. After obtaining the Scarlet Blood War banner's acknowledgement, although the war banner had not recognized him as its master yet, this feeling of being connected by blood, like an arm, continued. A bleak and domineering aura emanated from Xiaoqian's body. The flapping war banners made the surrounding wind even louder. A strong wind blew on the bow of the warship, causing the clouds in the surroundings to tremble slightly. It conjured a strange phenomenon of fighting for supremacy and a long flag in the wind. Yenja chanted softly, "My name is Qi Shui. I have a body of scarlet iron, and my blood is burning hot. I have been up and down for half of my life, wandering from place to place. I have been invincible for half of my life, and I have been fearless. My body is like a sword, unyielding and unyielding. My heart is like the sun and moon shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning tens of thousands of miles. My eyes are like the stars, the sky is dark. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself an emperor with the other." As the Scarlet Blood Pirate King spoke his last words, the Scarlet Blood War banner burned with a faint scarlet flame, looking even more tyrannical than before. "Pa pa pa." Yenja clapped his hands and praised, "What a great Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Even after his death, his will is still so strong." Thinking back to his life, it was truly admirable and filled with emotions. Young Master Xiao is truly a young hero. To think that you managed to obtain the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. This Yen also admires you. This mysterious phenomenon happened in the time it took for Xiaoqin to take a breath. It was purely something that happened automatically after Yenja received the war banner. With a gentle wave, Xiaoqin put away the war banner. Without changing his expression, he said, "Big brother Yen, you even returned a treasure like the Scarlet Blood War banner. This also makes Xiaoqin feel admiration." "You are too polite." Yenja smiled faintly and did not deny it. "Goodbye then. I have an appointment with the Pirate Hall's Hall Master, so I will not disturb you any longer." Xiaoqin personally sent Yenja off. As he watched the other party leave, a contemplative light flickered in his eyes. This Yenja really has the air of a major character. To think that he really returned the Scarlet Blood War banner. This is truly unexpected, the Iron Hand Yama said somewhat ruefully. Xiao Sua's lips twitched as he said, "You fellow, didn't you say that this person would return it? It turns out that you were just consoling me." The Iron Hand Yama smiled and said, "It was just a feeling. Who would not be tempted by a treasure like the Scarlet Blood War banner? Even I would be tempted. I can only say that I ran into a good person this time." "Big brother Xiao, why aren't you saying anything?" Xiaoqin recovered his wits and smiled. "I was wondering when he would return." "Ah." The others were shocked. Would he return? Xiaoqin's first feeling was that this Yenja was not that simple. However, Xiaoqin could not figure out Yenja's character for now. After sending the Black Scimitar to be modified, Xiaoqin and the other members of the Black Scimitar rented a courtyard in the Pirate Hall. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaoqin thought hard. In the end, he gave up on advancing to Star Venerate. He needed a turning point to break through. Such a breakthrough was simply too casual. Although Xiaoqin was currently at peak Major Primal Core realm, his various aspects were still very malleable. There was no rush to break through. The modification of the Black Scimitar took half a month, using up 10 million Spirit Jades. Most of the Spirit Jades came from the Wolf King's compensation. Xiaoqin did not spend much himself. The Black Scimitar was already a peak 5-star weapon. Furthermore, with the immemorial Demon Soul formation, the Black Scimitar could rival a regular meteor pirate ship. For half a month, Xiaoqin used it all to temper his saber techniques. After obtaining the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Xiaoqin planned to comprehend a saber technique from it. Just like Zhen Yuan's Azura held back then, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane ultimately chose to use breaking the mundane as the foundation. Xiaoqin would create a saber technique that belonged to him around it. This saber technique had a beautiful name, Dreamlike Mundane World. This time, from the moment Xiaoqin created this saber technique, he infused his great Tao energy and soul energy into it. This was very difficult and also the most challenging. After half a month, Xiao Chen had not comprehended a single move. He only had a vague method and a general feeling. Entering a dream with the saber, using a dream as a saber. After half a month, Xiao Chen was about to go on a long journey, using the Iron Blood token to head to a forbidden sea. Yanzhi arrived. Ah. Young Master Xiao, after not seeing you for a few days, your air has changed again. This is truly admirable. Yanzhi came alone, without any attendants or subordinates, appearing very casual. It seemed like this was the case. Whims come when whims come. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Big Brother Yan is too polite. You came at the right time. If you had come one day later, I would have been leaving the Grave Sea. Leaving the Grave Sea? Yanzhi appeared slightly startled. Are you going to the ash-gray sea of the 7 great forbidden seas? Xiao Chen nodded. Yes, the ash-gray sea. According to Elder Tang's deduction, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure was in the ash-gray sea of the 7 great forbidden seas. It looks like Big Brother Yan knows where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is as well, Xiao Chen asked casually. Yanzhi was rather straightforward. He said softly, I was in the ash-gray sea for 30 years and saw the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. With a little deduction, I figured out where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is. That place is called Myriad Star Mountain, a famous land of fortuitous encounters in the ash-gray sea. In the past, rumor had it that it was the remnant of an ancient sect. Unexpectedly, it was where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left his treasure. Many rank 6 sects used that place as a dangerous land for experiential training for their disciples. Occasionally, the elders of the large sects might even personally charge over. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, It looks like Big Brother Yan understands this Myriad Star Mountain very well. Naturally. After being in the ash-gray sea for 30 years, I know these things. If you need help, you can come and look for me at any time. Yanzhi took out a jade strip and handed it to Xiao Chen. Then he said, This jade strip contains my will of soul. If you want to contact me, you just need to use your soul energy to activate the jade strip. Yanzhi was very generous. After leaving behind the jade strip, he left again. Chapter 1777. As Xiao Chen held the jade strip and looked at Yanzhi's back, he entered deep thought. Luo Nan, who was at the side, whispered, This Senior Yan is really magnanimous. To think that the Myriad Star Mountain is such a dangerous place. Should we invite him to come with us? Xiao Sua said seriously, So, the Myriad Star Mountain is such a place. Many rank 6 sects use it for experiential training. It is somewhat hard to imagine. Sects were categorized into ranks. Rank 7 was the highest. Above that were the various holy lands, the transcendent factions that did not leave the mundane world. A 6th grade sect was already a bona fide supergiant. An elder of a rank 6 sect could easily flatten the entire Grave Sea without any effort. Xiao Sua's worry was not without reason. Xiao Chen had interacted with rank 5 sects before. In Dragon Flame City, he had fought with the many rank 5 sect disciples of the Jianghu dynasty. He had even fought with the true inheritors. All of them lost to him. The rank 6 sect disciples might be strong, but they would not be that strong. Xiao Chen did not fear them. What he feared were the rank 6 sect elders. If he ran into them, he would have no chance of victory. Xiao Chen looked at the Iron Hand Yama and asked, Old Yama, what do you think? After thinking for a while, the Iron Hand Yama said with some conflict, There is no way to ask for help. Our strength is not equal. We cannot work together unless we give up most of the benefits. In any case, I do not believe that this Yanzhi will really help us at all costs after just a few meetings. Elder Tang interjected, The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove must be incredibly vast. Even if we only take 1% of it, we will still be able to gain a lot and obtain significant fortuitous encounters. However what? The Iron Hand Yama asked. Elder Tang hesitated for a while before saying, However, what if the other party burns the bridge after crossing it and does not give us even 1%? We will not have the strength to deal with him. That can't be. I don't think that Senior Yan is that kind of person. If he were, he would not have saved us the first time we met. The first time we met did not involve any major benefits. It is hard to say what happens next. Everyone had their own opinions and the discussion went on endlessly. The Iron Hand Yama, Elder Tang, and the others split into 2 factions. These 2 veterans did not believe in the so-called good things in the world. Everything was possible when it came to benefits. Luo Nan, Fader, and Xiao Sua felt that they could trust Yanzhi, so they invited him to Myriad Star Mountain. Young Master Xiao, what do you think? Only then did the others remember that Xiao Chen hadn't spoken a word, so they hurriedly looked at him. Xiao Chen's eyes were solemn as he said, This person is not normal. What? It was fine if he didn't speak, but the moment he did, Xiao Chen's words were shocking, causing everyone to be extremely surprised. Say, who can remain so calm after hearing about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure? Calm and unruffled, without the slightest hint of agitation or excitement. Is there such a person? Xiao Chen's question immediately caused the Iron Hand Yama, Xiao Sua, and the others to exchange glances. Naturally, there are such people. Once their strength reaches a certain level, they will not care about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. However, what does he count for? He is just a late-stage star venerate. How can he be so calm? Fager's expression changed slightly and she asked softly, then he was pretending? Xiao Chen nodded silently. This person is very scary, too shrewd and scheming. He knows our every move like the back of his hand. Of all times, he came just as we were about to leave, coincidentally appearing. After that, he inadvertently told us how dangerous the Myriad Star Mountain is and what kind of factions surround it. He clearly wants to explore the Myriad Star Mountain with us. However, he is trying to scare us off, wanting us to go and beg him ourselves. The expressions of Luonan, Fei'er, and Xiao Sua immediately changed. They thought about it. Yanjia said that that place was too dangerous, so they wanted to invite him to explore the Myriad Star Mountain with them. They had fallen for his trap and scheme. Xiao Sua thought hard and said, however, I can't figure out why he thinks so highly of us. Given his strength, he actually does not need to care too much about us. Right now, even if everyone on the warship worked together, they would not be a match for him. At best, Xiao Chen could barely protect himself and flee from him. To them, a late-stage star venerate was already an extremely terrifying existence. Whoosh! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and summoned out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Perhaps it is because of this. Back then, when Xiao Chen first met Yanjia, he felt that the other party was testing him. This was because Yanjia could not obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition. He could only use the Scarlet Blood War banner as a weapon. Given that, although Yanjia had the Scarlet Blood War banner, it would not be of much use in the treasure trove. That day, when the other party saw the war banner in Xiao Chen's hand, he instantly unfurled it and triggered a mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen had guessed that the other party would come again. If Xiao Chen could not obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, the other party would definitely snatch it back. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Luonan, Fei'er, and the others felt their hair stand on end. The Iron Hand Yama was rather normal. Before benefits, how could he have any poise or emotions? After fighting in the ash-gray sea for so many years, if he were really so benevolent, he would have been eaten up long ago. If he was really so benevolent, I'm afraid he would have been eaten long ago and wouldn't have been able to hold his current position. What should we do? For a moment, the group found themselves in a dilemma, unable to make up their minds. After being schemed against by such a strong enemy, every step they took felt like there was a sword at their backs, like they could fall into the deep abyss at any moment. Xiao Chen was rather calm. We'll beat them at their own game. On the other side, after Yanjia returned to his residence, the core members of the Iron Horn pirate group started asking questions. After hearing Yanjia's explanation, they all revealed confused and surprised expressions. Captain, are we just going to let them go like that? Indeed. That concerns the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was a legendary pirate king. It is hard to imagine how vast the treasure he left behind is. If we can obtain it, it might be possible for the Iron Horn pirate group to become a legend. The few subordinates were incredibly excited and some were even more anxious. They immediately asked for permission to capture Xiao Chen and the others. Yanjia smiled faintly. There are 3 strategies: the best strategy, the middle strategy, and the worst strategy. Your method of using brute force is the worst strategy of all. How can that Xiao Chen submit so easily? Even if you can use his friends to threaten him, it will be hard to guarantee that he will fight to the death. At that time, the losses outweigh the gains and the losses will be even greater. But we can't just let them go like that, right? The old man who sold the Dragon Shadow Condor wing bone to Xiao Chen said, feeling confused. Yanjia was very confident. He smiled unhurriedly and said, he will come back and look for me in less than 2 hours. What if they really leave? Someone asked, still feeling dissatisfied. Yanjia replied indifferently, I have my own backup plans. The ash-gray sea is not a peaceful place. I will make them suffer a little, and they will still take the initiative to come and look for me. The best way to manage people is to attack their minds. I want them to work for me wholeheartedly and even feel grateful to me. After a while, someone came to report that Xiao Chen sought an audience. Yanjia revealed a faint smile. The core members of the Iron Horn pirate group immediately felt that their captain was unfathomable and had great foresight. Captain is truly a godly person. Every step that Xiao Qin takes is within Captain's calculations. Indeed, it is as Captain said. He really came. Yanjia waved his hand and said, "Don't give the game away. Come with me to meet him." In the hall, Yanjia received Xiao Qin seriously. "Young Master Xiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Qin pretended to think for a while. Then he said somewhat embarrassedly, "I would like to invite Big Brother Yen to come with me to the Myriad Star Mountain and take care of it. Of course, if there are any gains, I will definitely thank you generously." Yanjia revealed a troubled expression as he said, "I'm afraid that I cannot do so even though I have the heart." Xiao Qin asked curiously, "Why?" Yanjia explained, "I will not be able to leave the Grave Sea for the next half-month. I still have many old friends that I have yet to meet. Once I leave the Grave Sea this time, I will probably not come back again. I really do not want to waste this opportunity." Xiao Qin felt surprised, but he could not force the issue. After chatting for a while, he took his leave. "Captain, he already delivered himself to us. Why did you not agree?" After Xiao Qin left, the others in the hall revealed confused expressions once more. Yanjia said indifferently, "Don't worry. Everything is under control. It is hard to guarantee that he is not here to test us. Firstly, my answer can dispel his suspicions. Secondly, if I casually agree, it will be hard for him to understand my importance. After he suffers, I will send him charcoal in his hour of need. Only then will he truly be grateful to you." Yanjia's words immediately won the admiration of Yanjia's subordinates. They simply did not expect their captain to be so scheming. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly before leaving. "You already saw through me, yet you are still acting. In that case, I will continue acting with you." Chapter 1778. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Xiao Qin did not have a good way to deal with this Yanjia at the moment, so he could only continue acting with the other party. Firstly, the Iron Horn pirate group was very powerful. Yanjia's cultivation was even more unfathomable. He was at least a late-stage star venerate. Whether it was a small perfection late-stage star venerate, a great perfection late-stage star venerate, or a peak late-stage star venerate, he knew nothing and could not feel it at all. This was a terrifying enemy that could destroy the Black Cutlass in an instant. Under his generous appearance, there was a heart as vicious as a poisonous scorpion. It would be a huge mistake to be fooled by his appearance and think that he could just walk away. He wasn't afraid of the other party acting, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't be willing to act and would resort to forceful means. That Xiao Qin really couldn't do anything about it. He could only allow himself to be slaughtered. It was unfortunate to be targeted by such a person. The situation was much more dangerous than it seemed. However, since he liked to act, it was exactly what Xiao Qin wanted. For the time being, he would play dumb, pretend to be infected, pretend to be schemed against. What the Black Cutlass and him needed was time. Xiao Qin believed that as time passed, the balance of power would slowly tip in his favor. Back at the Black Cutlass, Elder Tang quickly asked, "How is it?" Xiao Qin smiled and said, "It's okay." He refused. "You refused? In that case, wouldn't we have misunderstood him?" Elder Tang was slightly surprised. The others were also quite surprised. The corners of Xiao Qin's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "He's just playing hard to get. This person's methods are really extraordinary. However, it does not matter. We just need to put on a good show with him. I do need such help for the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure." The chess game was unpredictable. Yanjia wanted to use Xiao Qin as a chess piece. Since that was the case, Xiao Qin might as well beat him at his own game and make good use of him. "Come, let's go to the Ash Gray Sea." Using the Iron Blood token, Xiao Qin successfully met the Pirate Hall's Hall Master, an old man with unfathomable strength. The feeling he gave Xiao Qin was actually much better than Yanjia. The Pirate Alliance was very mysterious. For it to be able to exist openly for so long, it definitely had many outstanding aspects. If the Wolf King Jianghu was the overlord of the Grave Sea on the surface, then this old man was the Grave Sea monarch in the dark. However, the Pirate Hall had always been neutral. It would never seek revenge for pirate groups or start a feud with the Divine Shield Army or sections. It felt like the Pirate Hall did not have a strong presence. It was more like a large chamber of commerce that knew how to make money. Anyone, even if they were not pirates, could trade treasures, purchase materials, and auction items in the Pirate Hall. Furthermore, even if it was a disciple of a righteous sect who came to register as a pirate, the Pirate Hall would not ask about it, simply ignoring it. His attitude was rather ingenious. Even so, no matter how weak the pirate halls in the Grave Sea were, they would not be able to survive. The Divine Shield Army and the Bloodsword Army did not dare to target the pirate hall. This was a taboo. No one dared to comply. Captain Xiao, are you sure you want to use the Iron Blood token to head to the Ash Gray Sea? It is not good for you to go to the Ash Gray Sea with your strength. Why don't you wait a few more years? The old man gave Xiao Qin some face, not saying that only death awaited him if he went to the Ash Gray Sea. He only said that it was not good and that he would go later. I've already made up my mind. Senior, please help me. It's not really help. The Iron Blood token is issued by the Pirate Hall in the first place. I will follow the instructions of whoever holds the Iron Blood token. When the old man saw how determined Xiao Chen was, he did not say anything more. The old man ferociously clenched his fist and directly crushed the Iron Blood token. Whoosh! Boundless blood flowed out of the old man's hand. It was like a river of blood had appeared in his hand, pouring out blood continuously. Soon the blood piled up, drowning Xiao Qin, Xiao Suo, and even the Black Cutlass. In the next moment, the blood turned into an unending stream of scarlet light soaring into the sky. The scarlet light shot towards the sky above the pirate hall. Stars flickered above the pirate hall, and a formation appeared out of nowhere, absorbing all the scarlet light. The light disappeared in a flash. Many people saw this scene but did not know what happened. Captain, they are going. The Iron Horn pirate group's people immediately called out. However, they were no strangers to this. Yanjia showed a grave expression as he said, "Follow them." Right after Yanjia spoke, an Iron Blood token appeared in his hand and he crushed it. After a while, another beam of scarlet light soared into the sky, entering the mysterious starry heavens formation above the pirate hall. The Iron Horn pirate group followed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. This Yanjia would not remain indifferent to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. Furthermore, Yanjia would not let Xiao Chen's group escape Yanjia's grasp. Back then, when Xiao Chen obtained that jade strip, he knew that this jade strip could let him contact the other party. It could also let the other party know where Xiao Chen was at all times. If Xiao Chen tossed it away, then Yanjia would know Xiao Chen's plan. Then Yanjia would immediately use force to make Xiao Chen work for him. Unfortunately, Yanjia was not strong enough. Even if he knew the other party's plan, Xiao Chen could not toss away the jade strip. He could only beat Yanjia at his own game. The moment Xiao Chen and the others were submerged in blood, they lost consciousness. When they reappeared, they were already dead. When they reappeared, the Black Cutlass appeared in a new sea. One of the 7 great forbidden seas, the Ash Gray Sea. Captain, the seawater is corroding the first layer of defensive formations. It will not last for another hour. The level of space is too terrifying. A few of the internal components of the pirate ship have been crushed. If we do not think of a way to deal with this, the ship will disintegrate in half a day. Captain, there is a ferocious beast swimming over in front. The moment Xiao Chen's voice landed, bad news arrived. Everyone had no time to appreciate the vastness of the vast Ash Gray Sea. Xiao Suo was very busy. The entire Black Cutlass worked quickly, doing its best to keep the pirate ship moving normally in the Ash Gray Sea. Don't panic. According to the previous plan, the Black Cutlass should have no problem moving normally in the Ash Gray Sea. Xiao Chen was strangely calm, calming Xiao Suo's somewhat anxious heart. Xiao Suo nodded and said, "Right? It is just that we suddenly came to the Ash Gray Sea and need some time to adjust. We can deal with the other problems. However, that ferocious beast is somewhat problematic." Xiao Suo pointed to a strange bird that appeared on the water screen in the captain's quarters. However, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It came at a good time. The immemorial demon soul formation happens to need some nourishment." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Xiao Chen left the pirate ship with a few flashes. Whoosh! What strong spatial pressure. The Forbidden Sea truly lives up to its reputation. Xiao Chen could already move freely in the Grave Sea. However, when he arrived at the surface of the Ash Gray Sea, he felt pressure. There seemed to be many invisible hands on the surface of the sea, pulling on Xiao Chen's feet and pulling him into the sea. The surging seawater seemed to possess a demonic nature, deterring one from looking at it for long. The seawater here was definitely much more terrifying than the seawater of the Grave Sea. "Open!" Xiao Chen shouted, and the vital qi in his body swam through his dragon veins. All the dragon bones in his body crackled, sounding like a terrifying dragon roar. The moment Xiao Chen brought out his small perfection divine dragon war body, he resisted all the pressure. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. There was a huge scarlet bird with scarlet feathers covering its body. It was nearly 1 kilometer long. A demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He was somewhat reluctant to use it as nourishment for the immemorial demon soul formation. Even in the ash-gray sea, such mutated beasts were extremely rare. They possessed a demonic nature and had strong growth potential, able to evolve continuously. It would not be strange for several demon blood vultures to evolve into existences like the underworld ghost bird or the dragon shadow condor. The prerequisite was that the demon blood vulture had to continuously absorb all sorts of demonic nature. If Elder Tang managed to tame it, it would definitely become a great weight for the Black Cutlass. When that demon blood vulture felt Xiao Chen's gaze, it could not help releasing its demonic nature. To think that an insignificant human wanted to tame it? He truly overestimated himself. Chapter 1779. Demon Blood Vulture. The demon blood vulture before Xiao Chen was already close to middle stage star venerate. Furthermore, it was born and raised in the ash-gray sea. It held a great advantage over the newcomer Xiao Chen. The demon blood vulture exuded a strong demonic nature. When it spread its wings, a surging demonic might spread out, causing the waves to surge and roar, looking very awe-inspiring. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he thought to himself, I heard that many demonic Dao experts like to rear this bird. On one hand, it suits my nature. On the other hand, I can use my demonic nature to nourish this bird, bringing out the best in each other. It looks like the rumors are true. The demon blood vulture is indeed full of demonic nature, ferocious and cruel. However, since it runs into me today, it has to be obedient and wait to be captured. Xiao Chen watched as the demon blood vulture charged over at lightning speed, its sharp claws looking like it wanted to tear him in half. Kaxie. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the demon blood vulture arrived before Xiao Chen, and a berserk shock wave surged out. Xiao Chen immediately felt a huge pressure. His physical body felt like a fallen leaf about to get swept away. The demon blood vulture is controlling the wind. If Xiao Chen could not stabilize himself and got swept away by the strong wind, he would be at the mercy of the demon blood vulture, unable to do anything about it. With a thought, Xiao Chen silently circulated the ice feather divine incantation. Immediately, snow flew everywhere and cold chi spread out. Under the influence of the boundless cold chi, the demon blood vulture's speed decreased significantly. The originally terrifying strong wind immediately became much gentler. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and fanned his sleeves. Bang, bang, bang. With this casual fanning, Xiao Chen drove 20 cauldron force, which surged out like a tsunami. It instantly scattered the other party's strong wind. The demon blood vulture, which was approaching Xiao Chen, immediately found it extremely difficult to take another step forward. Left without a choice, the demon blood vulture spread its wings and circled around before diving down again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demon blood vulture opened its beak and spat out thousands upon thousands of scarlet demonic arrows containing the demonic chi it had cultivated for hundreds of years. If an ordinary person came in contact with these arrows, they would immediately die, corroding into a skeleton. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate it. Even with his physical body, he did not dare to touch this darn thing. Wah! Xiao Chen drew his saber from its scabbard and slashed out. This saber strike contained great Dao energy and soul energy that Xiao Chen could already control freely. As the saber light slashed out, all the arrows formed by demonic chi were destroyed. However, the demon blood vulture took advantage of this opening to bully Xiao Chen. When it flapped its wings, space seemed to fold. Xiao Chen was in the middle of it, unable to control himself. The two forces pressed against each other, causing him to feel a sense of danger. The demon blood vulture quickly folded its wings, wanting to crush Xiao Chen to death. What great strength! Xiao Chen did not panic. A swastika appeared between his eyebrows. Buddhist light immediately enveloped his body, and the overbearing and ferocious Buddhist light swept out in all directions. The demonic nature spreading from the demon blood vulture immediately burned and purified like fire. The demon blood vulture cried out miserably. Buddhist might. This was what gave Xiao Chen the confidence to deal with this demon blood vulture. If it were another ferocious beast of the same grade, Xiao Chen would have some trouble dealing with it. The demon blood vulture, a ferocious beast with a demonic nature as its foundation, was much easier to deal with. Of course, this was only relative. If this demon blood vulture was stronger, the Buddhist might would not have any effect on it. Like water and fire, they restrained each other. Taking advantage of the demon blood vulture's miserable shriek, Xiao Chen executed resolving the mundane. Boom! An eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. Xiao Chen, who had destroyed the 6 desires, sent out his strongest saber strike. The strong aura immediately pushed back the demon blood vulture and averted the danger of being shocked to death by its wings. When the boundless saber light landed, a long wound appeared on the demon blood vulture's body. Blood continuously flowed out. It immediately wailed and flapped its wings as it fled frantically. To think that it still has such strong life force. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the demon blood vulture's head. The demon blood vulture remained unconvinced. It tried to fling Xiao Chen off, doing its best to struggle. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the top of the scabbard landed heavily on Xiao Chen's head. This shook the demon blood vulture's soul, and its injuries worsened. Then Xiao Chen sent a strand of spiritual sense into the untamable demon blood vulture's mind. Be obedient or else I will take your life. After a few clashes, the demon blood vulture was at a complete disadvantage. It was forced to carry Xiao Chen back to the Black Cutlass. The expressions of the Black Cutlass's crew members immediately changed drastically. When they saw Xiao Chen above, they revealed shocked expressions. Captain actually subdued this ferocious beast. Elder Tang showed shock on his face. Unexpectedly, not only did Xiao Chen defeat this demon blood vulture, but he even subdued it. Whoosh! A white light flashed and Xiao Chen landed beside Elder Tang. Senior Tang, I'll leave the matter of completely taming this demon blood vulture to you. Elder Tang showed a troubled expression as he said, Young Master Xiao, although I come from the beast governing sect, I have not reached the level where I can tame a star venerate level ferocious beast. Furthermore, the beast governing sect's beast taming method is to tame it from a young age, using sound to control it. Very few forcefully subdued it like young master did. What Xiao Chen did was not taming but subduing. He could not nurture the demon blood vulture's loyalty at all. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to think about taming a ferocious beast. Naturally, I know. Come to my cultivation room later. Xiao Chen did not explain much. He walked over to Xiao Suo and asked, How's the situation? Xiao Suo smiled and replied, Everything is back to normal. Our Black Cutlass can rival a 6-star pirate ship. There should be no problem navigating the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chen frowned and said, Just navigating the ash-gray sea is not enough. When Senior Gue forged the ship, he used the immemorial demon soul formation as its core. All this while, you have not put in the effort to study this immemorial demon soul formation. Naturally, I know what Big Brother is talking about. However, Xiao Suo found it hard to speak of his troubles, finding it hard to explain. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Suo's shoulder and said, I understand what you mean. The immemorial demon soul formation's demonic nature is too deep, too evil. You are afraid of becoming its puppet. Yes, that is the principle. Leave it to me then. Xiao Chen felt very confident. As he looked at the vast ash-gray sea and the demon blood vultures circling around, he felt very carefree. He felt very carefree. What the Black Cutlass lacked was time. That Yanjia thought that he could control the Black Cutlass and crush it at any time. Now that the sky was high and the sea was wide, this was the time for Xiao Chen to show off his abilities in the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chen took out Yanjia's jade strip and smiled coldly to himself. So what if you know where I am? After about 7 minutes, Elder Tang discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in the cultivation room as well. However, he did not see Xiao Chen. Old Yama, why do you think young Master Xiao called us over? Elder Tang felt somewhat nervous as he looked at the Iron Hand Yama in confusion. The Iron Hand Yama drank wine and smiled. Little brother Xiao Chen has been planning this trip to the ash-gray sea for a long time. Now that he is here, he should be carrying out his plan. What do you mean? The Iron Hand Yama smiled mysteriously. Did you not notice that little brother Xiao Chen did not panic at all after he saw through that Yanjia's plan? He must have planned this long ago and is not afraid at all. Otherwise, given his character, he would definitely travel alone and not bring us along to take the risk. Elder Tang's expression changed slightly as if he thought of something. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen walked out. He nodded slightly to the two before taking a seat. Xiao Chen looked at Elder Tang and said, Senior Tang, this is a beast-taming cultivation technique that I just copied. Take a look. Beast-taming art? Elder Tang felt slightly surprised. Many beast-taming cultivation techniques in the world had such names. Just from the names, one could not make out anything special. After looking at it for a while, Elder Tang's expression changed drastically. This is the ancient beast-taming abode's beast-taming cultivation technique. Young Master Xiao, where did you obtain it? Where did Xiao Chen get it? Naturally, he found it in the scripture pavilion in the underground dragon city. He also obtained the ice feather divine incantation there. Xiao Chen's memory was astonishing. He would not forget any cultivation technique that he had seen. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen found a cultivation technique related to beast taming. This beast-taming art was created by an expert. It was a unique method that allowed one to carve formations in the minds of subdued ferocious beasts. The formation merged with the soul and bloodline. Not only could it control the ferocious beasts, but it could also control the descendants of the ferocious beasts. By relying on this cultivation technique, any disciple of the beast-taming abode could easily control hundreds of ferocious beasts during the ancient era. The strong ones could even control thousands or tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. There was more to the beast-taming art. When cultivated to a high level, one could continuously modify formations to strengthen the ferocious beasts they controlled. How is it? With this beast-taming art, Elder Tang, are you confident of taming that demon blood vulture? Elder Tang laughed loudly and said, "It will be easy. Young Master Shao, rest assured." After obtaining the beast-taming art, Elder Tang felt incredibly excited. He immediately took his leave and started studying it. Now, only Xiao Chen and the Iron Hand Yama remained in the cultivation room. "Old Yama, you are the most experienced on the Black Cutlass. Do you know why I only handed this beast-taming art to Elder Tang after arriving at the Ash Gray Sea?" The Iron Hand Yama smiled faintly and said, "Our every move in the pirate hall cannot escape that Yenji's eyes and ears. Any sign of trouble will startle him. At that time we might end up helping him for nothing." Xiao Chen nodded and praised the Iron Hand Yama. He truly lived up to his reputation. "Actually, that Yenji is nothing much. I have never paid too much attention to him. If we treat him as our opponent, then our vision is too narrow." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had seen true experts before and received the inheritance of the foe god flame. His vision was already extraordinary. "However, we do need to use him on the trip to the Myriad Star Mountain. I'm afraid that even more incredible people will appear. It would be best for him to be our vanguard. At the same time we can probe his limits." The Iron Hand Yama said in a gratified manner, "It looks like little brother Xiao Chen already has a card up his sleeve. My previous worries were for naught." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out a secret manual for the Iron Hand Yama. "These are the cultivation techniques and martial techniques that I chose for you. They are both medial grade earth ranked. You will need them when you advance to Star Venerate." The Iron Hand Yama received them and took a look. His heart immediately thumped heavily. They were indeed medial grade earth ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Even in a rank 6 sect, such cultivation techniques would require extremely high contributions before one could read them. Xiao Chen casually took out 2 books. This was really a big move. "There is no need to thank me. The Ash Gray Sea is vast and full of danger. If we are not careful we will get wiped out. However, this is also the best opportunity for our Black Cutlass to rise up. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is just one of them." Chapter 1780. When the Iron Hand Yama heard Xiao Chen's words, he immediately felt a sense of lofty aspiration spread in his heart. Xiao Chen's words were somewhat hot-blooded, inspiring encouragement. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove was just one. In that case, how high was Xiao Chen's goal? In the end, these people were just ants in this great thousand realms. The things they saw and the things they experienced were just the tip of the iceberg of the great thousand realms. However, Xiao Chen was different. He had inherited the foe god flame. In the memories of that foe god senior, he had inherited the foe god flame. In the memories of that foe god senior, Xiao Chen felt the vastness of this world, the true strength of those peak experts. Plucking the stars and grabbing the moon was no myth. In the eyes of those experts, it was just a trivial matter. There was the even more mysterious true god realm. That was a realm that even foe god seniors yearned for. Only by becoming a true god could one have an unlimited lifespan, able to exist forever with the world, never to be destroyed. The Iron Hand Yama performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I'll enter closed-door cultivation right away. I definitely will not let down little brother Xiao Chen's expectations." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "You have been accumulating at peak major primal core realm for many years. Now that you have broken through to Star Venerate, it proves your potential. You are no weaker than the experts of those large sections. You just lack fortuitous encounters and resources. What's even rarer is your experience of killing. Those sect experts simply cannot compare to you." When the Iron Hand Yama heard this, he felt encouraged like he had been reborn. Originally, he had thought that reaching peak late-stage Star Venerate in this life would be the end of him. However, when he heard Xiao Chen's words, he felt that he could still improve further. He had set his sights too low. Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama were currently the 2 strongest people on the Black Cutlass. Naturally, Xiao Chen had to nurture them well. As for Xiao Sua, Luo Nan and Fei Er, Xiao Chen had made preparations as well. However, these people's cultivations were not high enough. The cultivation techniques and secret manuals that they prepared could not be used yet. This was especially so for Xiao Sua. Xiao Qin had even higher hopes for him. Right now, Xiao Sua was at the juncture of breaking through to Star Venerate. Xiao Qin hoped that Xiao Sua could figure out his own Tao before giving him help. Once he succeeded, it would not be difficult for them to overtake Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama, even though they started later. His future potential would be even greater. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qin began to think about his path in the cultivation room. He was wondering if he could forcefully break through the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Qian's original plan was to smoothly break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer after he became a Star Venerate. That way there would be no risk and it would be extremely safe. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unreliable. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 7th layer, a lightning tribulation would descend with every layer. If the lightning tribulation could be safely passed without any challenge, the lightning tribulation would not be of any help to him at all. In the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qin had been able to surpass his potential and break through his limits many times. It could be said that it had something to do with the lightning tribulations. Now that he had come to this great thousand world, he had neglected the essentials and focused on trifles. It was really a little too clever for his own good. I need to break through to the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation before I become a Star Venerate. Coincidentally, my Thunder Tao has reached a bottleneck. If I can break it, I might even be able to grasp the Thunder Great Tao. Xiao Qin said softly. The light in his eyes grew increasingly brighter. The clouds parted and his eyes became clear. Before Xiao Qin obtained the Tyrant Saber, he already had extremely high attainments in the Thunder domain. After obtaining the Tyrant Saber, his understanding of the Thunder Tao deepened. After using the Tyrant Saber's Thunder Great Tao several times, his comprehension deepened and he benefited greatly. Actually, Xiao Qin had a similar experience in the Kunlun realm. The facts proved that one could not purposely avoid lightning tribulations. There was a world of difference in the benefits obtained from enduring lightning tribulations and clearing them without any threat. However, this vast ash-gray sea looked quiet and uninhabited, looking boundlessly vast. However, it was hard to predict how many dangers hid under the water. It was not that easy to find a place to take the tribulation. I should go and take a look at the immemorial demon soul formation first. Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and entered the next layer, arriving before the immemorial demon soul formation. Sometimes, Xiao Qin wondered what Senior Gui's intentions were when he placed this terrifying formation on the Black Cutlass back then. This formation was strong, strange, and evil. No one dared to think too deeply about it. Actually, the entire layout of the Black Cutlass used the immemorial demon soul formation as the core. No matter how it was designed later, it was all within Senior Gui's framework. No matter how much it changed, it was still the same. However, Xiao Qin and the other crew members of the Black Cutlass would not use the immemorial demon soul formation unless it was a critical moment. The reason was that this formation was too evil. Actually, using the flesh and soul of cultivators to replenish this formation was the fastest way to light up the pearls. However, the people on the ship, including Xiao Qin, did not have such thoughts. Once they made an exception and enjoyed the benefits, they would not be able to stop. This was no different from how the demonic Tao did things. Sooner or later it would affect their hearts. The scarlet demonic formation was profound and complicated. The leaping scarlet light covered the entire formation in layers of thick scarlet mist. Xiao Qin had been suppressing it, so the scarlet mist was not as exaggerated. Otherwise, the incredibly evil and demonic blood mist would have covered the entire Black Cutlass. Whoosh! Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grasped the formation plate at the core. The scarlet mist covering the formation immediately scattered. The immemorial demon soul formation stopped operating, and the entire Black Cutlass was affected. The various defenses of the ship weakened significantly. A cold sensation spread out, and Xiao Qin felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His body no longer had any warmth. An evil aura invaded Xiao Qin's body, spreading throughout it. It is much stronger than before. Xiao Qin had a strong will. Naturally, he would not be affected. With a thought, he removed the tyrannical evil aura from his body. Xiao Qin flipped the formation plate over and saw 4.5 pearls on the Yazi beast's chest, looking exceptionally scary. If all 18 pearls were lit up, who knew how strong it would be? The Yazi beast looked like it would fly out at any moment. It stared at Xiao Qin ferociously, not treating him as its master at all. Xiao Qin remained indifferent. No spells would work against such an evil thing. There was no shortcut to restrain it. One could only be stronger than it. As long as one was stronger than it, they would not be able to do anything. Xiao Qin casually waved his hand, and the formation plate returned to its original position. Then the hazy scarlet qi rose up again. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. This scarlet qi that leaked out was filled with evil, containing an incredibly pure demonic nature. This was a huge hidden danger of the Black Cutlass. The Black Cutlass had to be careful at all times to suppress it. If the demon blood vulture absorbed this scarlet qi, it could resolve the hidden danger of the Black Cutlass and increase its strength at the same time. With a casual wave, a suction appeared in Xiao Qian's hand, instantly absorbing a small portion of the scarlet qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Xiao Qian left the pirate ship with a few flashes and arrived in the air. At this moment, the demon blood vulture was injured. It was currently curled up on the spirit beast platform behind the Black Cutlass. The spirit beast platform looked like it was only 100 square meters. However, it was actually an incredibly vast world inside. Such a spatial formation was expensive to build and even more expensive to maintain. Many 6-star pirate ships could not maintain it. However, Xiao Qian did not lack spirit jades. Naturally, he could build one. There were 2 cold steel eagles and some other ferocious beasts that Elder Tang tamed in the spirit beast platform. The demon blood vulture dominated the area, and no other ferocious beasts dared to approach it. Feeling Xiao Qian's gaze, this demon blood vulture opened its eyes. It remained unruly, looking at Xiao Qian with murderous intent. It is indeed very demonic. Even now, it is still thinking of how to eat me. Xiao Qian could not help smiling when he saw the demon blood vulture from the air. There were burn marks from the Buddhist light on the demon blood vulture's body. Its originally beautiful scarlet feathers no longer had their luster. They looked like wild chicken feathers, dispirited and listless. Xiao Qian waved his hand and a scarlet light shot out. The scarlet mist that the demon blood vulture absorbed in the immemorial demon soul formation entered its body. The demon blood vulture immediately trembled, and its curled-up body suddenly unfurled. The demon blood vulture's dispirited aura was swept away, and its injuries healed quickly. The scarlet feathers covering its body gave off a beautiful scarlet light. The demon blood vulture looked mysterious and noble as well as a trace of evil. Whoosh! When the demon blood vulture finished absorbing the scarlet light, it soared into the air and charged at Xiao Qian. The demon blood vulture immediately unleashed its demonic nature. The sudden eruption caught everyone off guard. If it were an ordinary person, the demon blood vulture would have torn them to shreds and eaten them alive in the next moment. Xiao Qian snorted coldly, and a golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He activated the great desolate divine eyes, and the blue dragon's dragon might spread out from his body. The demon blood vulture's aura trembled, and its speed slowed significantly. However, it still refused to give up and continued charging forward. Xiao Qian spread out his Dao might again. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Qian, and the saber Dao's great Dao's might spread out. Hesitation flashed in the demon blood vulture's eyes as it continued charging forward. This great humiliation made it hate Xiao Qian to the bone. After the demon blood vulture recovered from its injuries, its demonic nature immediately erupted. What a great demon blood vulture! You are really rebelling. Xiao Qian raged, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. His Dao might, dragon might, and Buddhist might merged, and his aura reached its peak. Xiao Qian punched ferociously, and 20 cauldron force instantly exploded out. The demon blood vulture, whose aura suffered setbacks, went flying with one punch from Xiao Qian. The dragon might, the Dao might, and the Buddhist might terrified the demon blood vulture. With the 3 combined and 20 cauldron force, the demon blood vulture tumbled back. Xiao Qian somersaulted and landed on the demon blood vulture, which had just stabilized itself. Then he gently tapped its head with his scabbard. The unruly fellow immediately quietened down. However, the red light in its eyes did not fade. Be more obedient. Riding the demon blood vulture, Xiao Qian started to patrol the surroundings, searching for a suitable place to undergo the tribulation. At the same time he could hunt ferocious beasts. He still needed to strengthen the immemorial demon soul formation. Chapter 1781. Riding on the untamable and demonic demon blood vulture, Xiao Qian patrolled the Black Cutlass. Firstly, he could quickly adapt to the ash-gray sea's environment. Secondly, he could hunt ferocious beasts to temper himself, adding nourishment for the immemorial demon soul formation. Thirdly, he could search for a place to undergo his tribulation. The vast ash-gray sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The waves surged and large waves rose and fell. Occasionally, pirate ships and adventuring ships of sects passed by. Although the ash-gray sea was vast and dangerous, There were many cultivators and pirates who came here to seek fortuitous encounters and temper themselves. This was especially so for pirates. Of the ships that passed by, 7 out of 10 were pirate ships. Xiao Qin had once heard Xiao Sua say that the Forbidden Seas were places that many pirates wanted to explore their entire lives. Without stepping into the Forbidden Seas, one could never be considered a true pirate. This was a kind of qualification. However, this sea region was only at the edge of the ash-gray sea's periphery. It was still a long way from the true deep sea. In this place it was mostly peaceful and no accidents would happen. Everyone knew that there would not be any tempting resources or fortuitous encounters at the ash-gray sea's periphery. There was no need to worry about it. Big brother, there's a demon blood vulture. A cultivator at the bow of a pirate ship discovered the demon blood vulture soaring in the sky, and his eyes immediately lit up. The demon blood vulture was a rare ferocious beast. Its entire body was a treasure. This was especially so for cultivators who cultivated demonic cultivation techniques. It was a great supplement, even more attractive than dragon blood or dragon meat. Don't get any ideas. Don't you see that there is another person on that demon blood vulture? It is best not to offend someone who can even tame a demon blood vulture. Otherwise you will not even know how you died. That captain was very knowledgeable. When he saw Xiao Qin on the demon blood vulture, he immediately gave up on that idea. There were many similar people. However, when they saw someone tame a demon blood vulture, they all gave up. Their eyes filled with pity. A demon blood vulture was something that they would not run into even once in a blue moon. Even if they ran into one, it would be astonishingly strong and possessed an overwhelming demonic nature. One could not afford to offend it. For example, when Xiao Qin ran into a middle-stage star venerate and a demon blood vulture that had yet to fully mature, he could be said to be bursting with luck. Over there. Xiao Qin, who sat casually on the demon blood vulture, looked around and discovered a strange black fish at the bottom of the sea. His body was like a small island. If not for the fact that he was bobbing up and down, one would really think that he was an island in the sea. Xiao Qin knew quite a lot about dire beasts, but he didn't know what this strange black fish in front of him was. However, based on its aura, it was a star venerate level ferocious beast. It's you, do it. Xiao Qin patted the demon blood vulture he sat on, and it swooped down like a red phantom. Before the strange black fish could sink back into the water, the demon blood vulture's claws tore through its scales and flapped its wings. Boom. It raised monstrous waves and the seawater on both sides directly sank. The demon blood vulture snatched the strange black fish out of the air. Blood flowed out like a mountain stream. This guy's claws are really terrifying. Fortunately, I didn't give it a chance to grab me. Xiao Qin thought to himself, I got lucky. The demon blood vulture's strength is truly horrifying. There was practically no need for Xiao Qin to make a move. The instant the demon blood vulture grabbed the strange fish and soared into the air, it used its sharp beak to peck and puncture the strange fish's head. Then the demon blood vulture swallowed the strange fish. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. In merely 2 or 3 moves, the demon blood vulture nearly killed this early-stage star venerate strange fish. Xiao Qin quickly stopped the demon blood vulture and directed the demon blood vulture to fly back to the black cutlass. When it got close, it tossed the half-dead strange fish into the sea. Whoosh! Xiao Sua activated the immemorial demon soul formation, and a blood mist spread out from the ship. The immemorial demon soul formation continuously consumed the pirate-sized strange fish, giving off terrifying roars. That was the Yazi beast demon eating. From Xiao Qian's angle, the black cutlass, which was covered in blood mist, looked exceptionally strange. The demon blood vulture, which Xiao Qin sat on, looked at the blood mist. Saliva flowed out of its mouth like a river. The demon blood vulture became restless, wanting to pounce over and suck up all the blood mist. However, Xiao Qin firmly held it down, not giving it a chance at all. This was not the time to feed this ingrate. Once it grew stronger, it could kill Xiao Sua in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qin had to wait until Elder Tang's cultivation reached a certain level and he completely tamed this demon blood vulture before he could feed it without any worries. Let's go. After taking a few more looks, Xiao Qin rode the demon blood vulture far away again. During the past half-month, Xiao Qin and the demon blood vulture patrolled the place, killing all sorts of ferocious beasts. With the demon blood vulture, an old bird of the ash-gray sea, around, Xiao Qin could avoid those terrifying ferocious beasts that he could not afford to offend. Even so, there were still several times when he had a close shave with his life on the line. Once, he saw an unremarkable little bird. He found it strange, so he gave it a few more glances. That little bird instantly turned 7-colored. Then it opened its beak and spat out green venom that filled half the sky. Everywhere it passed, no ferocious beast survived after coming in contact with the venom. Later, Xiaoqin learned that this was one of the 10 great venomous beasts of the ash-gray sea. It was known as a flower bird. When the demon blood vulture revealed its true form, it outshone the flowers. However, even holy venerates did not dare to come in contact with its venom. Fortunately, Xiaoqin had the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, preventing the venom from coming in contact with it. Otherwise he would have died. After another half-month, Xiaoqin rode the demon blood vulture back to the Black Cutlass. Boom! When the demon blood vulture landed on the spirit beast platform, it spread its wings and glared. The other ferocious beasts like the cold steel eagles immediately trembled in fear and quickly moved to the side. Big Brother, the immemorial demon soul formation lit up 5 pearls. Xiao Sua quickly walked over and shared this news with Xiaoqin. After 1 month of hard work and killing more than 100 ferocious beasts, the remaining half of the pearl finally lit up. With the 5 pearls lit up, the Yazi beast demon soul's strength rivaled that of a late-stage star venerate. Coupled with its identity as a great desolate Ian ferocious beast, it was actually much harder to deal with than a true late-stage star venerate. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "I'll go and take a look." When Xiaoqin entered the next layer, he found himself surrounded by a hazy blood mist. There was practically no place for him to stand. The blood mist, which originally only covered the formation's surface, had already seeped out completely, spreading to every corner of the next layer. Xiaoqin observed carefully and discovered that much of the blood mist could perfectly permeate the various components of the ship. Actually, this Black Cutlass was slowly absorbing the blood mist at all times. However, it was clear that the speed at which the ship absorbed the blood mist could not keep up with the speed at which the blood mist seeped out. Otherwise, the ship would not be in this state, not even having a place to stand. Big Brother, I noticed this mysterious phenomenon long ago. Although the ship's defense increased significantly from absorbing the blood mist, I keep feeling that it will turn into a demonic ship sooner or later. Xiao Sua stood beside Xiaoqin, speaking somewhat worriedly. A demonic ship? Xiaoqin smiled and asked, Xiao Sua, what do you think of demonic Dao cultivators? Xiao Sua was stunned for a moment before replying, Actually, I've come into contact with many demonic Dao cultivators. Most of them are ferocious people, not bound by morals or etiquette. When they do things, they do not have any worries or restrictions. For the sake of achieving their goals, they will do anything. After Xiaoqin got off, he asked, What do you think of that Yanjia? Feeling confused, Xiao Sua asked, What does this have to do with Yanjia? Xiaoqin smiled and replied, Naturally. That Yanjia has thick eyebrows and big eyes. While he looks righteous and magnanimous, he has a venomous heart. Do you think he is of the demonic Dao or the righteous Dao? Hence, even if we use a demonic ship, we might not be of the demonic Dao. Even if we cultivate a righteous Dao cultivation technique, we might not be of the righteous Dao. There is no need to worry too much. These words immediately cleared up Xiao Sua's thoughts, smoothing out the knot in his heart. Most of the crew members on this ship are young. Their mental states and willpower might not be as firm as ours. After staying with the blood mist for a long time, it will be hard to avoid being affected. As the captain, your every action is very important. If you can guard your heart, you will be able to imitate them and prevent them from falling into the demonic Dao. I understand. Xiao Sua nodded. This time he had completely resolved the knot in his heart. In the future, he would no longer feel as conflicted when facing the immemorial demon soul formation. After all, he was the owner of this ship. Xiaoqian's explanation was for Xiao Sua to have a better Black Cutlass in the future. However, the blood mist that leaked out was too wasteful and had some hidden dangers. I have to go and see how Elder Tang's cultivation of the beast taming art is going and whether he can completely tame that demon blood vulture. Captain, that Xiaoqin is still asking for reinforcements. It looks like he has already adapted to the ash-gray sea. In the Iron Horn pirate group, the core crew members surrounded Yanjia, discussing in whispers. None of them wanted to watch this duck fly away right in front of their eyes. Yanjia smiled faintly and said, It is just the periphery of the ash-gray sea. We will run into trouble sooner or later. There is no rush. I gained a lot from this trip to the grave sea, deepening my mental state. I feel that I will break through to Star Venerate soon. Congratulations, Captain. The moment Yanjia said that, the others immediately became excited. Breaking through to Star Venerate meant that the captain would advance to the second stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the Holy Venerate realm. Chapter 1782. Elder Tang, how is your cultivation of the beast taming art? Xiaoqin asked straightforwardly when he arrived at Elder Tang's room. Elder Tang smiled and said, Although 1 month is short, my accomplishments in beast taming are not low. My foundation is not bad either. The beast taming art has a total of 9 layers. Now that I have successfully cultivated the first layer, I am more or less at the entry level. Xiaoqun felt gratified. This was the reason why he gave the beast taming art to Elder Tang to cultivate instead of cultivating it himself. Every profession had its own specialization. The beast taming Dao was no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. Xiaoqun did not have any foundation at all. If he wanted to cultivate the beast taming art, he would have to spend a lot of time. Are you confident of planting a soul mark in the demon blood vulture? The so-called soul mark was the beast taming formation in the beast taming art. There were more than 1,000 kinds of formations, from simple to complicated. Collectively, they were known as soul marks. Once a soul mark was planted, the ferocious beast would be completely subdued. With a thought, the master could determine the lifespan of the ferocious beast. The scarier thing was that the soul mark would penetrate deep into the bones, blood, marrow, and soul. Even the descendants of ferocious beasts would have a soul mark when they were born. Elder Tang entered deep thought and said, I can give it a try. I'm not confident. If I were a star venerate, I would not have to worry. Xiaoqun consoled, it's fine. Try it on the cold steel eagles and the other ferocious beast. I'm not in a rush. Good. If I can gain some experience, I will be more confident of taming that demon blood vulture. Elder Tang paused for a moment. Then he suddenly thought of something. All right. Young Master Xiao, I took a look at the sea map the day before yesterday. In another 7 days we will be officially in the ash-gray sea. After that, not only will the environment be harsher but there will also be more pirate ships. We have to plan ahead. Xiaoqun asked, finding this strange. We are not considered in the ash-gray sea yet. Elder Tang smiled and sighed. The ash-gray sea is very vast. Even a divine vein powerhouse would not dare to travel the entire place. Right now we are only at the edge of the ash-gray sea's edge. When the seawater turns white and we feel the ancient and desolate aura of the ash-gray sea, we will be officially in the ash-gray sea. I got it. 7 days, only 7 days left. When Xiaoqun officially set foot in the ash-gray sea, he would definitely encounter many dangers and competitions. Pirates were unreasonable. Anyone who dared to come to the ash-gray sea would not be weak. Xiaoqun fell into deep thought. It seemed like he would have to bring his tribulation forward. After a month of patrolling and exploring, he found a few places to undergo tribulation. Alas, none of them were too ideal. Now that they were about to formally enter the ash-gray sea, Xiaoqun could not afford to be picky. After taking his leave of Elder Tang, Xiaoqun climbed to the lookout tower. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the demon blood vulture on the spirit beast platform behind. The demon blood vulture felt Xiaoqun's gaze and looked back lazily. However, it showed no intention of getting up. Xiaoqun understood his intentions. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. The demonic blood mist that Xiaoqun collected earlier turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew towards the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture screeched excitedly and sucked in the demonic chi that ordinary people avoided in one gulp. The demon blood vulture looked at Xiaoqun in disappointment. However, Xiaoqun had not completely tamed the demon blood vulture yet. He would not let it devour the blood mist wantonly. At most he would reward it with some sweetness as a snack. The demon blood vulture flew out of the spirit beast platform unwillingly. It spread its wings and immediately kicked up a strong wind. The black cutlass shook slightly. Whoosh! With a somersault, Xiaoqun landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then he rode it to his tribulation location. Even for Xiaoqun, flying over the vast ash-gray sea drained a lot of energy. With a demon blood vulture, not only was it fast but it could also conserve energy, making it much more convenient. The only problem was that this demon blood vulture was not easy to deal with. Once Xiaoqun could not suppress it, it would turn around and tear him to shreds, ruthlessly devouring him. After flying for 500 kilometers, an island appeared before Xiaoqun. Huge waves surged in the surroundings. Occasionally, huge splashes soared into the clouds. This place was remote, with strong winds and strong waves. Few ships would take this route. This was one of the places that Xiaoqun chose to undergo his tribulation. The environment here was harsher. The lightning tribulation that he triggered would definitely be more intense. Xiaoqun had no choice but to choose the tallest of the shortest. Go back then. Xiaoqun patted the demon blood vulture's head and told it to return. He did not fear the demon blood vulture fleeing. Clearly, the demon blood vulture liked the blood mist a lot, to the point of addiction. The demon blood vulture kept thinking about how to kill Xiaoqun and devour more of the blood mist. It would not flee at all. Xiao Chen stared at the demon blood vulture in the distance. He discovered that it started circling midway, not listening to Xiao Chen's instructions to return to the black cutlass. This fellow, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with it. After sighing, he withdrew his gaze. In any case, he left a mental mark in the demon blood vulture's body. No matter where it flew, it would be found. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he landed on the island. The island was rather vast, spanning about 200 or 300 kilometers, nearly the size of a small city. There were mountains, rivers, lush vegetation, and a vast forest. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and landed on the tallest mountain on the island. Then he took out the medial-grade spirit jades from his storage ring and laid a spirit-gathering formation. After he finished, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, choosing the core of the formation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated. Pure and thick spiritual energy immediately poured into the spirit-gathering formation from the ash-gray sea. Then the spirit-gathering formation sent the spiritual energy into Xiao Chen's body. Then, the purple thunder divine incantation converted the spiritual energy into the purer lightning-attributed veritable essence energy. As the lightning-attributed veritable essence energy flowed in Xiao Chen's meridians, boundless thunderclouds started to gather within 50 kilometers. After a while, the thunderclouds in the surroundings surged like a vast army, kicking up dust and stirring up the wind and clouds. The thunderclouds grew increasingly ferocious, and thunder started rumbling. Terrifying bolts of lightning tore through the cloud-filled sky. Charge! 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 Xiao Chen, who had been suppressed at the purple thunder divine incantation's 10th layer for a long time, roared in his heart. At this moment he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation without any worries. The purple chi whirlpool in his dantian that belonged to the purple thunder divine incantation spun wildly. The berserk purple color spread throughout his dantian, completely covering up the normally weak ice-attributed chi whirlpool. Flickering sparks appeared on the surface of his skin. His long black and white hair fluttered wantonly. At this moment, although Xiao Chen's eyes were closed, he looked domineering, showing off his sharpness. If Xiao Chen opened his eyes, his gaze would definitely be like a powerful saber light, illuminating the sky and the vast ash-gray sea. As the purple thunder divine incantation circulated more wildly, Xiao Chen tried to break through the bottleneck of the 11th layer again and again. The mysterious phenomenon created by the surging thunderclouds in the sky grew increasingly horrifying. Roar! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended not far from the spirit-gathering formation, directly shattering a mountain range. That was the rage of heaven, warning Xiao Chen not to continue stubbornly and stop cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation. If he continued stubbornly, the rage of heaven would descend with a lightning tribulation. It would crush his bones and scatter his ashes, never to reincarnate. As Xiao Chen slowly broke through the bottleneck, all sorts of terrifying lightning continuously landed around him. 1 hour later, the small mountain where Xiao Chen was already barren, leaving only the lone peak where he sat. Break, 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 break. Stubbornly, Xiao Chen used his veritable essence energy in his meridians to break through 7 acupoints, opening up all the meridians that the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer required. Whoosh! The thunderclouds that spread for 500 kilometers in the sky suddenly gathered and shrank continuously. They turned into a huge and terrifying black whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head. Thunderclouds spun continuously in the center of the whirlpool. The many layers of terrifying mysterious phenomena made it hard to tell what kind of terrifying existence was behind the whirlpool. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the world with disdain, sitting on the mountain and watching the vast sea. Under Xiao Chen's gaze, 2 beams of light extended for 5,000 kilometers on the vast sea surface. It looked like the ash-gray sea was on fire. At this moment, the sea region, which was originally filled with endless waves, suddenly quietened down. Everything in the vicinity, including the many sea birds and ferocious beasts, sensed danger approaching. They all fled in all directions like crazy. The thundercloud whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head spun extremely slowly at this moment. Soon, a bolt of lightning illuminating the surroundings descended on Xiao Chen. The rage of heaven would definitely arrive with a lightning tribulation. If one dared to go against heaven's might, then one had to be prepared to receive a lightning tribulation. Come on then, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, he felt very calm at this moment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, 2 dim jade-green lights suddenly appeared in a cave under the island. Chapter 1783. The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended amid the howling wind and torrential rain. Cracks appeared in Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy shield. The scattered tribulation lightning passed through the shield. The scattered lightning passed through the veritable essence energy shield and landed on Xiao Chen's physical body. However, this was just the appetizer. The second bolt of tribulation lightning descended without giving Xiao Chen any time to catch his breath. This was a black bolt of lightning. When it descended, it was like a javelin piercing through the spatial barrier. The veritable essence energy shield instantly shattered. Xiao Chen gently patted the ground with his palm. The instant he stood up, he punched. Xiao Chen shattered the second bolt of tribulation lightning. The purple thunder divine incantation continued circulating endlessly, frantically absorbing the drifting spiritual energy in the surroundings. Xiao Chen, who was undergoing his tribulation, did not give up on cultivating. The sky raged and the spiritual energy of the world became exceptionally dense, much denser than in the ash-gray sea. In the blink of an eye, another 7 or 8 bolts of lightning descended. Each bolt targeted Xiao Chen, not giving him any time to dodge or catch his breath. The 10th bolt struck Xiao Chen. Boom! Xiao Chen crashed to the ground. A heart-wrenching pain radiated from all over his body. However, Xiao Chen managed to survive the first wave of tribulation lightning. The wounds on his physical body slowly healed. The remnant energy of the tribulation lightning in his body spread to his internal organs, limbs, and bones. However, Xiao Chen could not get rid of it within a short time. Xiao Chen did not have time to get rid of it either, as the second wave of tribulation lightning was accumulating power. Lightning continuously gathered in the huge and horrifying thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. It was like a ball of lightning was nurturing a sun, illuminating the surroundings, looking resplendent and dazzling. Whoosh! The ball of lightning suddenly descended. As it fell, it continuously absorbed the surrounding lightning-attributed energy, making it increasingly dazzling and large. By the time it approached Xiao Chen, it was already as large as a mountain range. This ball of lightning wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. It did not give Xiao Chen any chance of survival, using its absolute rage to kill Xiao Chen, this unfilial son that angered the heavens. It's not that easy to kill me. Break. Xiao Chen naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He wouldn't foolishly let the thunderball hit him. In that case, no matter how powerful he was, he would still be blasted into smithereens. Not even his bones would be left, and not even dregs would be left. The power of the great Tao. A Tao wheel appeared behind Xiao Chen, and Tao might spread throughout his body. His entire body was filled with a boundless and vigorous saber will. Divine dragon body tempering art. With a furious roar, Zhang Xian exerted strength in all his bones and limbs. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's dragon veins. The dragon might from inside out caused azure-colored dragon qi to flow out of Xiao Chen's body, surrounding him. Dragon qi circled around Xiao Chen's body, appearing ancient and noble. He gave off the faint might of a king. 9-star essence core. With another shout, the 9-star primal core lit up with 7 stars for the first time in history. Starlight flickered in Xiao Chen's primal core. Veritable essence energy flowed out and filled his entire body, bringing with it a surging and strong energy. Soul will. With a thought, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool shone brightly, and his will of soul strengthened his entire body. The universe respects me, and my will is the will of the heavens. Saber of the Tyrant. With the support of many energies, Xiao Chen took out the tyrant saber and ruthlessly chopped down in the time it took for a spark to fly. Great Tao energy, divine dragon vital qi, 7-star veritable essence energy, and will of soul worked together with a peak Tao tool to send out an extremely tyrannical and dazzling saber light. Heaven and earth dimmed under this saber light, leaving only black and white. The colossal thunderball split in half, turning into countless bolts of lightning that fell on the vast ash-gray sea. Boom, boom, boom. When the scattered lightning landed on the surface of the sea, it gave off loud explosions that shook the world. The lightning exploded, erupting with intense and berserk energy. Thousands of holes appeared on the surface of the sea and the land, turning the place into a mess. In the surrounding 5,000 kilometers, only Xiao Chen's feet were on high ground. He stood upright while holding his saber, looking coldly at that terrifying thundercloud whirlpool. Let's see what exactly you are. Xiao Chen roared and soared into the sky, flying towards the horrifying whirlpool in the sky. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Invisibly, explosive roars rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The sound of kneel shook Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, even affecting his soul. Terrifying electric light descended continuously, like the sky's tentacles trying to push Xiao Chen back. Xiao Qin brandished his saber as he charged towards the sky amid the electric light filling the sky. Even though the path ahead was incredibly dangerous, he still soared into the sky, defying the heavens. He only wanted to see what kind of existence the mysterious heavens that sent down lightning tribulations for him was. Crack. A bolt of lightning descended, severely injuring Xiao Qin and knocking him down. However, in the next moment Xiao Qin somersaulted and leaped up, ignoring his injuries as he continued forward. Just like that, Xiao Qin faced the relentless lightning tribulation and got increasingly closer to that thundercloud whirlpool. The strong thunder might made it hard for Xiao Qin to move. He was already covered in injuries. However, Xiao Qin, who was only one step away, did not think of giving up. He shouted and tried to charge in to see what was going on. Suddenly, a piercing white light appeared in the whirlpool. The instant the white light appeared, another bolt of tribulation lightning shot out. At the same time, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that he could not move his body at all. Shaken by some kind of might, Xiao Qin could only watch as the lightning tribulation charged at him. Wuxia. The lightning bolts were very thick. A bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Xiao Qin's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Kneel. An explosive sound rang out in Xiao Qin's mind again. Countless bolts of tribulation lightning blasted his body beyond recognition. Rumble. The lightning bolts crashed back down. Wounds covered Xiao Qin's entire body. He could no longer bear the heavy burden. However, that thundercloud whirlpool still spun slowly. The surroundings fell silent and the storm subsided. The lightning tribulation had already been going on for most of the day. That earlier lightning strike severely injured Xiao Qin with 1,000 bolts of tribulation lightning. It was as if it represented the end of the tribulation. Xiao Qin coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to raise his head and look at the wounds on his body. His body was riddled with holes, especially when he was trying to enter the thundercloud vortex. There was a bowl-sized hole in his chest that had yet to heal. It was a terrifying sight. Is it over? Xiao Qin stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground and lay on the ground. He looked at the slowly dispersing thunderclouds in the sky as he spoke softly. The lightning tribulation this time was far stronger than the previous one. His defiance of the heavens increased the difficulty of the tribulation. Fortunately, his powerful fleshly body helped him endure it. Once he recovered in the future, his body, which had been baptized by tribulation lightning, would improve further. His comprehension of the thunder Tao would similarly benefit him greatly. However, just as Xiao Qin was about to stagger to his feet, the thundercloud whirlpool suddenly condensed together and transformed into a huge bell that was engraved with many runes. Then it slammed down toward Xiao Qin. Damn it! It's not over yet. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. His eyes instantly turned golden as he activated his blue dragon bloodline. The energy from the ancient Great Desolate Aeon spread throughout his body. With the activation of his bloodline, Xiao Qin felt his strength rapidly increase. The ancient and strong aura allowed Xiao Qin's aura to soar in a berserk manner. Kill. Xiao Qin drew the tyrant's saber beside him and soared into the sky. After activating his bloodline, he erupted with the strength of a late-stage star venerate. A saber light infused with the will of soul ruthlessly chopped down on that lightning bell. Da, da, da. The lightning bell gave off loud sounds, shaking Xiao Qin's internal organs and shattering them. Blood continuously flowed out of Xiao Qin's mouth. His soul received a huge shock and his vision turned blurry and dizzy. The lightning bell did not shatter immediately. Instead, it pressed down on Xiao Qin, pushing him towards the ground. Xiao Qin had only one thought in his heart: to shatter this lightning bell. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Boom. The saber tore a long crack in the lightning bell. However, the lightning bell also pressed Xiao Qin to the island. Amid loud sounds, the island bore the brunt of the lightning bell's impact, blasting it into pieces. Break. Xiao Qin roared ferociously as he used his full power to send out one final saber strike. The lightning bell finally shattered. Purple electric light spread out in all directions. The seawater looked like it had been shaved off by 100 meters. The sky cleared up and the thunderclouds scattered. This lightning tribulation was officially over. The island was no longer there. Xiao Qin lay on the surface of the sea and heaved a long sigh. The spiritual energy in the surroundings of the ash-gray sea surged into Xiao Qin's body as he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer. Xiao Qin did not consume any medicinal pills. He just relied on his physical body to slowly recover. Only then could he completely refine it. The energy left in his body by the tribulation lightning would bring him boundless benefits. His physique was extremely strong. Since the lightning tribulation didn't exist, he would definitely die. Since the lightning tribulation was gone, his physical body recovered extremely quickly. In mere moments, the horrifying hole in his chest had already healed. Xiaochen closed his eyes and recalled his experiences in the lightning tribulation, doing his best to comprehend the Thunder Great Tao. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through the final bottleneck of the Thunder Great Tao. However, just at this moment, a fatal aura of danger appeared in Xiaochen's heart, prompting him to interrupt his comprehension of the Thunder Great Tao in a fluster and open his eyes. Chapter 1784. Just what I wanted. However, the huge waves surging out of the sea swallowed up Xiaochen. When the water dragon approached, Xiaochen threw a punch, quickly punching with the power of rushing lightning. With this thought, Xiaochen retreated quickly. The island was so vast, at least 50 kilometers wide. Such a ferocious beast had to be huge and extremely strong. This startled Xiaochen. It turned out that he had been undergoing his tribulation on the back of a ferocious beast. If he properly absorbed everything he comprehended today and cultivated for a while, his strength would definitely soar. A pair of jade-green eyes came out of the island and stared at him. The wall of waves grew taller, and the Tao might of the water Great Tao became incredibly heavy. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram instantly formed, blocking this attack that was even faster than lightning, an attack that caught everyone completely off guard. However, at this moment, the aura of lightning made him look as tall and mighty as a god. It's it. Whoosh. Xiaochen's internal organs immediately churned. He felt like a thick metal mountain crashed into him. Seeing that Xiaochen was in danger, the tortoise beast revealed itself and used its wings to break the two water palms that carried huge force. Bang! Xiaochen's body continued to climb. However, he discovered that his physical body had already reached a critical point in the ash-gray sea, unable to continue rising. Just at this moment, Xiaochen looked around and discovered that the island that the lightning tribulation blasted apart floated to the surface again. Before Xiaochen could react, a complete Tao disc appeared behind him and slowly unfurled. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought, lightning immediately filled the sky. Rumbling thunder resounded in the world. Seeing that it could not take down Xiaochen, the tortoise beast used the same trick. The sea suddenly soared 3 kilometers, forming an overwhelming wave that surged towards Xiaochen. It was the demon blood vulture. It turned out that it had not left all along. As Xiaochen watched the surging wave, his purple lightning spun endlessly, frantically absorbing the lightning-attributed energy in the sky. He had already comprehended the Thunder Great Tao and gained enough. After he returned, he would enter closed-door cultivation for a few more days. This was clearly a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast. Although it was not a peak late-stage star venerate, it was not far from it. Bang, bang. If he had been shot, it would have pierced through his chest. The injury he had just received would have worsened. Breaking through the wall of waves, Xiaochen soared into the sky and rushed toward the turtle beast. The tortoise beast's snake-like neck and ferocious mouth smashed into the flame diagram. Under the intense pain, it shrank back even faster. Countless lightning bolts shot out of Xiaochen's body, and half the sky was dyed with lightning. It was the great Tao of lightning. With the help of the demon blood vulture, Xiaochen immediately gave up on retreating. He turned around and landed on the demon blood vulture, then charged at the turtle beast. As the other party spread his great Tao energy over the sea, the already extremely heavy gravity of the ash-gray sea became even heavier. Xiaochen did his best to absorb and refine what he had comprehended in the lightning tribulation. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. His control over the power of thunder became even better. As Xiaochen absorbed more and more lightning-attributed veritable essence energy, it filled his body. As Xiaochen hovered in the air, he showed a cautious expression, showing doubt on his face. The island rose higher and higher until it finally emerged from the water. Now Xiaochen had retreated far away. As Xiaochen roared, he ferociously opened his hand, and boundless electric light shot out. Sensing that the other party's aura had already locked onto him, Xiaochen did not retreat. He cautiously looked at the other party, storing up his aura. A wave of water shot out like an arrow from the spot where he had been lying. Xiaochen's body became more nimble, dodging the attacks of the various waves and water dragons even more easily. He poured out all the lightning-attributed energy he had accumulated in his body. The Tao disc behind him condensed into a point and soared up. The sky above him seemed to rise higher. Boom! The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly. Xiaochen shouted, and lightning-attributed energy exploded in the surroundings. Then he charged out of the huge waves surrounded by electricity. Bang! The sky turned dark and thunderclouds spread out. As Xiao Qin hovered in the air, he appeared to be in a sorry state. Xiao Qin roared in his heart. There was no time to think. 2 spots of light flickered in his eyes. This was the sea region. Water-attributed ferocious beasts had an innate advantage. Furthermore, this was an old tortoise beast that had lived for an unknown period of time. Pu Si. Xiao Qin revealed an expression of understanding. The sea region's environment was very harsh. The waves never stopped and some even soared into the clouds. Xiao Qin simply somersaulted in the air and quickly landed on the surface of the sea. Just as Xiao Qin was thinking this, he saw 2 spots of dim light shoot out from the entrance of the cave. As Xiao Qin refined the tribulation lightning in his body, he discovered that the ash-gray sea's restraints on him were slowly weakening. Without the tyrant saber's help, Xiao Qin could execute the Thunder Great Tao alone. He could not help rejoicing. Xiao Qin had just undergone his tribulation and had just recovered from his severe injuries. The tyrant saber's timing was really good. He had already passed the place where he underwent his tribulation. Furthermore, this place was remote and uninhabited. Who could be sneak attacking him? Xiao Qin could not help thinking. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he could not help laughing. You still have some conscience. Unexpectedly, the 2 gigantic palms were chopped in half. A strong wind blew over Xiao Qin's head. With this thought, Xiao Qin thought of retreating, not willing to tangle with this tortoise beast for too long. With a wave of his hand, boundless lightning howled out, looking like a lightning storm. The tortoise beast roared, and the huge waves on the sea surged even more terrifyingly. Who is it? Xiao Qin's expression turned grave, and a lofty aspiration appeared in his heart. He had just undergone his tribulation lightning. Along with this, huge waves rose on the surface of the sea, looking like a tsunami trying to swallow him up. Interesting. You tortoise beast, are you thinking of eating me? When Xiao Qin saw the startling wall of waves surging over, he punched. Electricity flickered in Xiao Qin's eyes, losing their usual color. Killing this ferocious beast would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just by looking at that tortoise shell, one could see how strong its defense was. The tortoise beast's head quickly elongated, looking like a terrifying python biting at Xiao Qin. Electric light exploded in the fist light. In one breath, Xiao Qin punched 100 times, shattering the golden water dragon. Without giving Xiao Qin any time to feel confused, the calm water suddenly surged with huge waves, one after another. Xiao Qin, who was alone with one punch, stood before the towering waves, looking incredibly insignificant. It had reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, his hair had completely turned purple. He comprehended the Thunder Great Tao and was just half a step away. The other party was using the Water Great Tao to fight him, giving his Thunder Great Tao some motivation to advance. If this continued, the tortoise beast would exhaust Xiao Qin to death sooner or later. Xiao Qin vaguely felt that he had broken through some limit. Water-attributed Great Tao energy spread out. This tortoise beast was very talented. It actually comprehended Great Tao energy. Only then did Xiao Qin discover that it was a gigantic tortoise exuding a terrifying aura. When Xiao Qin punched, the surging lightning-attributed energy directly blasted a huge hole in the wall of waves. A whirlpool appeared in the water, sucking in Xiao Qin and pulling him towards the gigantic tortoise. The tortoise beast was a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast in the first place. Furthermore, it comprehended the Water Great Tao and held the geographical advantage in the ash-gray sea. Where is it? What ferocious beast is it? Thousands of water dragons surged out, carrying terrifying energy as they charged at Xiao Qin. One by one, the water dragons were blasted apart by the lightning. However, after the water dragons dispersed, they would quickly reform. This sea region returned to how it was when Xiao Qin first arrived. Furthermore, it was much more dangerous. However, the battle continued, not allowing Xiao Qin time to rest. Xiao Qin's movement technique suffered another setback, greatly reducing his nimbleness. Damn it! This tortoise beast really wants to swallow me up. However, just at this moment, the 2 halves of the wall of waves suddenly turned into 2 gargantuan hands that pressed together with immense force, wanting to smash Xiao Qin into a meat patty. Originally, Xiao Qin did not investigate the cause and effect. Now, it looked like a ferocious beast was causing trouble. That tortoise was even faster than lightning. When it opened its mouth and sucked, it produced a huge suction force, immediately hindering Xiao Qin's movements and significantly slowing him down. Just at this moment, something strange happened. In the end, it formed a terrifying pillar of lightning encasing Xiao Qin, connecting to the lightning-attributed energy of the world. Xiao Qin heavily smacked the surface of the sea with his palm. Then he somersaulted and soared into the air. That island was formed on the back of that ferocious beast. The tortoise beast showed a ferocious light, not showing any gentleness at all. Chapter 1785. With the demon blood vulture's help, Xiao Chen's confidence in defeating this turtle beast immediately increased. One man and one beast had fought together for more than 30 days, so they had developed some tacit understanding. Xiao Chen used his Thunder Great Dao to fight the turtle beast's Water Great Dao, while the demon blood vulture focused on attacking. With the two working together, the situation immediately became much better. With the demon blood vulture restraining the turtle beast, the pressure on Xiao Chen lessened significantly. Furthermore, he comprehended the Thunder Great Dao and could easily deal with the ferocious beast's Water Great Dao. The scene looked good, but the effects were not. The turtle beast's 4 limbs and head shrank into its shell. The demon blood vulture's various attacks did not leave a mark on the turtle shell at all. On the other hand, the turtle beast could even circulate its Water Great Dao to attack Xiao Chen while hiding inside. There was no way to break its defense. From the beginning, the turtle beast was in an invincible position. No matter how the demon blood vulture unleashed its demonic nature and frantically attacked, it could not truly injure the turtle beast. After clashing head-on a few times, the demon blood vulture's claws ended up getting injured. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Where exactly is this fellow's weakness? All ferocious beasts, including cultivators, have weaknesses. The demon blood vulture's weakness was cultivation techniques and martial techniques that countered its demonic nature. Xiao Chen's weakness was his weak defense and his martial techniques. Aside from his 2 trump cards, the sharp spirit finger and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he did not have any other decent defensive martial techniques. Furthermore, his cultivation was relatively low. He did not have any advantage over the disciples of the large sections. This turtle beast before Xiao Chen definitely had a weakness. Water and fire? Suddenly a thought occurred to Xiao Chen. This turtle beast was clearly a water-attributed ferocious beast. Xiao Chen had been using his Thunder Great Dao, but he could only fight it on equal footing. If he used flames, there might be an unexpected effect. Fire naturally countered water. Furthermore, Xiao Chen happened to have 2 kinds of primal chaos level flames. He did not know which heavenly flame or icy divine flame could counter the other. You restrain it. I'll attack. Xiao Chen patted the demon blood vulture's head. Then he leaped up and quickly flew towards the turtle beast. Although the turtle beast had shrunk its entire body into its shell, the few openings on its mountain-sized shell were also startlingly large. However, the entrance of the cave was deep and dark. Thinking about it, the turtle head's attack was even faster than lightning. It really took some courage to approach the turtle beast. He seemed to feel the threat brought by the rapidly approaching Xiao Chen. The pair of dark green eyes shrunk in the turtle shell, emitting waves of cold light. Its cold gaze was firmly locked onto Xiao Chen, clearly still treating him as its greatest enemy. Xiao Chen and the demon blood vulture wanted to kill this turtle beast. The tortoise beast also didn't want to give up on the 2 pieces of fat meat in front of it. It wasn't stupid at all. The fact that it was able to endure until Xiao Chen finished his tribulation showed how scheming it was. Xiao. Suddenly, a dark light shot toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen barely dodged it. Only then did he discover that the dim light was a water arrow that the tortoise beast had spat out. Its lethality wasn't great. Oh no, I've been tricked. Before Xiao Chen could change his direction, the tortoise beast's neck elongated infinitely like a snake coming out of its hole. It seemed to have calculated where Xiao Chen would dodge. A terrifying mouth appeared above Xiao Chen and swallowed Xiao Chen up. However, in the next moment, the retracted head suddenly opened up in pain and spat out a clump of fierce fire. While the tortoise beast was scheming against Xiao Chen was scheming against it as well. This time, the heavenly flame struck the tortoise beast, burning all its internal organs. After spitting out Xiao Chen, the tortoise beast's head retracted completely, and its entire body slowly sank. After the heavenly flame burned its foundation, the tortoise beast no longer dared to fight. How can I let go of the fat meat that is already in my mouth? Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the ice snow divine flame spread out. The surface of the sea instantly froze. When that tortoise beast sank halfway, it discovered that it could not sink any further. The tortoise beast could only move its body and shatter the ice. Slowly it sank much slower. Seeing the tortoise beast in a sorry state, the demon blood vulture took the opportunity to move. It folded its wings and flapped them ferociously. Countless beams of red light shot out like arrows and entered the tortoise shell. That was a lethal venom. Earlier, the tortoise beast's defense did not have any openings. It could always use the water dao to block the demon blood vulture's venom. At this moment, its internal organs were burning, and it could not even fend for itself. There was no way for it to block the venom. The heavenly flame burned internally, and the venom corroded externally. It attacked from both the inside and the outside. The seemingly undefeatable tortoise beast's strong life force slowly corroded away, and its life force grew increasingly weak. Xiaoqian did not want the tortoise beast to die just like that. The immemorial demon soul formation needed such strong nourishment. He sent a voice projection to Xiao Suo, telling him to bring the black cutlass over. 4 hours later, a pirate ship with a black banner appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. When Xiao Suo and the others saw that colossal tortoise beast, they were startled. Xiaoqian's figure flashed and he landed on the deck. Activate the immemorial demon soul formation, then. Young Master Xiao, this seems to be a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast. This is a black profound tortoise with the bloodline of the black tortoise. Elder Tang, who was rather familiar with the ash-gray sea, marveled at the tortoise beast, finding it incredible. It has the bloodline of the black tortoise? No wonder it is so hard to deal with. Xiaoqian revealed an expression of understanding, immediately making Elder Tang feel embarrassed. It is just that it is somewhat hard to deal with. It is already very heaven-defying that no one died. Xiao Suo giggled and said, Captain, this is a great harvest. The shell of this black profound tortoise is a rare, top-notch material. It is excellent in forging armor and refining Dao tools. This was indeed a great harvest. The immemorial demon soul formation took 1 hour to consume this black profound tortoise until only a bare tortoise shell remained. As a war trophy, the tortoise shell entered Xiaoqian's universe ring, occupying a large space. I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a few days. I'll leave the ship's matters to you. Xiaoqian said to Xiao Suo before entering the captain's quarters to cultivate. Xiaoqian had successfully cleared his tribulation and comprehended the Thunder Great Tao. It had to be said that today was indeed a great harvest for Xiaoqian. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was about to reach consummation. Xiaoqian was filled with anticipation as to what would happen after the 12th layer be like. The cultivation technique that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind should contain some secrets. Very few people could be like Xiaoqian, starting from the weakest cultivator and never changing their main cultivation technique. More accurately, there was no such thing. Xiaoqian could not possibly not change his cultivation technique. Otherwise, if the cultivation technique could not keep up with his cultivation, it would definitely hinder his cultivation. It was just like the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. At most, he could cultivate it to the sovereign stage before he had to change it. I hope that I can understand some of your intentions. Xiaoqian muttered to himself. Aside from the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, what made Xiaoqian happier was naturally his comprehension of the Thunder Great Tao. Even the outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm, even if their cultivations were much higher than Xiaoqian's, few could reach his level. At his age, Xiaoqian already comprehended 2 Great Tao. Being able to comprehend one type of Great Tao energy was already an incredible thing, let alone 2 types of Great Tao. Xiaoqian closed his eyes and cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Xiaoqian's cultivation stabilized. His physical body had absorbed the tribulation lightning, improving further. He finally gained some control over the Thunder Great Tao and could use it freely. He could merge the Saber Tao and the Thunder Tao even more smoothly, moving them as he pleased. Now, his overall strength had more than doubled compared to before the tribulation. After leaving the captain's quarters, Xiaoqian went to find Elder Tang. Young Master Zhao's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. As Elder Tang looked at Xiaoqian, who comprehended 2 Great Tao, he felt even more awe and unfathomable. In just a few days, Xiaoqian's improvement in strength was truly flabbergasting. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, It's just a matter of time. Elder Tang, how is your beast-taming art? At the mention of this, Elder Tang revealed a confident expression. I placed a soul mark on the ferocious beasts in the Spirit Beast platform. Now, I am 90% confident of placing a soul mark on that demon blood vulture. It was best to root out this hidden danger as soon as possible. No one knew when the demon blood vulture's demonic nature would erupt and turn on its master. No one would feel at ease with such a ticking time bomb. When the two arrived outside the Spirit Beast platform, the demon blood vulture lay lazily at the side. The other ferocious beasts like the cold steel eagles maintained a respectful distance, not daring to get close. The demon blood vulture was like a little tyrant, ruling over the Spirit Beast platform. Whoosh! When the demon blood vulture felt Xiaoqian's and Elder Tang's gazes, it suddenly opened its eyes. A sharp light flashed in them, sending a chill through Elder Tang's heart. What a strong evil aura! Elder Tang felt shocked in his heart. To think that this demon blood vulture is still very wild. The demon blood vulture does not have any docile aura, which is rather surprising. Xiao Qin had been feeding the demon blood vulture for some time already. He had used both kindness and severity, but there was no effect at all. For some reason, Xiao Qin felt that Elder Tang's process of placing a soul mark might not go smoothly. The demon blood vulture before him was somewhat extraordinary. Chapter 1786. Might and pressure continuously spread out from that finger, inspiring fear in the demon blood vulture. A vast sea chart lay on the table in the middle of the group. Shouldn't the demon blood vulture be completely tamed after the soul mark was planted? Why was the situation the other way around? When the others saw the mark on Elder Tang's forehead, they could not hide their smiles. Enslaving the demon blood vulture ended up being enslaved by the demon blood vulture. This was simply hilarious. When the demon blood vulture finished swallowing the blood mist, it revealed a ferocious look in its eyes. It roared ferociously and spread its wings, flying out of the spirit beast platform and launching itself at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin could only see a blurry light moving about. Then a mysterious mark appeared in Elder Tang's eyes. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Elder Tang swung his saber. A saber light flashed and electric light spread out, illuminating the surroundings. The demon blood vulture raised its head and looked arrogantly at Xiao Qin, its eyes filled with mockery. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and immediately kicked up a strong wind. Its feathers glowed. The demon blood vulture fell to the ground. Only now did the demon blood vulture truly bring out the horrifying might of a Dao tool. When Xiao Qin thrust his finger, it became resplendent and dazzling, spinning continuously. It was like the demon blood vulture had become Elder Tang's master. After a series of moves, the demon blood vulture felt extreme pain, enduring immense pressure. Xiao Qin had two choices before him. One was to kill the demon blood vulture, and the other was to keep it like this. The demon blood vulture watched in resentment as Xiao Qin left. Its eyes filled with dissatisfaction and some hidden fear. Then it activated the tyrant saber, and its thunder Dao might instantly soared. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he quickly helped Elder Tang up. If not for that terrifying demonic qi and how strange it was, the demon blood vulture would really look like a divine bird. As long as Xiao Qin was strong enough, he could suppress this demon blood vulture and not fear it playing any tricks. Ah! With a weak expression, Elder Tang staggered and rushed back in a fluster. 3 days later, the pirate hall that Xiao Sua mentioned appeared before everyone. Now he could clearly feel a dangerous aura. He saw Elder Tang's palm getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, Elder Tang's soul mark entered the demon blood vulture's mind. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, knew what it was up to. He was completely disdainful and couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Xiao Sua pointed to the sea map and said, "Based on the fastest route, it will take 2 months. Of course, that is on the premise that no accidents occur." The two leaped up and arrived before the demon blood vulture. "Xiao Sua, how long will it take for us to reach the Myriad Star Mountain?" Elder Tang had a depressed look on his face, but the soul mark on his forehead had faded significantly. It stared at Xiao Qin with a fiery gaze. It sensed the aura of the blood mist, the mysterious blood mist that could increase its demonic nature. Elder Tang was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Xiao Qin landed beside him and asked, "Is it done?" It was clear that it wasn't that easy to subdue him. However, as soon as it flew out from the spiritual beast platform, it was struck down by a saber glow. Naturally, Xiao Qin would not let that happen. A Dao disc appeared behind him. That was the power of the great Dao of the Saber Dao. Xiao Qin's figure flashed and he gently landed on the demon blood vulture's back, preparing to suppress it at any moment. Most of the sea map was shrouded in fog, labeled as unknown regions. This was a sign that the demon blood vulture was about to erupt. The scarlet feathers on the demon blood vulture's body turned increasingly beautiful. Eventually they flickered with light, looking incredibly gorgeous. Xiao Qin was confident of this. The demon blood vulture looked at Xiao Qin without any fear in its eyes. It was still as unruly as before. Its feathers slowly turned more beautiful, looking like flames that would bloom at any moment. The Iron Hand Yama said, "The Ash Gray Sea's Pirate Hall is a gathering place for all sorts of people. It is even more chaotic than the Grave Sea. I hope we do not run into any trouble." Elder Tang touched the soul mark on his forehead and paled in shock. Then, he raised his head to look at the demon blood vulture with a horrified expression. After suffering a heavy blow, the demon blood vulture flew back in a sorry state. Electric light flickered all over its body as it lay sprawled on the ground, wailing miserably. The demon blood vulture had felt that something was off in the first place. It had wanted to resist long ago. However, Xiaoqin was above it, preventing it from doing so. Clearly, the demon blood vulture was greatly startled and did not dare to remain here. The demon blood vulture happily opened its beak and sucked in this scarlet light, not standing on ceremony at all. Xiaoqin had always been rather decisive, so he quickly made up his mind. He discovered that Elder Tang's hand seals became increasingly complicated. Eventually, even Xiaoqin could not make them out clearly. 7 days later, the upper echelon of the Black Cutlass gathered in the captain's quarters. Xiaoqin's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Elder Tang and asked, "Since when did a mark appear on your forehead?" The demon blood vulture suddenly raised its head and glared. Elder Tang stumbled and fell to his knees with a plop. The demon blood vulture released a terrifying aura from its body. It would not be a problem to bring out 80% or even 100% of its might. After a while, Xiaoqin arrived before the immemorial demon soul formation. A scarlet fog spread out, even denser than the previous time. At the very least, it could keep him alert and allow him to improve. The pressure slowly weakened the demon blood vulture's aura. Finally, Xiaoqin brought out his Buddhist might. Xiaoqin looked at the demon blood vulture. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "Great, you are quite capable." Then he returned to the spirit beast platform. That was the uninhabited area of the ash-gray sea. Only some ancient clans or peak experts would have an accurate sea map of the uninhabited area. The demon blood vulture looked like it wanted to fight Xiaoqin to the death, looking very scary. Xiaoqin did not even need one move to kill Elder Tang. Then Xiao Sua pointed to the sea map and said, "There is a pirate hall here. We will go there to resupply 3 days later. At that time we will also have to ask around for some information. We cannot just listen to Yen's side of the story about the Myriad Star Mountain." Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and a scarlet fog shot out from his hand, turning into a dense scarlet light. "Let's begin then." This fellow actually directly broke through from middle stage star venerate to late stage star venerate. Elder Tang's heart pounded, but he still plucked up his courage and entered the spirit beast platform with Xiaoqin. "Never mind, that's it." Elder Tang's 10 fingers flickered with flowing light, and his complexion slowly paled. Sweat dripped down his forehead. When Elder Tang heard Xiaoqin's words, he nodded gently and started forming hand seals with both hands. "Young Master Xiao, my soul imprint was assimilated in its soul sea. I have to sever this connection. Otherwise I will end up enslaved by it." That pirate hall looked like a gargantuan sea monster on the vast sea. Lingering black clouds covered it. This continued for 1 hour until the scarlet demonic fog was absorbed back to normal. Then it returned to the surface of the formation before stopping. To the demon blood vulture this was simply too tempting. However, in the next moment, the sharp demon blood vulture suddenly opened its eyes. Elder Tang nodded weakly and said, "It succeeded." The scarlet demonic fog that leaked out was startling. The demon blood vulture did not scare Xiaoqin earlier. Now it could not be bothered with him. It just closed its eyes and curled up lazily in a corner. "What's going on? I'll just keep it like this. Having a terrifying existence that constantly lashes at me is a pretty good thing." Then Xiaoqin drew the tyrant saber and merged the 2 great Tao energies, instantly bringing out 50% of the Tao tool's might. After several years of growth, Xiaoqin became more experienced in handling matters. He now had the air of a captain. After swallowing the black profound tortoise, a third of the 6th pearl lit up. Its feathers are really tough. Even after being caught off guard, it did not bleed. Then Xiaoqin turned around and headed for the next level of the pirate ship. The demon blood vulture felt that Xiaoqin, who stood on it, was even heavier than a mountain. Furthermore, it continued to grow heavier. Now that Xiaoqin comprehended the Thunder Great Tao, he could easily bring out 50% of its might. If he did not suppress it, it would spread to the entire ship. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then he stretched out his hand and continuously sucked in the surrounding demonic qi. Xiaoqin looked at the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform and smiled faintly before drifting away. This demon blood vulture was more delicious than any ferocious beast that Xiaoqin had eaten in his life. Furthermore, it could increase his cultivation and strength, a great tonic. Xiaoqin simply could not bear to kill the demon blood vulture. In the past, Xiaoqin could bring out only 20% of the tyrant saber's might. Even if Xiaoqin's luck was off the charts and he did not run into any pirate ships or demonic Tao sect cultivators, he would still run into some bad weather at sea. Then another Tao disc appeared. That was the Thunder Great Tao energy. It would be hard to avoid accidents in the ash-gray sea. Just the strength of a late-stage star venerate would be of great help to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, this fellow had limitless potential. After entering the seemingly small spirit beast platform, Xiao Chen discovered that there was a whole world inside. Countless scenes expanded continuously. There was basically no hope for the last condition. Elder Tang shouted, and his aura suddenly soared. Chapter 1787. The Black Cutlass successfully entered the pirate hall, and Xiao Chen and the others split up. Xiao Chen led the Iron Hand Yama and Xiao Sua to deal with the materials they collected from hunting ferocious beasts in the ash-gray sea. Naturally, the most valuable of them all was the black tortoise's hill-sized shell. Elder Tang brought Luonan Feier and the pirate ship to repair and resupply. So many demonic Dao martial artists. The pirate hall was a city. Walking in it was not much different from walking in an ordinary city. When looking around, most of them were demonic Dao cultivators. This was a rare sight in the Grave Sea and other places. The Iron Hand Yama explained, I heard that many years ago the righteous Dao sects and the demonic Dao sects had a huge battle. After the demonic Dao was defeated, many sects were forced to give up on their interests in the central Great Realm. They retreated to the taboo seas and started from scratch. Only some extremely powerful demonic Dao sects remained in the central Great Realm. Although this taboo ocean is filled with spiritual energy and there are many places of opportunity, there are still many of them. However, the environment was vile, and the spiritual chi in the Forbidden Sea contained a trace of demonic nature. Righteous sects rarely set up their foundations in the Forbidden Seas. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder he had met so few demonic Dao cultivators. Even if he did encounter them, their cultivation would not be much, and they would not catch his eye. Looking at the ash-gray sea's pirate hall, it was hard to see any one of the righteous Dao. They were either pirates or cultivators of the demonic Dao sections. Furthermore, most pirates cultivated demonic cultivation techniques and baleful auras. They were no different from demonic Dao cultivators. No wonder this pirate hall looked gloomy from afar, giving off an uncomfortable feeling. Xiao Sua looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Big brother, are we going to the market square or the shop? Selling in the market was convenient and free. If he could meet someone who was in urgent need, he could get a very high price. On the other hand, the shop was more straightforward. It only took a moment for the transaction to be completed. However, the price was not up to him to decide. Let's go to a shop. Xiao Chen quickly made his decision. The pirate hall was rather chaotic, and there might be some accidents in the market. Soon, the few of them found out that there were 3 large shops in the pirate hall that purchased materials. He casually walked into one of them. Illusory Cloud Pavilion. Esteemed guests, are you here to purchase Dao tools? The servant at the door immediately welcomed them with a smile. The profound Cloud Pavilion possessed the ability to refine Dao tools. Hence, it had a high demand for materials like the black profound tortoise's shell. When the manservant saw Xiao Chen and the other two, he thought that they were here to purchase Dao tools. No, we are selling materials. Do you accept them here? The manservant's expression changed slightly. However, he still smiled and said, yes, of course. No matter what kind of material it is, it can be sold for an ideal price in the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion. Our illusory Cloud Pavilion has always been fair and honest when doing business. What are you selling? The servant asked eagerly as he led Xiao Chen and the others inside. The shell of the black profound tortoise, and the bones and blood essence of some other fierce beasts. Black profound tortoise. At the mention of the black profound tortoise, the manservant's eyes lit up. He asked somewhat excitedly, how old is it? More than 1,000 years. Distinguished guests, please come in. Upon hearing that it was more than 1,000 years, the manservant immediately rejoiced, even changing the way he addressed them to distinguished guests. Then, the manservant led Xiao Chen and the other two into the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's VIP room. Please wait for a while. After watching the manservant leave, Xiao Sua could not help saying, how exaggerated. Although this black profound tortoise is precious, it does not seem to be worth so much attention. The Iron Hand Yama said casually, it is probably one of the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's distinguished guests who urgently need a black profound tortoise to refine a Dao tool. I heard that this kind of tortoise beast spends most of the year in hibernation. There is no aura at all, like it is dead. It is very hard to find. Xiao Chen smiled as he sipped his tea. Let's just wait and see. Senior brother O, someone is selling the black profound tortoise that you specified. After the manservant left the VIP room, he went directly to a VIP room in the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion and spoke to a handsome black-clad youth with a somewhat sinister air. When the youth heard that, he revealed a shocked expression. He could not hide the fervor in his eyes. How old is it? The other party said more than 1,000 years. Good. Ah. With this 1,000-year-old black profound tortoise shell, I can finally succeed in refining my essence magnet treasure armor. The youth entered a state of wild joy and excitement. He stood up and muttered to himself, with this essence magnet treasure armor, I am even more confident of my trip to the Myriad Star Mountain. He is coming. I'll go and meet him personally. The manservant quickly led this black-clad youth to the VIP room where Xiao Chen was. The black-clad youth pushed open the door and entered. Then he swept his gaze across Xiao Chen and the other two, immediately gaining a good understanding of their cultivations. Then the black-clad youth fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. He could tell that this white-clad youth, who was only a major primal core venerate, was the leader of the group. Young master, how should I address you? I am O Jinyun, the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's young master. The black-clad youth greeted Xiao Chen before taking a seat. Xiao Chen. O Jinyun did not bother with any nonsense. He could not be bothered with Xiao Chen's origins, so he went straight to the point. Take out the black profound tortoise shell and let me take a look. Xiao Chen looked at the VIP room and said, this place is so small. How am I supposed to take it out? O Jinyun smiled and said, that's true. Come with me. After saying that, O Jinyun clapped his hands, and the walls of the VIP room spun, revealing a door. He was the first to enter. Xiao Chen and the others followed behind O Jinyun. After entering, they discovered a completely different world. This was an independent space, vast and boundless. This place is big enough, right? Xiao Chen did not answer. He opened his hand and took out the huge black profound tortoise shell. In an instant, it was as if a mountain had appeared in front of them. This startled O Jinyun. He exclaimed excitedly, This is a 5,000-year-old black profound tortoise. It must have comprehended the water great Tao, right? Somewhat surprised, Xiao Chen nodded and said, it is indeed as young Master O said. That black profound tortoise did comprehend the water great Tao. 5,000 years is a hurdle. After crossing this hurdle and comprehending the water great Tao, the value of the black profound tortoise shell will be different. At this moment, O Jinyun appeared rather calm, not exposing his emotions to Xiao Chen and the others. O Jinyun continued, the tortoise shell contains Tao. After refining it into treasure armor, its defensive power will be even more astonishing. Furthermore, it can help Master comprehend the water great Tao, calming his mind. To us demonic Tao cultivators, this is very rare. After Xiao Sua heard that, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. They had come to the right place. O Jinyun looked at Xiao Chen and asked, I'm rather curious. How did you kill this black profound tortoise? I can't tell you. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not foolishly tell O Jinyun. O Jinyun was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, sorry for being rude. Let's do this. I want the black profound tortoise shell. Xiao Chen asked, young Master O, are you going to refine the black profound tortoise shell into treasure armor? That's right. I want to refine it into the essence magnet treasure armor. I will give you a fair and reasonable price. 2 million medial grade spirit jades. The moment O Jinyun said that, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. That was the price of an ordinary black profound tortoise shell. The black profound tortoise shell that Xiao Chen wanted to sell would at least double this price. Let's go. Xiao Chen put away the black profound tortoise and led the Iron Hand Yama and Xiao Sua away. O Jinyun said helplessly, did I finish? I even added in an inferior grade Dao tool which I personally bought. I spent most of my spirit jades on the other materials, so I only have 2 million medial grade spirit jades left. However, I can still make some decisions here. I have the authority to sell an inferior grade Dao tool. O Jinyun had not expected the black profound tortoise shell that Xiao Chen took out to be of such high quality. Otherwise, 2 million medial grade spirit jades would have been more than enough to purchase a black profound tortoise shell. Hence, O Jinyun could only bleed profusely and let the other party choose an inferior grade Dao tool. An inferior grade Dao tool was about 2 or 3 million medial grade spirit jades. This was a fair deal. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he looked at the Iron Hand Yama and said, you happen to be in need of a weapon. It's settled then. O Jinyun smiled and said, go to the second floor. Someone will take care of you. After Xiao Chen and the Iron Hand Yama left, O Jinyun's expression immediately changed drastically. An incredibly sharp killing chi appeared in his eyes. After they leave, keep a close eye on them. Young master, we are doing business here. Wouldn't that be dishonest? The manservant said reluctantly as he looked at O Jinyun. O Jinyun smiled strangely and retorted, do we of the demonic Tao need integrity? Chapter 1788. Big brother, this young Master O is really generous. We have profited greatly from this transaction. Xiao Sua appeared very excited. If it were someone else, if they were not in urgent need, the black profound turtle shell would only cost about 3 million medial-grade spirit jades. 2 million medial-grade spirit jades and an inferior-grade Dao tool. What a surprise. The Iron Hand Yama frowned and said, "This O Jinyun does not look like a businessman to me. He looks more like a sect disciple. The owners of such large shops are usually large sections. How can ordinary people bear the cost of refining Dao tools?" Xiaoqin nodded. Old Yama shares my opinion. From start to finish, this O Jinyun does not look like a businessman at all. After the transaction is over, let's leave quickly. Right. How could a regular businessman be like O Jinyun, not hiding his needs at all? Xiao Chen's final expression also seemed somewhat off. When they arrived on the second floor, there was indeed someone attending to Xiao Chen's group, saying that they had already received instructions. The three could choose any inferior-grade Dao tool on the second floor. The Iron Hand Yama was rather interested. Although it was only an inferior-grade Dao tool, it was still a Dao tool. The Iron Hand Yama's goal was clear. He needed a pair of gloves, preferably with the Fire Dao. Xiao Chen casually sized up the surroundings, occasionally taking down a Dao tool to study. In the end, he was somewhat disappointed. Even the medial-grade Dao tools sold here were far inferior to the Tyrant Saber in his hand. The word Tyrant caused the Tyrant Saber's quality to soar, directly advancing to peak superior-grade Dao tool. The Dao tools here were all made with great effort. However, without exception, they could only be considered craftsmen. The blacksmiths were still far from Grandmaster level. As for great Grandmaster level martial sages, that went without saying. However, this was just because Xiao Chen's standards were too high. To ordinary people, the Dao tools sold here were all high-quality goods. The profound cloud pavilion was famous in this vast sea region. The Dao tools sold here were limited in number and sold out practically every month. Even with spirit jades, they were hard to buy. The profound cloud pavilion sold at most 5 Dao tools every month. Many of the Dao tools were just decorations, not for sale. After all, the profound cloud pavilion could not refine Dao tools with just enough materials. It also needed time to nurture and form a great Dao. Unless there was an extremely strong expert who forcefully imprinted his own Dao aura on it, that would be quite damaging to one's mind and cultivation. Only large sects with many experts would have the capital to do so. Brother Xiaoqin, I've made my choice. The Iron Hand Yama said as he walked over with an excited expression. Xiaoqin glanced at the boxing gloves on his hands. The pure black boxing gloves looked quite heavy. Gauntlets were a special type of weapon to begin with. They were not mainstream weapons and were rather rare. It was a blessing to be able to find a pair of gloves that satisfied him. Xiaoqin nodded and agreed to complete the transaction. While he was at it, he dealt with the other materials as well. After obtaining the spiritual jades, he immediately left. After returning to the Black Cutlass, the group met up with Luonan and the others. Then they left the pirate hall in a hurry, not showing any reluctance to leave. "Young master, I've inquired about their origins. It's a group of pirates. From the looks of it, it's their first time in the Ash-Gray Sea. That pirate group is only a 5-star pirate group." In the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion, the manservant honestly reported the information he obtained from following Xiao Chen's group. When O Jinyun heard that, he could not help laughing. A 5-star pirate group? I thought that he was a disciple of some sect and that there would be a major character traveling with him. It turns out, The manservant smiled and asked, "Young master, should we do it ourselves?" O Jinyun retorted disdainfully, "Do I need to make a move personally for such minor characters? Gather some experts of our sect in the city. After they leave the pirate hall's protection, make a move." Yes. Inside the Black Cutlass, Xiao Chen and the others still did not know that someone was targeting them. However, Xiao Chen and the Iron Hand Yama felt that something was wrong, so they got the crew to remain vigilant and not let down their guard. Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chen and said, "According to the information we obtained, what Yen just said is true. There are indeed 3 rank 6 sects around the Myriad Star Mountain, all demonic Dao sections. They are the Fantasy Cloud Sect, the Blood Demon Palace, and the Heavenly Eagle Castle." Xiao Chen and the Iron Hand Yama exchanged looks, shock flashing in their eyes. The Iron Hand Yama asked, "What is the relationship between the Fantasy Cloud Sect and the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion?" Elder Tang replied, "The masters behind the 3 largest refining shops in the city are these 3 great demonic Dao sections. The 3 great demonic Dao sects have strong influence in the vicinity. This is the Starlight Sea region." Starlight Sea region. Because of the Myriad Star Mountain, the surrounding sea region was known as the Starlight Sea region. However, the Starlight Sea region was just the tip of the iceberg of the Ash-Gray Sea. Even so, this tip of the iceberg was much larger than the entire Grave Sea. Finding it strange, Elder Tang asked, "Is there a problem?" "It's fine. Senior Tang, please continue." "Right? The Myriad Star Mountain sounds like there is only one mountain. However, in reality, there are 100,000 mountain peaks connected to each other. It is vast and boundless. Over the years, pirates and demonic Dao cultivators come to the mountain to seek fortuitous encounters. There will always be people who gain something. Every half a year, 10,000 stars will appear on this 100,000 mountain peaks, illuminating the surroundings and creating a celestial phenomenon where night never falls. At this time, many strange mysterious phenomena will appear on the Myriad Star Mountain, triggering many fortuitous encounters. At this time, the three great sects will send their elders to lead teams deep in the mountains to seek fortuitous encounters. That was the general situation. Elder Tang thought for a while before continuing, "After we pass this pirate hall, we will have to be extremely careful in the following sea regions. We will run into strong pirate groups nearly every day. The path after this is not easy to find." The tempers of pirates were strange and unpredictable. Who knew when a pirate ship would arrive and force them to stop for inspection so that they could plunder everything? Just as Xiao Chen's group discussed countermeasures for the path after this, sonic booms came from behind. Closely following that, a 300-meter-long black ship with the skin of an oceanic ferocious beast hung on it appeared. It pressed down amid berserk demonic chi. That black ship was a demonic Dao sect ship that rivaled a 6-star pirate ship. It was faster than the Black Cutlass, which was not traveling at full speed. However, it was very large. The Black Cutlass seemed insignificant before it. "The scimitar ship in front, stop obediently. Otherwise I will smash you to death." An arrogant and egotistical voice came from that black ship. Right after the voice spoke, a few wills of soul carrying the power of the world landed heavily on the Black Cutlass. The Iron Hand Yama's face sank. 4 early-stage star venerates and a middle-stage star venerate old man. They are somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and discovered some other pirate ships nearby. If they fought here, they would expose themselves and attract a strong enemy. There's no need to stop. Continue forward. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and a blood mist spread out, encasing the Black Cutlass. The Black Cutlass immediately turned strange. It was like a demonic ship moving at full speed on the vast sea. "How dare you run?" 50 kilometers away, a skinny old man stood at the bow of the ship. This old man's star venerate will sense the Black Cutlass moving far away. He revealed a mocking expression. "Yang Fan, raise the flag and give chase." The old man shouted, and the beast's skin on the surface of the black ship was removed, revealing its true appearance. The carvings and symbols on both sides of the ship looked familiar. With one look, it was clear that this was the Fantasy Cloud sect's ship. After removing the disguise, the old man hung up the 2 spare black sails of the ship. Then he raised the Fantasy Cloud sect's flag. Demonic chi immediately soared from the entire ship. It seemed to be floating on the sea as it advanced at a ghostly speed. Originally, the demonic Dao wanted to hide its identity. Now that the Black Cutlass was about to flee, the ship no longer had any intention of doing so. The demonic Dao sects were not used to doing things in secret. Such a grand display suited their tastes. Young Master Xiao, that is the Fantasy Cloud sect's ship. After the ship removed its disguise, Elder Tang immediately recognized it, making him feel somewhat nervous. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He understood that O Jinyun had sent people to kill their way. Indeed, they were demonic Dao sects going back on their word and killing others to snatch their treasures. They did not feel embarrassed at all. The moment they left the vicinity of the pirate hall, they ran over impatiently. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could see very far away on the sea. He discovered that there were always other pirate ships in the surroundings. He could not find a suitable place to fight. While Xiao Chen hesitated, the Fantasy Cloud sect's demonic ship finally blocked the Black Cutlass's path. "Big brother, what should we do?" Xiao Sua's voice came from the control room, sounding somewhat anxious and flustered. Just the name of a rank 6 sect was enough to scare people to death. The firepower, performance, and every other aspect of this ship suppressed the Black Cutlass. There were also 4 star venerates, and one of them was a middle-stage star venerate. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, this would not be easy to deal with. This is indeed somewhat difficult. Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he looked at the black demonic ship in front from the crow's nest. However, he did not panic. Board the ship and kill them all. Whoosh. Two early-stage Star Venerate experts led a group of demonic ship cultivators towards the Black Cutlass. Chapter 1789. It looked like the skinny old man wanted to end the battle quickly. The moment he made his move, he sent two early-stage Star Venerate old men to rob the ship. Block them. Xiao Qin ordered indifferently with a cold expression. Elder Tang roared, and many dormant ferocious beasts flew out of the spirit beast platform. Elder Tang stood on a cold steel eagle. Then he stood on a cold steel eagle and controlled the many spirit beasts to hold back an early-stage Star Venerate old man. The Iron Hand Yama smiled coldly and put on his gloves. A terrifying killing intent burst out of his body as he clashed with the other early-stage Star Venerate old man. One of the two fought with numbers while the other punched the enemy. They moved widely, displaying extraordinary strength. Right from the start, the Iron Hand Yama held the upper hand, catching the two early-stage Star Venerate old men off guard. The moment the remaining demonic demon ship cultivators appeared on the deck, they suffered the terrifying attacks of the Archer Towers. The moment the various Archer Towers and formations that rivaled six-star pirate ships activated, the demonic demon ship cultivators cried out miserably. This was a one-sided massacre. The scene surpassed the skinny old man's imagination, startling him. Originally, according to the information, this Black Cutlass only had one Star Venerate. The people that the skinny old man brought were more than enough to kill the other party. However, the situation was now the other way around. Go and help. The skinny old man instructed the other early-stage Star Venerate old man beside him. His expression slowly turned grave. The skinny old man swept his gaze around and looked at the still calm Xiao Qin on the watchtower. For some reason he felt excited. As long as the skinny old man took down this person, he could quickly end this chaotic situation. The skinny old man held a ghost pennant in his hand. The black cloth hanging from the tip of the pennant gave off a strange black light. Is he going to attack me? Xiao Qin thought when he felt this old man's gaze. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Xiao Qin's figure flashed and he soared into the air. Then he said coldly, "Old fogey, come out and fight." Xiao Qin really wanted to see for himself how capable a demonic Dao expert was. Sending yourself to death? As you wish. The skinny old man laughed strangely. Then he soared into the air while holding the ghost pennant, charging at Xiao Qin. Ghostly snake. With a wave of the ghost streamer in his hand, a cold wind blew, and an illusory black snake image flew out of the streamer. That gargantuan snake was like a soul, gently drifting over and charging to Xiao Qin's side. His speed was frighteningly fast. Before Xiao Qin could react, he had already arrived before him. Boom. The ghostly shadow snake brought with it a sinister wind, giving off deep sonic booms. It was like the roars of 10,000 ghosts as it surged towards Xiao Qin like a tsunami. Xiao Qin's soul immediately surged and he felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Qin's soul pool flashed with light. His soul condensed, no longer affected by the sonic boom, and quickly returned to normal. However, the ghostly shadow snake had already arrived before Xiao Qin. It looked like it would swallow him whole. Saber. Xiao Qin drew the tyrant's saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. A flash of electric light flashed in the sky. Xiao Qin ruthlessly chopped the ghostly shadow snake in half, feeling extremely alarmed. Xiao Qin nearly fell for it. However, that skinny old man was even more shocked. This ghostly shadow snake of his was a killing move that could instantly kill an early-stage Star Venerate. To think that Xiao Qin broke it with one saber strike. The skinny old man pointed the ghost streamer to the sky, and a dense black fog immediately spread out, wanting to encase Xiao Qin. That pitch-black space was so dark that one could not see one's fingers, like a deep abyss. Xiao Qin's face sank. Electric light burst out of his feet as he frantically moved back. After the lightning tribulation, Xiao Qin's comprehension of the Thunder Dao had deepened further. Xiao Qin could move a short distance and execute the Thunder Dragon steps that he practiced in the past, reaching a speed close to teleportation. The electric light under Xiao Qin's feet quickly formed two lightning dragons, carrying Xiao Qin as he retreated. The skinny old man laughed strangely, and the black fog continued to spread out, pressing closely on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin moved even faster, continuously circulating his Thunder Dao. The lightning dragons under Xiao Qin's feet turned from an initial image to solid. Surging thunderclouds appeared in the sky with Xiao Qin as the center, encasing dozens of kilometers around. The black fog's range was even vaster. The cultivators on the two ships who were fighting intensely quickly moved away. After they returned to their ships, they quickly turned around and left, not daring to get close to where the two were fighting. Pa! Suddenly, a snake image came out of the black fog. It swung its tail and struck Xiao Chen, sending him flying. Actually, a country bumpkin like you can understand the means of a demonic Tao sect. The means of my fantasy cloud pavilion are ever-changing. Brat die. The black fog covering the surrounding 50 kilometers suddenly turned into a terrifying ferocious beast head. This ferocious beast looked like the Yazi beast demon soul. It gave off a terrifying aura that was hard to distinguish between real and fake. The huge beast head charged straight at Xiao Chen. Clumps of jade green light flew out of the ghost streamer in the skinny old man's hand and entered the ferocious beast head, making the illusory ferocious beast head even more sinister and terrifying. This is no longer a simple illusion. It also involves the use of soul energy. Xiao Chen brought out his divine dragon war body. His dragon bones and veins moved silently, and surging vital qi filled his entire body. Dragon might materialized on his body, protecting Xiao Chen like a divine dragon armor. Bang! The huge ferocious beast head crashed into Xiao Chen, producing a loud sound. The sky changed color and waves surged. Even the clouds in the sky exploded. Xiao Chen's qi and blood shook. However, with the strong defense and recovery of the divine dragon war body, his injuries were not obvious. The most important thing was that the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool was extremely compatible with the divine dragon armor formed by the dragon might. Xiao Chen's soul was not affected at all. This prevented the greatest effect of this killing move from being unleashed. This fellow. No wonder young master said not to underestimate him. The skinny old man's face finally revealed a trace of seriousness. This move of his was a move that could directly destroy a person's soul. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen appeared fine. After 2 exchanges, Xiao Chen gained a preliminary understanding of this old man. The killing moves of the Fantasy Cloud sect probably focused on such strange long-range attacks, attacking the soul and catching others off guard. Xiao Chen was rather weak in close combat. Otherwise, that O Jinyun would not have spent so much money to refine an essence magnet treasure armor. Split. The skinny old man shouted, and the ferocious beast head split into 3, turning into 3 10-kilometer-long ghostly shadow snakes that ferociously attacked Xiao Chen. They bit, crashed, wrapped around or interfered with demonic sounds. The 3 gigantic demonic shadow snakes occupied half the sky. All sorts of terrifying attacks made everyone feel a deep sense of fear. The accumulations of a rank 6 sect were truly startling. To think that a random middle-stage star venerate old man possessed such strength, far beyond the late-stage star venerates of those rank 5 sections. They were on completely different levels. The more Xiao Chen fought, the more startled he became. If not for his strength improving, he would have lost in one exchange. Xiao Chen brought out his Thunder Great Tao and Saber Great Tao to their limits. As he brandished his saber light, thick lightning bolts descended from the sky and danced chaotically with the saber light. Although the ghostly shadow snakes were ferocious, they found it hard to gain an advantage against Xiao Chen's saber techniques. Amid the boundless electric light, Xiao Chen was like an overlord overlooking the world, exuding a strong aura. Break. Not wanting to continue fighting, Xiao Chen roared ferociously and brought out 50% of the tyrant saber's might. Then he sent out 3 saber strikes. Electric light burst out, resplendent and dazzling, even more piercing than the sun. After the 3 saber strikes, the 3 ghostly shadow snakes all exploded into nothing, vanishing. The skinny old man showed a stunned expression. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to bring out such a terrifying saber light. Taking advantage of the moment, the skinny old man spoke coldly. The 2 lightning dragons under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly burst into flames, turning into clumps of electric light that spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment, Xiao Chen appeared directly above the skinny old man. Xiao Chen instantly executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane. Demonic soul protection. This startled the skinny old man. Then he grasped the ghost pennant with both hands and shouted. Suddenly, the skinny old man's complexion turned incredibly pale. He instantly drained a large amount of his soul energy. The ghost pennant materialized a round shield with a ghostly face and blocked Xiao Chen's sure kill, resolving the mundane. Dang. The skinny old man's resolving the mundane's eternal saber light knocked him back. Cracks appeared in the ghost pennant in his hand. Blood leaked out of a corner of the skinny old man's lips. He was severely injured but not fatally injured. Ah. Without infusing your will of soul into your killing move, you can't kill me, Junior. The skinny old man laughed maniacally. However, he no longer dared to continue fighting with Xiao Chen. Then he landed on the demonic ship and stood at the bow, grabbing the flag there with both hands and continuing to drain his soul energy. After a while, black fog spread out on the demonic ship. Then it soared into the air and left at lightning speed. The skinny old man looked at the people on the black cutlass and shouted coldly, "All of you just wait for the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's boundless revenge." Whoosh! Xiao Chen landed on the black cutlass and sheathed his saber. Then he looked coldly at the departing demonic ship. The accumulations of a large sect are indeed extraordinary. It will be difficult to keep this old fogey alive. The Iron Hand Yama shook his head slightly and sighed softly. That might not be the case. Xiao Chen said indifferently. 4 purple petals appeared in his right eye, spinning rapidly. Clouds moved in all directions in the sky. Then 10 tribulation clouds gathered around the demonic ship. In the next moment, the many cultivators on the demonic ship showed horrified expressions as the 10 lightning tribulations merged together and struck down without any warning. Chapter 1790. It was 100 meters tall and it was very intimidating. Just the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang would not be able to kill all the fleeing star venerates. Yenja turned around. He had just finished speaking when he saw the silver fox embroidered war banner, and his expression changed. Furthermore, as the black cutlass absorbed more blood mist, its degree of demonization increased. Brother Yen, you're finally here. Although the enemy was strong, it did not mean that he could not hold his own. The demon blood vulture went without saying. Furthermore, he still had the immemorial demon soul formation, his trump card. The biggest problem was the lightning tribulation. Alright, now was the time to use him. Xiao Suo returned with a full load from the demonic ship. With a wave of his hand, he handed the demonic ship's war banner to Xiao Chen. It's me, Wei Xiaofeng. On the black cutlass, Xiao Chen and the others all felt an extremely strong pressure. Yenja quickly crushed the jade scroll in his hand, and a scarlet light enveloped him. It was similar to the light of the Iron Blood token. Xiao Chen did not want to give the other party a chance to report back. If O Jinyun personally came with experts, it would be troublesome. It was also quite compatible with the war flag of the Devil sect. The lightning tribulations of demonic Dao cultivators were usually 10 times, even 100 times more terrifying than those of righteous Dao cultivators. This ship was quite extraordinary. When the lightning tribulations shock waves scattered, the demonic ship cultivators who could not escape in time were blasted half to death. When the heavenly Dao did not tolerate it, it was often the greatest reliance for righteous Dao cultivators to belittle the other party. They could easily take the moral high ground. Yes. He took out the jade slip. Didn't that Yenja say to look for him if there was any trouble? Before Xiao Chen's gaze, the demon blood vulture unwillingly spread its wings. A terrifying aura immediately spread out. An hour later. His big brother is me. Other than the fact that one's mental state would not be able to keep up, it would be easy to form inner demons, and it would not be easy to consolidate it. This was a bona fide pirate ship, a peak 6-star ship, far superior to the Black Cutlass. The Iron Horn pirate ship tailed the Black Cutlass, afraid of alerting it. Hence they kept a distance. However, it would only take him 4 to 5 days to catch up. It was time to show off his perfect acting skills. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the Fantasy Cloud sect's demonic ship was defeated. Xiao Chen and the others clearly sensed that this young black-clad man was actually a late-stage star venerate. Captain is wise. Behind him was a war flag embroidered with a silver fox, fluttering in the wind. It could be seen that he had already recognized Yenja, and Yenja had already guessed his origins. Xiao Chen took the war flag and sensed it. He found that it was indeed extraordinary. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang returned one after another with their gains from killing the star venerates. Xiao Chen didn't care. These kinds of harvests didn't need to be handed over. They were all personal spoils of war. Even without Xiao Chen, they could not do anything to the Black Cutlass with just this late-stage star venerate demon blood vulture. This person's background wasn't small, and he had a huge backing. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. On the crow's nest, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture, which was still sleeping. When that Wei Xiaofeng heard that Xiao Chen had a big brother, he seemed to have heard something funny. Come. Tell me, who is your big brother? Xiao Sua asked excitedly. Clearly he had gained a lot by sweeping this demonic ship clean. Yenja waved his hand and said, I'll use the jade strip to send over first. There's no need to suppress your speed. Just fly at full speed and rush over within 1 day. At that time, the Black Cutlass will be completely under our control. It will be hard for us to escape. Ah, Captain is really clever. Your intellect is unparalleled. You managed to pin down that black cutlass. In terms of war flags, the Ironblood War Banner was naturally the best. However, the Ironblood War Banner could not be used openly. It could only be used at the most crucial moment. Halfway through the 10 seconds, Xiao Qin suddenly said with a serious expression, "It is not impossible for me to submit to you. However, you have to ask my big brother for permission first." Back then, when the skinny old man infused his soul energy into the demonic ship's speed soared. When sin was born, even a very ordinary lightning tribulation would cause great harm. The Iron Hand Yama felt some fear. Although he was weaker than Yanjia, he did not dare to underestimate Xiao Qin. 10 layers of lightning tribulation descended. The skinny old man who was infusing his soul energy into the war banner revealed an expression of despair. The fleeing star venerates immediately revealed expressions of despair. They had not expected the black cutlass to have such a move. The righteous Tao cultivators called this a heavenly tribulation. The heavens would deal with the evils that they brought upon themselves. Who wants to make a move on my Chindi? Xiao Qian's lips twitched involuntarily. His perfect acting had nearly been exposed. Earlier, he had been running because this place was not a suitable place to fight. The 6-star pirate ship braved the wind and waves. Amid the strong winds and heavy rain, it triggered a terrifying mysterious phenomenon. Amid the thunder and lightning, it pressed over. In the end, a strong pirate ship blocked the black cutlass. This was the thing that Xiao Qin did not want to see the most. This person's cultivation is slightly weaker than Yanjia's. However, he is younger. His talent is probably extremely horrifying. Yanjia said indifferently, "As I expected, after 2 months, that group of people from the Black Cutlass finally ran into some trouble and came to me again." This made Xiao Qian's eyes light up, leaving him with a deep impression. If he modified the illusory cloud war banner of this demonic ship and used it on the Black Cutlass, its performance would immediately increase significantly. Demonic Tao cultivators possessed horrifying strength. Their cultivation speed had always been faster than that of righteous Tao cultivators. A handsome black-clad man stood at the bow of the 6-star pirate ship with his hands clasped behind his back and a sword on his back. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. There is no need to be afraid of him." On the Black Cutlass, as Xiao Qin crushed the jade strip, that black-clad man continued, "I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. I have always been very patient, but I have a bad temper. Either submit to me, Wei Xiaofeng, or die." The black-clad man opened his hand, and a flickering jade strip appeared in his grasp. When the people on the Black Cutlass saw Xiao Qian's quick change in expression, they all felt ashamed of their inferiority. Without the skinny old man's protection, they would not be a match for Xiao Qian. Furthermore, the lightning tribulation before them was the divine lightning eye that Xiao Qian executed after comprehending the Thunder Great Tao. A peak 6-star pirate ship even larger than the demonic ship appeared in everyone's vision. The black-clad man had a stern air, and his eyes were sharp. His entire body radiated a cold, murderous aura. "Captain, what are you laughing at?" However, the black-clad man did not show any fear in his tone. A few beams of light quickly scattered in all directions. Those were the injured star venerates on the demonic ship fleeing frantically. Helpless, the black-clad man chose to fight the fantasy cloud sex people. However, it seemed like heaven did not grant his wish. After dealing with the problem, the black-clad man naturally had to leave quickly. Slowly, the entire pirate ship appeared in everyone's vision. It was at least 600 meters long. A clear and cold voice resounded in all directions amidst the stormy sea waves, clearly imprinting itself into everyone's ears. The black-clad man held back his laughter as he lowered his head and looked at his feet, not wanting to give himself away. Xiao Qin said to Yanjia with an excited expression on his face. In the next moment, Yanjia's figure vanished. "This is the war banner forged by the Fantasy Cloud sect. It is much better than the one on our ship." "Yes." When the Iron Horn pirate ship's crew thought of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures, they immediately became excited. Yanjia, who was chatting with his subordinates on the throne in the ship, suddenly laughed. When Yanjia saw Xiao Qian's expression, he felt satisfied. He said calmly, "Little brother Xiao Qian, don't worry. You and I made an appointment in the Grave Sea. Now that you are in the Ash Gray Sea, I, Yanjia, will protect you." A cold snort rang out. Then a red light flashed in the Black Cutlass's upper reaches, and the imposing Yanjia with an extraordinary air appeared beside Xiao Qian. Yanjia gave chase like a phantom. By the time the demon blood vulture returned, all the fleeing star venerates had been killed. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang received orders to pursue the fleeing star venerates. Late-stage star venerate. The black-clad man swept his gaze around and fixed it on Xiaoqian. Then he said with interest, "A newcomer? It is rare for such an eye-catching new pirate to appear in the Starlight Sea. Are you interested in joining me, Wei Xiaofeng's command?" The might of the lightning tribulation was completely different from before. Furthermore, the skinny old man was incredibly weak. Unable to split himself up, the lightning tribulation immediately killed him without any suspense. This youth had an extraordinary air and a great boldness. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted Xiaoqian to submit to him. "Young Master Xiao, what should we do?" The Iron Hand Yama sent a voice projection. The situation was not good. When Wei Xiaofeng saw Yanjia, he smiled coldly, showing disdain on his face, not showing any fear at all. The sky suddenly turned dark. A strong, storm-like aura surged over from the sea in front. Without saying anything more, Xiaoqian said directly, "Set sail immediately. We will not stop." Whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoqian opened his hand and directly crushed the jade strip. Based on Xiaoqian's tone, he seemed to be targeting the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's demonic ship. He did not expect the Black Cutlass to destroy the other party. "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and work." Chapter 1791. Xiaoqian stood next to Yanjia, observing Yanjia's expression from the corner of his eye. Xiaoqian found it funny when he saw the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. It seemed that he had accidentally gone too far. However, Xiaoqian liked this scene very much. He really wanted to see how Yanjia would react and how he would deal with this matter. Yanjia of the Iron Horn Pirate Group. The second person was Yanjia. Wei Xiaofeng purposely emphasized his tone and said coldly, "I was wondering who his big brother was. So it's you. I'll count to 3. Hurry up and scram." In the darkness, one could vaguely see that there were many people standing behind Wei Xiaofeng. Among them, there were people with exceptionally powerful auras. They were much stronger than Wei Xiaofeng, but they did not want to suppress Wei Xiaofeng's sharpness, so they intentionally suppressed their own auras. "Yanjia, a young lord told you to scram. Why aren't you scramming? Are you trying to make life difficult for the Silver Fox pirate crew? Do you still want to live in the Infinite Star Sea in the future?" A cold voice came from behind Wei Xiaofeng. The tone was particularly hard to accept. At this moment, Yanjia was cursing Xiaoqian in his heart. Of all people to offend, he had to offend this Wei Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, he couldn't show it on his face. One could imagine how depressed he was. He was conflicted in his heart. Should he be the big brother or not? After a moment of hesitation, an answer appeared in his mind. Between offending the Silver Fox pirates and the Scarlet Blood inheritance, he quickly made his choice. The Scarlet Blood inheritance. With the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, everything was worth it. Scram. In less than 3 seconds, Yanjia suddenly spoke, turned around and left. Wei Xiaofeng laughed out loud. "At least you know what's good for you, newcomer. Did you see your big brother? I opened my mouth and he rolled away like a dog." Surprise flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. He did not expect Yanjia to be so decisive. He said he would not help and he did not help at all. Pucci. However, in the next moment, Wei Xiaofeng, who was still laughing, didn't even have time to smile. Yanjia, who had already turned around and vanished, flew into the air. At some point, he had appeared in front of Wei Xiaofeng and chopped off his head with a chop. His movements were so fast that no one could react. More importantly, everyone thought that he had really left, and their minds couldn't react at all. This included Xiaoqian. Even though his state of mind was different from an ordinary person's, his face still revealed a trace of unconcealable surprise and shock. A terrifying aura spread out from Yanjia's body. A will of soul enveloped the entire pirate ship. After killing Wei Xiaofeng, Zhang Xian took advantage of the shock of the elders behind him. His movements didn't stop and he continued to attack. Kill, 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 kill. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from Yanjia's body. The killing intent was like a tide, much more terrifying than the surging waves of the ash-gray sea. It was a living hell on earth for the other pirates. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 10 people had died. By the time the others reacted, more than 10 people had died. Half of the top forces were already dead. They were completely scared out of their wits, and their hearts were filled with fear. Without a pillar of support, their first reaction was to flee in all directions. However, this action gave Yanjia a better opportunity. If they worked together, they would still be able to fight Yanjia. If they split up, they would fight on their own. They really couldn't withstand a single blow, all of them dying miserable deaths that were completely unsightly. Right now, Yanjia was like a completely different person. He was like a killing god that appeared from hell, cold, emotionless and decisive in killing. His original scholarly air was gone. When he attacked, he always targeted a vital point, deciding life and death within 3 moves. Not a single person on the other party's pirate ship could last 3 moves against him. Yenja single-handedly washed this 6-star pirate ship in blood. You broke through. The final person looked at Yenja in horror. His face filled with horror and shock that he had not expected. No matter what he said, he could not finish his sentence. Yenja smiled and said, "Do you know why I am the last to kill you? It is to let you experience the torment of this fear." Right after Yenja spoke, a sword light flashed and a head flew out along with blood. The final person was the one who cursed Yenja the most viciously earlier. Yenja casually wiped off the blood on his sword and arrived before Wei Xiaofeng's headless body. Then he took out a formation plate from Wei Xiaofeng's chest and gently crushed it. The main formation of this ship immediately broke. Then he sheathed his sword. Yenja turned around and leaped up, gently landing on the black cutlass. The people on the ship had not recovered their wits yet. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. That huge pirate ship disintegrated, then got corroded by the seawater of the ash-gray sea. Just like that, the pirate ship, which had given people a strong sense of oppression, disappeared from everyone's sight without a sound. The Iron Hand Yama and the others recovered their wits and looked at Yenja, who was beside them. They could not hide the horror in their eyes and they subconsciously moved back. This was truly a situation where they could not control their bodies. This was an instinctive fear that came from their bodies after witnessing the earlier scene. A great demon. The thousands of words in Xiao Chen's heart turned into these 3 words. This Yenja before him was the true great demon. Those so-called demonic Dao cultivators were nothing before Yenja. Yenja's decisiveness in killing flabbergasted everyone. The speed at which he changed his expression caught everyone off guard. What was even more terrifying was that Yenja was so strong. However, Yenja did not show any arrogance or willfulness. He was meticulous and ruthless. A pirate ship that looked strong crumbled so easily in Yenja's hands, not leaving a single survivor. He broke through to Holy Venerate. The Iron Hand Yama sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen could hear the fear and trembling in the voice projection. However, Yenja showed an unsightly expression. He sighed softly, "Little brother Xiao Chen, this time I caused a great disaster for your sake." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. "I can't see the pressure of causing a great disaster on your face." However, Xiao Chen still went along with Yenja's words and asked, "What do you mean?" The Silver Fox Pirate Group is one of the 3 overlords of the Starlight Sea. The captain advanced to Holy Venerate many years ago. No one knows his true cultivation. The 6 giants under him are all as strong as my Iron Horn Pirate Group. There are also many pirate groups under him. Yenja muttered, "The one I just killed was his son." The Iron Hand Yama forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Senior Yen, actually, you did not have to kill him. If you revealed your Holy Venerate cultivation, they would definitely not attack you head-on." Indeed, a Holy Venerate was a peak expert in the Starlight Sea, capable of sweeping through a region. Even in a rank 6 sect, Holy Venerates were rare. At the very least, they were inner sect elders who ranked near the top. If Yenja revealed his Holy Venerate strength, Wei Xiaofeng would definitely retreat. You do not understand Wei Xiaofeng. He is a very terrifying junior with startling talent. He will definitely become a Holy Venerate within 10 years. Sooner or later he will seek trouble for me. If I did not kill him, I would definitely die at his hands 10 years later. After a pause, Yenja said, "There is a saying, do not bully the young for being poor. Hence, I did not bully him and directly killed him, ending all troubles once and for all." These words were really well said. How many seniors had died in the hands of the younger generation, becoming stepping stones for others? If everyone were as decisive and merciless as Yenja, such a tragedy would not have happened. Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his back. He was a junior like Wei Xiaofeng, a junior with even more potential than the other party. It was like Yenja's words were directed at him. "I will not bully you. I will only kill you." These simple words caused everyone to feel an indescribable chill that penetrated deep into their hearts. Xiao Chen calmed himself and consoled, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. My hands and feet are very clean. I believe that no one will know." Yenja revealed a bitter smile. Then he sighed softly, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Little brother Xiao Chen, even if I do not want to go to Myriad Star Mountain with you this time, I have to. If I do not obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, I will die at the Silver Fox's hands sooner or later. You won't just watch Big Brother die, right?" Here it comes. After talking for a long time, they finally reached the main topic. Furthermore, what Yanjia said made sense. Xiao Chen had nothing to say to that. Chapter 1792. As the saying goes, the situation is stronger than the person. Xiao Chen finally understood how the Iron Hand Yama and the others felt when the Scarlet Blood War banner was borrowed. There was no room for refusal. Big Brother Yen, are you really willing to accompany us to the Myriad Star Mountain? Xiao Chen's heart was in turmoil, but he didn't show it on his face. There was even a hint of joy hidden in his tone. When Yanjia saw Xiao Chen's expression, he could not quite grasp it. He did not know if Xiao Chen was truly frightened. Just as he had planned, she was convinced by him. However, it didn't matter. The heavenly Tao was heartless and the strong were respected. His strength was much higher than Xiao Chen's, so he really didn't have to worry about anything. It would be best if Xiao Chen could truly submit to him. That would save him a lot of trouble, and it was in line with his usual style of doing things. It didn't matter if he didn't sincerely submit. The scene just now would leave an indelible shadow in Xiao Chen's heart. It was hard for him to muster the courage to resist himself. Yanjia nodded. Go then. I never fight a battle that I'm not confident of winning. Since I've decided to go, I'll have to make a proper plan with you guys. All right. Xiao Chen led Yanjia, Elder Tang, the Iron Hand Yama, and Xiao Suo into the Black Cutlass's reception room. Brother Xiao Chen, how did you plan to go to the Myriad Star Mountain? Yanjia asked after he sat down. Xiao Chen said honestly, I don't have a plan. There's still half a year before the phenomenon of the Myriad Star Mountain will appear. I plan to wait and see what happens, to see if I can take advantage of the chaos to find the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Yanjia continued to ask, what happens after we find it? Naturally, Elder Tang answered without hesitation. Yanjia smiled and said, how can that be possible? The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure would definitely cause a commotion. How could he leave so easily? The leaders of the three great demonic Tao sects are all holy venerate experts. Any one of them can take your life. This. Elder Tang was at a loss for words. But don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll definitely deal with the sacred venerables. However, I also have a request. When the time comes, you have to listen to everything I say. Even if it's a sea of fire, you'll have to jump if I want you to. The piercing light caused the expressions of Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama to change. Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's fine. Big Brother Yen is just using an analogy. I believe in Big Brother Yen. When the time comes, I will definitely listen to Big Brother Yen. Ah, Brother Xiao Chen knows me well. Come, let's have a drink. Yanjia raised his wine cup, clinked it lightly with Xiao Chen's and drained it in one go. Putting down his wine cup, Yanjia looked at Xiao Chen and said, later it seems to be the problem of how to split the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. Xiao Chen interrupted. That doesn't matter. We're not asking for much. Even if it's just 1%, the harvest from this trip would be heaven-defying. 1%? How is this possible? Yanjia's expression changed slightly as he interrupted Xiao Chen's words, causing their hearts to sink again. You're not even willing to give me 1%? Yanjia did not pause. He continued, I do not care about the natural treasures in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. It will be fine as long as my subordinates can get some. However, if there is the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, you have to give it to me. I have always been a straightforward person, open and above board. I will say whatever I want to say. If the few of you agree, then I will definitely do what I said. If not, then I can only go far away and leave this starry sea. Open and above board? Above board? That sounded true. However, if anyone really believed it, that person would be the greatest fool in the world. Xiao Chen glanced at Yanjia and said indifferently, can we discuss this first before making a decision? Yanjia smiled and said, no problem. When the sky turned bright, the Iron Horn Pirate's ship appeared amid strong winds and huge waves. Yanjia stood up and took his leave, returning to his pirate ship. The Iron Horn Pirate's ship was even larger and stronger than Wei Xiaofeng's. This cast a shadow in the hearts of the Iron Hand Yama and the others. Yanjia was already terrifyingly strong. Adding this pirate ship to the mix, it felt like there was no chance of survival. Big Brother, why did you not agree to him directly and act according to the circumstances? The Iron Hand Yama looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat confused. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he said, even if it is just acting, I cannot go back on my word after agreeing to something. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he turned around and left silently by himself. As the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang watched Xiao Chen's lonely figure, they both felt a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Inside the captain's quarters, Xiao Chen took out a bottle of 1,000-year flame and drank by himself. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile, but he could not hide the melancholy on his face. Such emotions only appeared when no one was around. Yanji's strength somewhat surpassed his expectations. Originally, Xiaochen estimated that even if Yanji was a peak late-stage star venerate, Xiaochen would still have a trump card to challenge him. With the demon blood vulture working with the Yazi beast demon soul and Xiaochen's strength, he could fight it. However, the other party suddenly advanced to holy venerate. Everything was different. Xiaochen needed to obtain the Scarlet Blood Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, how would he have the qualifications to enter the Divine Dragon Empire and meet Lu Ryue? As Xiaochen looked at the thousand-year flame, he could not help thinking about the various things in the Kunlun realm. Only now did Xiaochen realize how fortunate it was to have a big brother protecting him in the Kunlun realm. Many old monsters did not dare to jump out and bully the weak. After coming to this great thousand worlds, a random Yanji made him feel a deep sense of helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't work hard, and it wasn't that he didn't improve fast enough. It was just that his time in the great thousand worlds was too short, and he simply couldn't compare to those people. Mo Chen's image appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He could not help but smile. If you were here, you would definitely be able to think of a solution. It was not time to give up yet. Back then, when Mo Chen was alone in the Cloud Sea domain, her situation was much more difficult than Xiao Chen's. The huge Mo family and the heavy burden were all on her shoulders. Now it was just the pressure of a ship. How could he be hit by it? No one was undefeatable. Xiao Chen would definitely be able to think of a solution. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and thought hard about a solution. After a long time, he opened his eyes and a light flashed in them. Suddenly Xiao Chen thought of something. If Yanji was really that strong back when Wei Xiaofeng told him to scram, Yanji would not have needed to play any tricks. Yanji pretended to disappear first before suddenly attacking. In the end, Yanji managed to kill an entire ship of people by catching them off guard. Right, that must be it. Yanji had just advanced to Holy Venerate and had no time to stabilize his strength, so he chose to end the battle quickly. A large part of the reason why Yanji managed to kill the entire ship of people was probably that as time dragged on, Yanji's foundation would be exposed. His weakness of having an unstable foundation would be exposed, so he had to use all of his strength from the very beginning, not holding back any of his moves. The earlier massacre was far from as easy as it looked. In the Grave Sea, Yi Feng's big brother Yi was also a holy venerate. However, the feeling that this Yanji gave Xiao Chen was far from comparable to big brother Yi. The truly terrifying thing was still Yanji's scheming and decisiveness in killing. Yanji's words of "I will not bully you, just kill you," made Xiao Chen feel lingering fear. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly started laughing loudly. "Yanji, what a great one. To think that you put on a show before me again. I nearly got fooled by you." On the Iron Horn pirate ship, Yanji, who landed on the ship, immediately turned much paler. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. However, his face was filled with unconcealable joy. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Yanji's weak appearance, the Iron Horn pirate ship's doyens were greatly startled. Yanji waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's just that my veritable essence energy and soul energy are drained, and I feel somewhat weak. I will recover completely after resting for a few days." How can it be like this? Could it be that big brother went all out against Xiao Chen's group? Yanji shook his head and said indifferently, "Of course not. I killed everyone on Wei Xiaofeng's ship." The others were greatly startled. The Silver Fox pirate ship's fame resounded like thunder. To think that Yanji's big brother killed his son and even slaughtered an entire ship. Those who accomplish great things have to make some sacrifices. A look of extreme confidence flashed in Yanji's eyes as he said coldly, "You all underestimated the strength of Xiao Chen and his ship. If I were to face that ship head-on, my victory would be even worse than what I am now. I used the smallest price to completely subdue that ship. Everything was worth it. Life was like a play. However, sometimes, getting too immersed in the play was not a good thing." Chapter 1793. Yanji arrived half a month later. Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation in the captain's quarters, studying the dreamlike mundane world saber technique, was suddenly brought out by Xiao Suo. "What's so mysterious?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked curiously at Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was not such a wishy-washy person. There was definitely a reason behind this. Xiao Suo muttered, "There are some changes to the ship. It seems like it is about to completely demonize." When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression changed slightly. He immediately knew what Xiao Suo was talking about. Actually, the Black Cutlass had been in the process of being demonized. The scarlet demonic fog permeated every part of the ship at every moment. When the ship was first modified, the Ghost Elder had done something to it. No matter how he modified it in the future, he could only upgrade it according to the framework set by the Spectral Elder. He would always use the immemorial demon soul formation as the center. In the beginning, the changes weren't that big. As time went on, Xiao Sua discovered some clues. Later on, Xiao Qin also discovered some clues. The two of them had discussed it that day. Even if it was a demonic ship, as long as it was used properly, it didn't matter. Now, the Black Cutlass was really going to turn into a demonic ship. Xiao Sua still had some misgivings. The others did not dare to tell him, so they could only come to discuss it with Xiao Chen in secret. Let me ask you something first. Does Yanzhi know about the immemorial demon soul formation of the Black Cutlass? Xiao Chen thought of something and looked at Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua shook his head. He doesn't know. He only appeared after the Yazi beast demon soul exhausted its energy. Otherwise, I would not have handed him the Scarlet Blood War banner so easily. Good. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He had been worrying about not having enough trump cards to compete with Yanzhi. It was good news that Yanzhi did not know that the pirate ship had the immemorial demon soul formation. Take me to the core control room. I want to see what's going on. Yes. Xiao Sua nodded slightly and led Xiao Chen to the core control room. The core control room was the core of the pirate ship. It was more important than the control room on the surface. In fact, the control room on the surface was more accurately called a control room. Only those with the captain's order could enter the core control room. Xiao Sua took out the captain's order and embedded it into the wall. The secret door opened, and the small room was filled with many formations densely packed together. At the center of the hundreds of formations was the core formation that maintained the hull of the ship, as well as various other formations with different functions. Like gears, they formed a slowly interlocking formation that appeared before the two of them. In truth, this wasn't a real spell formation, but a projection of the numerous spell formations in the ship's core control room. The function of the core control room was to allow them to connect with each other and form a perfect system. The mysteries involved were related to the core secrets of the Pirate Alliance. To this day, aside from the Pirate Alliance, no other power had been able to build a pirate ship. Big brother, look, that blood-red formation is the projection of the Devil Soul formation. The other formations have all been invaded by it and turned scarlet. Even without Xiao Sua saying it, Xiao Qin could see it. Originally, the array formation was of different colors, looking exceptionally gorgeous. But now they had all turned scarlet. At first glance, it was especially frightening. Xiao Qin looked carefully and discovered that only the core formation remained, 1/3 of which had not been infected by the demonic qi. However, it was only a matter of time. Something strange would happen in the next 2 or 3 days. Xiao Sua said sullenly, right now the Iron Horn pirate ship is leading the way. When it turns into a demonic ship, if there are any mysterious phenomena and the other party comes to investigate, it will be difficult to deal with. Xiao Qin understood what Xiao Sua meant. Right now, even a fool could tell that this Black Cutlass was extraordinary. That Senior Gue was a true expert. The Black Cutlass would undergo a qualitative change, or rather return to its true form. Xiao Qin thought for a long time. Then he suddenly looked at Xiao Sua and said, you don't have to care about all this. I just want to ask you, do you have the courage to truly control this ship? Xiao Sua revealed a complicated expression, struggling and hesitating. Just do it. It is just the demonic Tao. I am willing to walk this path. Just as Big Brother said, my heart will not change. I will still be me. After a while, Xiao Sua made up his mind. Then he looked resolutely at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly. He still saw fear and hesitation in Xiao Sua's eyes as well as some grudges. Xiao Sua still feared the immemorial demon soul formation. Never mind. Let me do it. Big Brother. When Xiao Sua heard this, he felt relieved of a heavy burden. However, he also blamed himself. Don't blame yourself. My mental state is much stronger than yours. I am the most suitable person in the first place. Xiao Qin smiled and patted Xiao Sua's shoulder. Then he said softly, however, this is your ship after all. So, I have always left this opportunity for you. However, it looks like you have not reached the time to accept it yet. However, I am already there. I need to go to the tribulation point on the other side. Xiao Sua's mental state had not matured yet. However, Xiao Qin had to face a strong enemy like Yanzhi. Xiao Sua felt some warmth in his heart. However, he also felt even more guilty. He lowered his head and said, sorry I disappointed Big Brother. I indeed do not have the courage to face the immemorial demon soul formation. It's fine. I also feel fearful about the immemorial demon soul formation. Old Luo never asks about it. Xiaoqian smiled and consoled Xiao Suo. After making his decision, what Xiaoqian needed to do next was to merge his soul and essence blood with the immemorial demon soul formation. After that, this ship would become Xiaoqian's life pirate ship. Xiaoqian would be able to bring out the Black Cutlass's might to its greatest extent, controlling it as he pleased. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be one with the ship. However, he would also face the danger of falling into the demonic Tao at any time, consigned to eternal damnation. I'll go now. Don't tell or startle the others. Xiaoqian had always been decisive. If he waited for the Black Cutlass to completely demonify before holding the ceremony, it would be too late. When Xiaoqian arrived at the Black Cutlass's lower deck, he faced the immemorial demon soul formation shrouded in blood mist again. The formation plate hovered in the air at the center of the formation, giving off a faint light. The Yazi beast demon soul carved on the formation plate already had 5.5 pearls lit up. The Yazi beast demon soul's strength already rivaled that of a peak late-stage star venerate. Xiaoqian had once dripped a drop of essence blood into the formation. After that, the demon soul immediately swallowed up some of his soul, completely losing control. At that time this had startled Xiaoqian for a long time. The immemorial demon soul formation had already infiltrated the entire ship. Now, the immemorial demon soul formation before Xiaoqian was the true core of the Black Cutlass. Merging with the immemorial demon soul formation was the same as merging with the Black Cutlass. Standing at the edge of the immemorial demon soul formation, Xiaoqian looked into the depths of the formation. Then he took out a short saber and made a cut on his index finger. Blood immediately flowed out. Then the blood dripped down drop by drop. When the first drop of blood landed in the formation, the calm blood mist immediately surged. The calm blood mist began to boil in an instant, light overflowing in all directions. Xiaoqian clearly felt that the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool, which represented his will of soul, had a small nick bitten out. Intense pain came and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Unlike the previous time, Xiaoqian did not give up. He endured the intense pain, letting the blood drip down bit by bit. Time passed quickly. Drops of unremarkable essence blood gathered in the formation, turning into a puddle of pure blood water. In the next moment, this puddle of pure blood water expanded in the vast formation. It covered the pulsating scarlet light of the formation. Now it expanded from 1/3 of the original area to half of the original area. Whoosh! Just at this moment, when Xiaoqian's essence blood covered half of the formation, a deep abyss roar came from the depths of the formation. This roar was startling and boundlessly strange. The Yazi beast demon soul suddenly appeared from the depths of the formation. The Yazi beast demon soul's cold, scarlet eyes looked at Xiaoqian emotionlessly, inspiring fear and horror in one's heart. Fortunately, it was not Xiao Suo standing there. This gaze made even Xiaoqian feel like he could not stand stably. However, there were still many chains piercing the Yazi beast demon soul's body. The chains firmly locked the Yazi beast demon soul in the formation, preventing it from stepping out of the formation and leaving this pirate ship. Suddenly, the Yazi beast demon soul leaped into the air, looking like it wanted to devour Xiaoqian. However, the formless soul chains firmly restrained it, causing it to roar in unwillingness. The Yazi beast demon soul's entire body entered the half of the formation that Xiaoqian's essence blood covered. The merging officially began. However, Xiaoqian felt intense pain. He could no longer hold on and fainted. Chapter 1794. Xiaoqian did not know how long he had been unconscious. When he woke up again, he had a splitting headache like he had a hangover. He felt dizzy and in poor spirits. Xiaoqian rubbed his head and took a few deep breaths. Then he closed his eyes and rested for a while, finally feeling better. Then Xiaoqian stood up unsteadily and looked at the immemorial demon soul formation. This feeling of familiarity startled Xiaoqian, causing him to reveal a shocked expression. After a while, Xiaoqian smiled bitterly and said, "It looks like the merger is a success." The scarlet light flowing in the immemorial demon soul formation felt like his blood flowing in it. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all. Xiaoqian could feel the faint heartbeat of a certain mysterious thing in the formation. Xiaoqian raised his gaze and looked at the formation plate at the center of the formation. Xiaoqian narrowed his eyes and met the eyes of the Yazi beast demon soul in the formation plate. It was like he was not looking at a dead object but another life. Another version of himself. That was right. Xiaoqian really felt that the one in the formation was indeed another version of himself. Yes and no. This feeling was very contradictory. With his current knowledge and experience, he could not explain it. It looks like I have to search the memories of the foe god Flame's inheritance to see what is going on with my current state, Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. However, now was not the time to think about this. There were many interesting things in his mind. With a thought, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense spread to every corner of the ship. He felt that the blood fog had already invaded the black cutlass and merged with it. The immemorial demon soul formation was a part of his soul, and the black cutlass was a part of his body. This feeling was extremely wondrous. At this moment, as long as Xiao Qin wanted to, he could easily hear what everyone on the ship was saying. He could even see everything outside through the ship's formation and feel the wind and waves of the ash-gray sea. The more interesting thing was the use of the immemorial demon soul formation. Originally, the immemorial demon soul formation either released the Yazi beast demon soul or not released it. This was the simplest use. However, now Xiao Qin knew more ways to use it. With a thought from Xiao Qin, the blood mist spreading above the immortal soul formation was immediately compressed into the formation, not leaking out at all. With another thought, the blood mist slowly rose. The thick blood mist quickly spread to every corner of the compartment. As long as Xiao Qin wanted to, this blood mist could instantly surge out and hide the entire black cutlass. The people outside could only see the blood mist, but they could not see what it was. Withdraw. Xiao Qin let out a soft cry. The blood mist condensed and stuck to his body, forming a set of armor that protected his entire body. Xiao Qin's white robes instantly turned scarlet, making him look extremely strange. Turning around, Xiao Qin's gaze landed on the Yazi beast demon soul's necklace, and he lightly tapped it. 5 pearls flickered with light, and 5 cultivators wearing scarlet armor walked out of the formation. They all exuded the terrifying aura of the Yazi beast demon soul. Their appearances were all different, causing one's hair to stand on end. They looked exceptionally terrifying. In Xiao Qin's merged memories, he found out that these cultivators in scarlet armor were called demon shadow clones. These were the 18 clones that the Yazi beast, an ancient ferocious beast, had created for itself when it was alive. Each clone was a strong cultivator of the current era. After their masters were killed by the Yazi beast, the Yazi beast used its essence blood to refine them into terrifying ferocious spirit clones. They became an inseparable part of the Yazi beast's flesh and soul. Now, the 5 demon shadow clones were naturally not as strong as they were during the Great Desolate Aeon. However, each of them possessed the strength of a late-stage star venerate. While they were on the black cutlass, their strength could improve further. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. As long as he could stay on this black cutlass, even if Yanji came, he might not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Qin flicked his finger, and the demon shadow clones returned to the necklace. The demon soul armor on Xiao Qin also turned back into a blood mist and scattered. In the next moment, Xiao Qin's body appeared in Xiao Sua's room on the black cutlass. This startled Xiao Sua. "Big brother, how did you get here?" There was no commotion in Xiao Sua's room. Then Xiao Qin appeared beside him, looking like a ghost. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "I already succeeded in merging. Now, as long as I am on the black cutlass, I can appear anywhere." When Xiao Sua heard that, he felt enlightened. When he saw Xiao Qin's pale complexion, he could not help asking worriedly, "Big brother, you look very weak. Are you all right?" "I exhausted myself a lot. It could be considered a narrow escape. However, I managed to pull through." Xiao Qin paused for a while before continuing, "I cannot tell anyone about this for now. After I obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures, I will forge a pirate ship for you." Right now, the Black Cutlass was a thoroughly demonic ship. There were still many secrets that Xiao Qin had not figured out yet. He could not let Xiao Sua and the others stay here and take risks. Xiao Sua understood the severity of this. He nodded gravely and said, "Big brother, don't worry. I guarantee that I will not leak this out." At the same time, Xiao Sua felt helpless. If not for Yan Zhi, given his big brother Xiao Chen's character, why would he risk falling into the demonic Tao? Xiao Chen patted Xiao Sua's shoulder. He felt Xiao Sua's body tremble slightly. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. In the next moment, he appeared at the side of the spirit beast platform. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture, which was taking an afternoon nap, felt a gaze on it and opened its eyes, finding it strange. "Puchi, Puchi." When the demon blood vulture saw Xiao Qin, it was startled awake. Its body trembled as it stood up in a fluster. The demon blood vulture wanted to spread its wings and fly away to flee. However, its feet went soft and it fell heavily to the ground. The demon blood vulture looked very comical. Xiao Qin could not help smiling. "Even a fellow like you who fears nothing in the world is afraid of me. How terrifying exactly am I now?" Actually, Xiao Qin now looked no different from an ordinary person. Even a holy venerate or a sovereign personage would find it hard to detect any clues or strangeness. However, when Xiao Sua learned that Xiao Chen had merged with the Yazi beast demon soul, he felt some fear in his heart. However, this demon blood vulture saw this because of his bloodline. When it saw that Xiao Chen was an existence of the same kind as it felt like it had met its natural enemy. If Xiao Chen wanted to, after devouring it, his strength would increase greatly. This was why the demon blood vulture was frightened silly. It thought that Xiao Chen was here to eat it. If Xiao Chen knew what it was thinking, who knew how he would laugh? After Xiao Chen left, the demon blood vulture still felt fear in its heart. He muttered to himself, I was scared to death. How did this grandson's eyes become so scary all of a sudden? Half a month later, Yanjia recovered to his peak, and his aura was even stronger. Xiao Chen landed alone on the Black Cutlass. Through the pirate ship, Xiao Chen already knew of his arrival. Yanjia could be considered to have completely recovered. Not only did he not show any signs of fatigue, but after the great battle of washing Wei Xiaofeng's ship with blood, Yanjia had completely recovered. Not only was he not fatigued at all, but his strength was also clearly stronger. As a holy venerate, Yanjia's strength was even more stable. However, in the past half-month, Xiao Chen had also rested his mind, qi and spirit. There were no visible changes. Big brother Yan, are you going to ask me about my consideration? Xiao Chen asked straightforwardly after going forward to receive Yanjia warmly. Yanjia nodded with a smile. 1 month should be sufficient for little brother Xiao to consider. I have always been a rather generous person. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself, you gave me 1 month because you were afraid that your aura would be unstable and give yourself away, right? However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said sincerely, Big brother Yan, I'm sorry. I've thought it through very clearly. The scarlet blood inheritance is very important to me. I cannot give it to others. Yanjia did not get angry at all. This was normal behavior. If Xiao Chen just handed over the scarlet blood inheritance, Yanjia would be suspicious. He might even suspect that Xiao Chen had ulterior motives and saw through his acting. Yanjia smiled and said, it's fine. Big brother understands you. In that case, we can compete fairly in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. If this elder brother's skills are better, I will not stand on ceremony. If little brother Zhao's skills are better, I will submit to you willingly. That's good. Xiao Chen agreed on the surface but smiled coldly in his heart. With your strength, how can I compete fairly with you? Yanjia smiled straightforwardly and said, good, it is settled then. We will arrive at Myriad Star Mountain in 1 month. You can familiarize yourself with the environment there first. When the Myriad Star Mountain mysterious phenomenon appears, I will meet up with you. Based on Yanjia's words, it seemed like he had no intention of going to Myriad Star Mountain for now. Xiao Chen asked, where is big brother Yan going? Are you not coming with me? Yanjia smiled mysteriously. I have some private matters to deal with and see an old friend. There is no need to worry. When the nightless mysterious phenomenon appears, I will definitely appear. Goodbye. After leaving the Black Cutlass, Yanjia muttered to himself. Xiao Chen's talent was astonishing. His strength improved practically every day. Even after 1 month, he was still at the same cultivation realm. It was strange that Xiao Chen spent all his time recuperating like Yanjia. However, that did not matter. No matter what, Yanjia was now just a major primal core realm cultivator. Even if he broke through, he would only be a star venerate. Everything was still within Yanjia's control, but he could not let his guard down. After the matter was over, he would kill Xiao Chen when he had the chance. In Yanjia's heart, Xiao Chen had even greater potential than Wei Xiaofeng. On the other side, Xiao Chen also wondered why Yanjia left at such a crucial time. Both of them were scheming in their hearts. Chapter 1795. After Yanjia left, with a thought, Xiao Chen appeared out of thin air in his cultivation room in the next moment. It had to be said that after Xiao Chen merged his essence blood and soul with the immemorial demon soul formation, the many wondrous effects were indescribably wondrous. This ability to appear anywhere he wanted gave Xiao Chen the feeling of a ruler on the Black Cutlass. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and entered deep thought. He could not understand why Yanjia would leave at this time. What was it for? However, it was useless to think too much about it now. Shaking his head, he could only put it aside for the time being. In order to recuperate his spirit and make up for the loss of his soul during the fusion, he had done a lot of homework over the past month. His cultivation and strength had not improved at all. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Xiao Chen took out the spirit jades and filled the spirit gathering formation. Xiao Chen sat in the center of the formation and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Boundless spiritual energy surged over. The purple thunder divine incantation, which was close to consummation, absorbed spiritual energy at a startling speed. After completing a great chi circulation, the 9-star primal core was filled up again, and a star lit up. At this point, Xiao Chen had successfully lit up 8 stars on the perfect 9-star essence core. Not only could the primordial core contain more quintessential essence, but the quintessential essence was also cleansed, becoming more condensed and pure. The quintessential essence that Xiao Chen could instantly unleash was also stronger and more powerful. At this moment, the power of a casual strike from Xiao Chen already rivaled that of an ordinary star venerate. Even a middle-stage star venerate might not be much stronger than Xiao Chen in terms of veritable essence energy. That's strange. Why are all the middle-grade spirit stones used up? Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked around. Then he was shocked to discover hundreds of medial-grade spirit jades in the spirit-gathering formation. It had already exhausted its spiritual energy and became a useless rock. Even if the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 11th layer, it should not exhaust so much spiritual energy. Strange things? Could it be that the fusion of my essence blood and soul with the immemorial demon soul array has changed my physique and bloodline? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. In the Great Desolate Era, those primordial fierce beasts consumed a huge amount of spiritual chi. In a breath, the amount of spiritual energy that surged out might be a quantity that some cultivators would not be able to achieve in their lifetime. Many of the beings known as ferocious beasts didn't actually do evil, but they were still hunted and hunted down by humans. A large part of the reason was that their very existence threatened the other races. However, if one were to think about it, if they were to stay here for 10 or 100 years, the spirit chi in the surroundings would dry up and the spirit veins would be exhausted. It created one dead zone after another, and the other clans had no choice but to encircle and annihilate them. After all, it was a matter of life and death for their own clans. As for the current demonic sects and cultivators, their cultivation philosophy was destined to create a barrier between them and the righteous path. They were free and unrestrained. As long as they could strengthen themselves, there was nothing they couldn't do. He only believed in himself, not the will of heaven. He was not bound by morals and etiquette, so he could cultivate without any worries. He lived a carefree life. Although the core of the righteous Tao's cultivation was self-interest, they would also do things like the demonic Tao cultivators did to kill others and steal their treasures. Believing in the mandate of heaven would automatically add a layer of moral shackles to oneself. It could be called hypocrisy or fake benevolence. The world indeed needed such rules. If the demonic Tao cultivators ruled the world, it would be easy to imagine how chaotic it would be. Even if there were no strong enemies, they would end up like the ancient ferocious beasts, seeking their own destruction due to their insatiable desires. Hence, since ancient times, evil could not defeat the righteous. Even if the demonic Tao sects could win for a while, they would eventually fall. Right now, Xiao Chen was wondering if he had already unknowingly stepped into the demonic Tao. After thinking about it carefully, all the signs pointed to him falling into the demonic Tao. Now these discarded spirit jades were the final blow. Demonic Tao cultivators exhausted a lot of spiritual energy. This was their most basic characteristic. Xiao Chen did not panic or worry too much. He was rather calm about this result, which he had already expected. Xiao Chen took out the discarded spirit jades in the spirit gathering formation one by one. Then the image of Lu Ryue appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Everything Xiao Chen did, be it leaving the Kunlun realm by the skin of his teeth, or experiencing many difficulties to get to where he was now, putting in so much effort to obtain the Scarlet Blood race's inheritance. It was all for one thing, searching for you. As long as he could get what he wanted, what was there to fear even if he fell into the demonic Tao? Everything was worth it for what he loved. By the time Xiao Chen took out all the discarded spirit jades, he was already as calm as still water, without a single ripple. Since my bloodline and physique have already changed, I should figure out what it has changed to. After Xiao Chen broke through to Star Venerate, he would have to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor about this. After burying the medial grade spirit jades, Xiao Chen started cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Ice and lightning attacked at the same time. The Thunder Domain had already become a great Tao. The Ice Domain could not fall too far behind. After half a month of closed-door cultivation, when Xiao Chen returned, the Myriad Star Mountain was already in sight. Although it was still millions of kilometers away, the silhouette of the 100,000 peaks was already indistinct on the surface of the sea. Everyone at the bow of the warship looked into the distance, feeling incredibly shocked in their hearts. Big brother, we are about to reach the Myriad Star Mountains territory. It will be incredibly chaotic. The demonic Tao sects run amok and pirates run amok. This is a place where fists do the talking. Nearly every month there will be ships destroyed. It will not be easy to truly reach the Myriad Star Mountain. Xiao Sua had done a lot of research on the Myriad Star Mountain, so he explained it to Xiao Qin. The Iron Hand Yama said, "It feels like a filter, filtering out the factions and cultivators that are not qualified." "I hope that we are not filtered," Elder Tang whispered. As they approached the Myriad Star Mountain, the danger increased by the day. The atmosphere turned increasingly heavy. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Only those that are filtered by us. No one will be able to get past us." 3 days later, the environment of the sea region clearly turned harsh. Unending demonic clouds appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. Strong winds and lightning seemed never-ending. The waves surged, and the ash-gray sea seemed to have turned into a ferocious, gargantuan beast. Fortunately, the Black Cutlass had completely demonized. Otherwise, it would be in danger of being swallowed up at any moment. There was the danger of being devoured at any moment. If that happened, everyone on the ship would be finished. Tiske. 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 They clearly know that the Myriad Star Mountain is a trap, but every year people who are not afraid of death come and risk their lives. Now even a 5-star pirate ship dares to wander around here. However, this meat is too small. There is no point in chewing on it. For it to be able to withstand the waves and not capsize, there should be something to be gained. After entering the sea region near the Myriad Star Mountain, the Black Cutlass was like a sheep entering a wolf's den. It was like a piece of meat that could be eaten at any moment. Countless pirate ships and demonic ships revealed strange gazes at the Black Cutlass. However, the person who did it did not show up. Because the meat was too small and tender, not many people cared about it. To think that it was ignored like that. The people on the Black Cutlass did not know whether to be happy or upset. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. There would always be hungry wolves that had nothing better to do and wanted to have a good meal. Amid thunder and lightning, a 600-meter-long scarlet pirate ship with the skin of oceanic ferocious beasts hung on it flew over the Black Cutlass along with a huge wave. A large shadow fell, encasing the Black Cutlass. To think that an insignificant 5-star pirate ship can travel so freely in this stormy sea region. A ferocious-looking, middle-aged man on the throne in the lookout tower of the scarlet pirate ship gave the Black Cutlass a few more glances and waved his hand. The 600-meter-long ship turned slightly and floated across the sea, blocking the Black Cutlass's path. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang appeared at the bow of the ship one after another, cautiously looking at the scarlet pirate ship. "Shout out to them to abandon the ship now. Otherwise, we will kill them without mercy," the ferocious-looking, scarlet-clad, middle-aged man said indifferently. A subordinate on the bow immediately shouted, "Quickly abandon the ship." Otherwise, however, before that subordinate could finish shouting, the insignificant black pirate ship suddenly released a clump of blood mist. Suddenly, a bloody mist spread out, and then the bloody mist gathered and condensed in every corner of the ship. In the next moment, the Black Cutlass gave off an even more gorgeous scarlet light than the ship in front. Like a sharp knife, the scarlet light broke the 600-meter-long ship. Chapter 1796. The scarlet-clothed middle-aged man sitting on the throne didn't even have time to react before his pirate ship was smashed into pieces. In reality, even a fool would know this. When two ships met, one would place their ship in front of the other party. The first thing they did was to fire the ancient demonic energy cannons. The cannons would form an overwhelming barrage that would bombard the other party to death. Otherwise, one would be exposing one's greatest weakness to the other party. Naturally, that scarlet-clad, middle-aged man understood this principle. However, he did not treat Xiao Chen's Black Cutlass as an opponent. After the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man came to his senses in a fluster. However, his ship had already broken in half. After losing the protection of the ship, the waves immediately swallowed up several cultivators mercilessly. Some of the weaker cultivators even got crushed by the waves, not even leaving a corpse behind. Amid the strong winds and huge waves, the ash-gray sea showed its terrifying side. Countless miserable cries rang out. "Snatch the ship!" The scarlet-clad man roared and raged. Then he led the experts on the ship and leaped towards the Black Cutlass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, figures landed on the Black Cutlass's deck. Those who could do this were the elites of the ship. Even the weakest was a major primal core venerate. Including the ferocious, middle-aged man, there were a total of 4. This was especially so for the ferocious, middle-aged man. He was a late-stage star venerate, not much weaker than Yanjia. Kill? Without saying anything else, the scarlet-clad man led the 100-odd elites to charge at the Black Cutlass. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: kill everyone on this ship, an eye for an eye. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the blood mist armor covering the black cutlass scattered. A dense blood mist formed amid the strong wind and heavy rain, spreading out and covering everything. The few ships observing the situation immediately lost their vision, not knowing what was happening. Boss, it's all mist. I can't see it all. Mental energy cannot penetrate it. There's a heartbeat. The elites that the scarlet-clad middle-aged man brought over immediately panicked. They cried out, wanting to find their companions. However, they could only hear the heartbeat and could not meet up with their companions. All of them were lost in the blood mist. Only the 4-star venerates could use their soul energy to see within 10 meters of the blood mist. Other than that, the others were completely in the pitch-black darkness of the night, and their perception was less than a meter. Damn it, what the hell is this? The middle-aged man was shocked. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. At this moment he suddenly woke up with a start. He seemed to have boarded a ghost ship that was even more terrifying than a devil ship. If even he was in such a state, then his subordinates were naturally even worse off. Originally, he had the thought of slaughtering everything. Now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Fear expanded infinitely in their hearts, and all kinds of negative emotions quickly spread in their minds. Under the deliberate control of the Devil Soul formation, the demonic blood mist alone was enough to disintegrate 100 people. What is it? A major primal core realm pirate suddenly discovered a vague silhouette in front. He was dressed in blood-red clothes and exuded a cold aura. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that he was one of his companions. But when he got closer and saw the Devil Shadow clone's appearance, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and he screamed, "Gotcha!" Amidst the screams and terror, the Phantom Avatar coldly and mercilessly attacked. With a single strike, the Phantom Avatar was decapitated. The 5 Phantom Avatars all moved out, starting a hellish massacre. This was a massacre of unequal strength. Boundless miserable screams rang out, and the ferocious spirits that emerged after the Phantom Avatars died. The demonic nature in the blood mist deepened bit by bit. This was a feast of slaughter. This was the first time the Phantom Avatar had displayed its terrifying strength. This was especially so on this black cutlass. They were practically synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Third brother? The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes heard a familiar miserable cry. His expression changed drastically and he quickly rushed in that direction. When the middle-aged man arrived, he only found a familiar corpse lying quietly on the ground. Before death, the middle-aged man revealed an expression of extreme horror, inspiring fear. What the hell is this? This was the first time the middle-aged man experienced such a situation. So many people died, but he did not even see what his opponent looked like. Big brother, where are you? The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes, who was hugging third brother's corpse, trembled. It was fourth brother's voice. A brilliant light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, igniting a glimmer of hope. No matter what the hell it was, if he worked together with fourth brother, they would definitely be able to get out. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely take revenge for his brothers. That's not right. I can't take revenge. I can never offend this ship. If I can escape, I have to run far away. Cassie. As the middle-aged man thought this, he stood up and a scarlet light flashed. Before the smile on fourth brother's face faded, his body split in half down the middle. Fourth brother died in such a miserable manner before the middle-aged man's eyes. Fourth brother. The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes shouted hoarsely, nearly going crazy. I'm going to kill all of you. After the middle-aged man roared, he suddenly discovered that the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. There was no sound at all. Earlier, the incessant miserable screams inspired fear. However, now that there was no sound, it was even more horrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lights flickered in the blood mist, and 5 phantom avatars appeared around the middle-aged man in scarlet clothes, revealing their true appearances. Boundless fear spread in the middle-aged man's heart, extinguishing the rage in his heart in an instant. Kill. Without any suspense, the 5 phantom avatars each sent out a move. The middle-aged man in scarlet clothes died in an instant, not even leaving scraps. The blood mist shrouding the ship continued to spread over the sea. Soon, the blood mist surrounded the 2 broken ships. The blood mist surrounding the other party's pirate ship was like ants biting at the other party's ship. The Black Cutlass slowly broke down the huge warship, and the various aspects of the Black Cutlass slowly strengthened. When the blood mist returned to the immemorial demon soul formation, the sea was calm. The sea was calm as if nothing had happened. There was only a black pirate ship quietly cruising on the water. It looked as insignificant, low profile, and weak as it was in the beginning. It looked like it was resisting the waves softly, ready to be swallowed up by the waves at any moment. The nearby ships that saw the earlier scene all turned pale with fright, not knowing what had happened. They only saw the ship crash into the scarlet-clad middle-aged man's ship and break it. However, before they could admire this ship's courage, their vision was blocked by the blood mist. Their vision was blocked by the blood mist, and then nothing was left. The black pirate ship reappeared amidst the wind and waves. It was not just these outsiders. Even the Black Cutlass's crew found this incredible. They only knew that Captain Xiao Sua had them return to their rooms and then ordered the ship to crash. After that, the blood mist spread out. They seemed to hear some terrifying sounds. However, due to strict orders, they did not leave their rooms to take a look. When the blood mist scattered, there was nothing left. Up on the crow's nest, Xiao Chen closed his eyes. He already saw that the half-lit pearl on the formation plate was now completely lit. Of the 18 pearls, 6 were lit. With another phantom avatar, the strength of the pirate ship improved. Actually, it should no longer be called a pirate ship. The Black Cutlass was already a demonic ship, even stranger than the demonic ships of those demonic Dao sects. Chapter 1797. This great me has never farted for so long in my life. The demon blood vulture screeched, feeling very comfortable. It wailed on the ground and made strange sounds. It deeply shocked everyone present. The demon blood vulture felt very confident. It felt that after enduring for so long, its opportunity had finally arrived. Xiao Sua laughed when he heard this. Big brother, you really think too highly of me. Cut the crap. You're not the only one who saw it. Hurry up or it will be snatched away by others. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Chen's mental state improved imperceptibly. The demon blood vulture felt pain in its heart. It held back its energy and did its best to cry out, trying to chase away this group of people. However, it was useless. Fei Er had a pure personality and did not think too much about it. Xiao Chen chuckled. Because I have experienced so much more than you. You will understand in the future. I always believe that you will become the Pirate King sooner or later. When he looked up, he only saw a huge shadowy magic ball streaking across the sky. Mine, it's all mine. The demon blood vulture's gargantuan body bulged like a balloon. Its entire body rolled into a ball, unable to move at all. First, senior brother, I saw a demon blood vulture earlier. What does the demonic Dao and righteous Dao have to do with me? Now that he heard that the Black Cutlass's strength had improved significantly, the shadow in his heart disappeared. Naturally, he could not hide his joy. The crowd left at ease. Xiao Sua quietly walked over to Xiao Chen's side and said somewhat excitedly, Big brother, the ship's performance is already comparable to a 6-star pirate ship. To think that the demonic soul formation can swallow up other ships. How about we? A moment later, Xiao Chen saw the scene from the top of a tree and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It stinks. He flew towards the Myriad Star Mountain, towards the 100,000 mountains that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body had turned into. Xiao Chen waved his hand and handed the immemorial demon soul formation plate to Xiao Sua. Big brother, you're leaving? Xiao Sua suddenly came to a realization and he said right away, I won't do it. Young Master Xiao, what happened earlier? Xiao Sua smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, I realize that I can't understand you anymore. However, the demon blood vulture that Xiao Chen sat on was strangely excited, crying out loudly. Great. Xiao Sua had always admired Xiao Chen and respected Xiao Chen from the bottom of his heart. He truly did not want anything to happen to him. He smashed towards the ground at a speed several times faster than when he fell. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he drifted down. He smiled softly and said, I'm fine. It's just that the immemorial demon soul formation has improved further. Xiao Sua and I work together to control it and destroy this group of people. Here. At this moment he had already arrived at the Myriad Star Mountain. Xiao Chen only felt that the gravity on the ground was extremely strong, and his body was falling uncontrollably. He directly interrupted. If you deliberately pursue slaughter, then you will really be deviating from the demonic Dao. The people of the world misunderstood the devil. The so-called devil Dao was not about killing the innocent, nor was it about being lawless and arrogant. The true meaning of a demon should be the kind of unyielding character where one's fate is decided by oneself and not by the heavens, the kind of disdain to look down on outdated and vulgar conventions, and the kind of unrestrained freedom of one's heart. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. How could there be such a great free lunch in the world? This is great. Demon blood vulture infants are much more valuable than adult demon blood vultures. I'm rich now. Who asked you to be so greedy? Xiaoqin could see through his heart and see his own heart even more clearly. If he could obtain them so easily, even if he had an endless supply, the demonic Tao experts would suck him dry. Demonic clouds gathered above. The natural phenomena changed continuously, appearing boundless and mysterious. It's fine. The mysterious phenomena have not started yet. The myriad star mountain is not in its most dangerous state yet. Furthermore, I have already merged with the ship. As long as I do not go beyond a certain range, I can send myself back after spending some time. Just as Xiaoqin was about to descend, voices rang out, causing him to stop and hide on a tree. Ah! Grandson, scram down for your father. Figures flashed in the surroundings. Several demonic Tao cultivators fled frantically. When Xiaoqin thought about it, he found it somewhat inconceivable. The dense demonic clouds in the sky were somewhat frightening. After receiving Xiaoqin's promise, Xiao Suo relaxed. In that case, just go. The black cutlass will not stop moving. Although I do not have Big Brother's mental state, Big Brother, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to start a massacre. Damn it. Xiaoqin cursed in his heart. At the crucial moment, he twisted his body and stopped at the top of a towering tree. The shadow of death was buried in everyone's heart. That senior brother observed for a while before saying seriously, "Ha! This demon blood vulture is about to give birth. Everyone, there is no need to rush. Just wait a little longer. The demon blood vulture has at least 6 eggs in a nest. That is enough for us to split." Xiao Sua's gaze fell on the demon blood vulture, and his lips curled up in a smile. How smelly. I'm going to die. Is this going to form a nightless scene? I'll just bear with it for now. In pain, the demon blood vulture flapped its wings and carried Xiaoqin away, kicking up strong winds. Although the Myriad Star Mountain was called a mountain, it was actually a vast continent in the ash-gray sea. The closer Xiaoqin got to the 100,000 great peaks, the denser the demonic clouds in the sky. They were pitch black like demons roaring. Xiaoqin nodded. In the next moment, he appeared at the edge of the spirit beast platform. Give birth to your eggs. Spread out. Bunch of grandsons. This grandpa cannot hold back anymore. Xiaoqin estimated that even a sovereign personage would not be able to break the demonic clouds easily. The demonic nature of the demonic clouds was not something ordinary people could endure. The Iron Hand Yama flipped over and flapped its wings, catching Xiaoqin off guard. The Iron Hand Yama, Feier, and the other crew members gathered at the bow of the warship and asked Xiaoqin, who was on the observation deck. Xiaoqin pointed to his temple and said, I control the formation now. Even without the formation plate, I can operate it. I'll hand the formation plate to you and pass you a blood seal. For a short time, you can use the formation plate to operate the immemorial demon soul formation. The tree was 3 kilometers tall. When one looked around, this place looked like a dense forest in the 100,000 great peaks. I only care about my loved ones, my friends, my family, and my lovers. Boom. Occasionally, black lightning struck down. The electric light struck people's faces, inspiring panic in their hearts. What the heck? Too damn smelly. How can there be such a disgusting, despicable demon blood vulture in the world? Xiaoqin smiled and said, I have to go. I simply cannot figure out why Yenja left at this time. That person is too terrifying. I need to use this time to improve my strength further. You control the demonic ship and roam around this sea region. You will definitely gain something. A mist-like gas spread wildly in all directions, instantly encasing the demonic Tao sect disciples in the surroundings. Confusion appeared on Xiaoqin's face. After hesitating for a moment, he leaped up a few times and ran around the treetops. The many demonic Tao sect disciples all rejoiced. They surrounded the surroundings, not leaving. Xiaoqin felt curious. Will there really be a mysterious phenomenon sweeping away all the demonic clouds? This bastard is asking me to bring him flying again. Didn't you want to eat your grandpa? Now beg me. Beg me. Beg me. Xiaoqin's heart sank. He knew what Xiao Suo was thinking. Xiao Suo wanted the black cutlass to swallow up the other ships one by one. Although Xiaoqin did not say it, everyone felt that Wei Xiaofeng's outcome would be the black cutlasses. Demonic clouds covered the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The ash-gray sea was a forbidden sea in the first place. The spiritual energy in the sea contained an innate demonic nature. Aside from self-pursuit, wasn't this the only thing in one's life? However, the Myriad Star Mountain is incredibly dangerous. I am somewhat worried about Big Brother's safety. When Xiaoqin saw the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces, he revealed a smile. It was actually quite good to see everyone happy. Quick, quick, quick. It's the mutated beast, the demon blood vulture. It fell to the ground after getting injured. Xiao Sua also appeared at this moment. He said with a smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Big Brother and I discovered this a month ago. In the future there is no need to fear the Iron Horn pirate ship. Yenja cannot do anything to us. However, we were afraid that news would leak and Yenja would find out, so we did not tell everyone." A female demonic Dao sect disciple asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong? Why does the demon blood vulture look pregnant?" The 10 demonic Dao sect disciples all felt poisonous gas pouring into their mouths, nostrils and ears. The stench was so bad that they vomited and had diarrhea. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead as they fled for their lives. The Iron Horn pirate ship had always been a thorn in everyone's throats, like a fishbone stuck in their throats. Soon, 10 people appeared and surrounded the demon blood vulture from all directions. When they saw it, they were all stunned. This great one really cannot endure anymore. As the demon blood vulture carried Xiaoqin, it occasionally opened its mouth and inhaled, immediately swallowing up a large patch of demonic clouds. The feathers on the demon blood vulture's body continuously turned beautiful, and its strength increased at a visible rate. When Xiaoqin landed on the demon blood vulture's head, he saw that it was not moving, only showing a despicable smile. Then he rapped the demon blood vulture's head and said, "What are you thinking about?" In the next moment, the demon blood vulture's tail gave off a resounding thunderous roar. Following that, Xiaoqin heard miserable cries. In the next moment, the ground shook. These people could not understand this and even felt some worry. The 100,000 great peaks seemed to have sucked in all the demonic nature, forming an incredibly horrifying demonic cloud. Boundless dust clouds kicked up as the demonic ball smashed into the ground. "This is," Xiao Sua said, feeling very confused, "this is the immemorial demon soul formation's formation plate. If we take it out, won't the formation be unable to operate?" This was especially so after the scene of Yenja slaughtering Wei Xiaofeng's ship alone. The 100,000 great peaks were even vaster than a great realm. Before Xiaoqin could stand firmly, he heard a sharp whistle and the familiar cry of the demon blood vulture. "This demon blood vulture is going to fart. Which bastard said that it was going to lay eggs?" "Indeed. Big Brother Xiao, I heard many people screaming earlier." Chapter 1798. Xiaoqin turned his head to look at the demon blood vulture. Then he got it to enlarge and carry him. Just to my liking. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Xiaoqin made a prompt decision and shouted. The demon blood vulture immediately folded its wings and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying towards the mountains in front. Being able to devour the enemy's body to strengthen one's own was no different from eating a human. "Go!" Xiaoqin pressed 2 fingers together, turned around and waved them. The 100,000 mountains were vast and boundless. Xiaoqin had no idea where he was right now. Xiu xiu xiu. When the poison gas scattered, Xiaoqin slowly descended. He saw the demon blood vulture shrink to the size of a palm. Even though the demon blood vulture's wings were 300 meters wide when spread out, it was still insufficient before this 1,000-winged centipede. Xiaoqin thought to himself that the demonic clouds in the sky must contain some kind of real poison. However, even if he didn't want to, he had no choice. He spread his wings and carried Xiaoqin up again. Who was it that had been lurking around them for so long without them noticing? The demon blood vulture was not willing. It had indigestion earlier and its stomach still felt uncomfortable. Power of Lightning Dao. Ah. Qing Ziyu, as a Fantasy Cloud Sect core disciple, you actually cannot even capture a major primal core venerate. What a surprise. You've really brought shame to your Fantasy Cloud Sect. If I hadn't underestimated my enemy and fused my Dao wheel into the 1,000-winged centipede's body from the start, I wouldn't have let him live. The sudden laughter caused Qing Ziyu's expression to change. It flapped its wings and landed on Xiaoqian's shoulder. Si Hongyi laughed loudly and roared. A nimble figure flew over from the demonic clouds in the sky. The 1,000-winged centipede's broken body turned into wisps of demonic smoke and entered the ghost banner. Lightning tore through the sky, thunder rumbled and the wind and clouds changed. The poisonous gas spreading in the surroundings quickly disappeared. The 1,000-winged centipede, which had been sliced into thousands of pieces, gave off the miserable cries of vengeful spirits. Only this kind of Dao artifact, which had been passed down for thousands of years and had several masters nurturing its Dao aura, could be considered a fine product. The methods of the illusory cloud sect. This bird was really strange, however he was just thinking about it. The two of them were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, neither of them could do anything to the other. Si Hongyi looked at the ghost streamer in Qing Ziyu's hand. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, as well as a trace of cleverly hidden greed. Xiaoqin could tell that it had only shrunk for a moment, and its aura had actually become steadier. It was not just the Fantasy Cloud sect. Their Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Blood Demon Royal Hall were the same. If he was bitten, he would definitely die. He was unable to widen the distance between them. With a casual strike, Xiaoqin drove the Berserk Thunder Great Dao and sent out Saber Qi. The muscles all over his body swelled, filled with a sense of power, as if he could split mountains and split the earth with just one hand. The surging demonic qi corroded Xiaoqin and the demon blood vulture's bodies. This demonic qi was very vicious. The cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Eagle Castle focused on cultivating the physical body. All the core cultivation techniques of their sect came from an ancient demonic cultivation technique. Throwing him down from the sky earlier was definitely intentional. The demon blood vulture took this opportunity to fly away, raising its speed to its peak. Then it turned into a flash of scarlet light and vanished into the horizon. The demon blood vulture under Si Hongyi felt danger. It roared, and countless beams of scarlet light shot out from its feathers, turning into sharp arrows flying at the thousand-winged centipede. As for Xiaoqin, he was not much better. A pale youth flew out of the demonic clouds in the distance, holding a ghost streamer. Si Hongyi said cockily, "This is the source of my confidence. With this Thunder Eagle, I can definitely kill that brat." The baleful aura and demonic nature all vanished from Si Hongyi's body. His beautiful expression made him look harmless. When Xiaoqin was safe, he gently leaped up and landed back on the ground. His expression appeared somewhat sullen. His strength had clearly improved, nearly reaching peak late-stage star venerate. After the demon blood vulture absorbed the demonic qi, it only shrank. It exploded violently, and the gigantic thousand-winged centipede in the sky was instantly broken into countless pieces. However, just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out in the surroundings, instantly making the two shiver. The thousand-winged centipede shook its head and wagged its tail as it chased after them. The demon blood vulture's fart knocked back 10 odd demonic Dao sect experts. Not long after the demon blood vulture flew out of the forest, the demonic clouds in the sky split in half and turned into a thousand-winged centipede. Then, it opened its ferocious mouth and tried to bite the demon blood vulture. Even so, the speed at which Xiaoqin's veritable essence energy flowed out was exceptionally unbearable. The demon blood vulture felt impatient as well. If this continued, that thousand-winged centipede would bite it sooner or later. In the end, only death awaited it. However, the thousand-winged centipede was much more powerful and terrifying than that gargantuan snake. When Qing Ziyu heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. This foolish brother's words are excellent. Actually, I have the same thoughts. Your Heavenly Eagle Castle does not lack mutated beasts like the demon blood vulture. That brat's physical body is pretty good. I'll let you have him. After looking coldly at the demon blood vulture, Xiaoqin said indifferently, "Behave yourself. Stop teasing my patience." Qing Ziyu looked at the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and said enviously, "Brother, see, this Heavenly Thunder Eagle is much faster than that demon blood vulture if it flies at full speed." The thousand-winged centipede was instantly riddled with holes, and its speed immediately slowed down. A strong wind blew in the surroundings, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. In an instant, hundreds of saber qi containing lightning-attributed energy shot out from Xiaoqin's finger. As a result, the demonic Dao sect cultivators did not dare to rashly absorb it. Otherwise, it would be a huge treasure trove. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Si Hongyi rolled his eyes and said, "Qing Ziyu, I think that white-clad brat who does not know his place has not gone far. He just arrived and is not as familiar with the terrain as we are. If we work together, we might be able to catch up to him." The true weapons were always given priority to the elite disciples of the sect. A burly man wielding a demonic axe walked over. The ghost pennant flickered with a faint white light, and there was a faint Dao disc behind it. As the demonic smoke entered it, the Dao disc slowly grew brighter. Right now, Xiaoqin's 9-star primal core already had 8 stars lit up. His veritable essence energy rivaled that of a middle-stage star venerate. Furthermore, it was even denser. Although this method was somewhat lacking, its might was rather reliable. The white-faced demonic Dao sect disciple looked around with a cold and sharp gaze. Then he said, "It runs really fast. How unfortunate. A mutated beast like the demon blood vulture is really rare." Xiaoqin shouted coldly, and the saber qi that entered the thousand-winged centipede turned into pure electric light and gathered into a clump. "Damn it. A major primal core venerate actually managed to escape from my hands. Xiaoqin quickly flew forward and soon arrived at the place where the thousand-winged centipede was killed. The ghost pennant in Qing Ziyu's hand was no ordinary high-quality item. That Dao disc had been tempered for at least 1,000 years. At the very least, when Xiaoqin thought about it, he would have to put in a lot of effort to intimidate these 10-odd demonic Dao sect cultivators. It was not over yet. Qing Ziyu immediately recognized this person. This was Si Hongyi, a core disciple of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, one of the 3 great demonic Dao sects near Myriad Star Mountain. Every strand of saber chi was 300 meters long. They flickered with electric light and contained the great Dao, their might extremely horrifying. This was the mode of transportation that only Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples and disciples would have, the ferocious beast Heavenly Thunder Eagle. It's you. When Xiaoqin saw the thousand-winged centipede, he was no stranger to it at all. It was exactly the same as the illusory Cloud Pavilion's old man's technique. The Dao tools and Dao tools that the Fantasy Cloud sect sold were all trash. They were common goods that could be bought quickly. He didn't allow it to invade his bloodline and enter his body. Otherwise, his internal organs would be destroyed in an instant. Dang dang dang. The blood arrows that were stained with poison were all bounced back. It had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The palm-sized demon blood vulture glared at Xiaoqin, not showing any temper at all. In reality, there were not many dense forests in the 100,000 mountain ranges that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body had turned into. Most of them were broken mountains and rivers. Demonic chi formed clouds in the sky, looking very miserable. Through his clothes, Xiaoqin's skin started to fester. Fortunately, he blocked it in time with his veritable essence energy. Whoosh! The great Dao energy contained in the thousand-winged centipede was very strong. Crunching sounds rang out. The thousand-winged centipede was actually incredibly hard. Suddenly, the thousand-winged centipede chasing Xiaoqin opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous gas. Soon it arrived. Is that so? Chapter 1799. Xiaoqin had never been one to suffer losses. After being tricked for no reason, how could he not set an example? Not long after Xiaoqin left, he returned and hid. At this moment, Xiaoqin could not help rejoicing. Fortunately, he returned. Otherwise, if these two worked together and caught him off guard, he would be in danger. Who is it? Trying to act mysterious? Qing Ziyu shouted coldly, and the Dao disc behind the ghost pennant in his hand immediately merged into it. Roar! A ferocious roar came from the ghost pennant, and black light flared. The thousand-winged centipede turned into a black flood dragon and slowly emerged. Only half of its body came out, but it was already 3 kilometers long, surrounding Qing Ziyu. Qing Ziyu's cautiousness was clear from only showing his head. Unfortunately, since Xiaoqin exposed himself, he naturally felt very confident and had stored up power long ago. 7-kill seal resolving the mundane. Xiaoqin had already formed the 7-kill seal, and killing chi surged out of his body, swelling 7-fold. Then, in an instant, the killing chi quickly merged into one, infusing into the eternal saber light of the killing move, resolving the mundane. Kasie. Before the flood dragon and the ghost pennant could come out completely and protect Qing Ziyu's body, it could not block this saber light at all. Qing Ziyu could not block this saber light at all. Blood spurted out and Qing Ziyu's head fell off. That incredibly horrifying flood dragon turned into demonic smoke and returned to the ghost pennant. Boom! Qing Ziyu's head exploded. His will of soul flickered with black light as it quickly flew towards the ghost pennant. Ah! Brother Ziyu, are you thinking of returning to possess another body? Si Hongyi waved his hand and pulled Qing Ziyu's soul over from nowhere, grabbing it. Si Hongyi, you actually want to eat me. I hate you for thinking of working with you. Stop putting on an act here. If I die, you'll still attack me. Si Hongyi tossed Qing Ziyu's soul into his mouth and started eating it. Si Hongyi looked at Xiaoqin, who showed a strange expression. As he chewed on the other party's soul, he smiled and said, although the demonic cultivation technique of our Heavenly Eagle Castle can only consume physical bodies to increase cultivation, consuming demonic souls has many wondrous uses. Little brother, you don't have to be so surprised. As expected of someone from the demonic path. Their actions were truly without any rules. Xiaoqin had attacked from behind and killed Qing Ziyu with one strike. However, this made Xiaoqin unable to relax. Si Hongyi didn't seem like a simple character at all. The other party's cultivation was not high, merely a peak early-stage star venerate. However, the feeling he gave Xiaoqin was no weaker than a late-stage star venerate outside. Were all the core disciples of 6th grade sects this terrifying? I still have to thank you for killing this Qing Ziyu. If he used the full power of his ghost dragon pennant, even I would not be able to deal with him. Zhihongyi grinned and said, "To thank you when I eat you later, I will sprinkle more pepper on you, ha ha." Zhihongyi laughed maniacally as he hurled the demonic axe in his hand at Xiaoqian. Dang. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaoqian slashed out with his saber. Sparks flew everywhere and the demonic axe was sent flying. The demonic axe flew back 10 kilometers and landed on a mountain, immediately crushing it. Xiaoqian's arm went numb and his saber trembled. Cracks seemed to open in his palm, giving him a fiery pain. Interesting. No wonder you rushed into the 100,000 Great Peaks alone. However, I am even more interested in you. Naturally, what Zhihongyi meant by interested was that he wanted to eat Xiaoqian even more. Zhihongyi roared and summoned back his demonic axe. Then he charged at Xiaoqian. Dang. 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 Xiaoqian clashed head-on with Zhihongyi for 3 moves. Each move forced him back 1 kilometer. After 3 moves, the heavenly thunder eagle swaying in the air grasped an opportunity to swoop down at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian was only halfway there when the ferocious demon blood eagle blocked him. At least it has some conscience, knowing to protect its master. Little fellow, your strength is lacking. Zhihongyi grinned as he waved his axe and laughed heartlessly. Right after Zhihongyi spoke, he charged at Xiaoqian again. Bang, bang, bang. Zhihongyi's strength was exceptionally horrifying. With every step he took, he left deep footprints in the ground, and the nearby mountains trembled. Xiaoqian remained as calm as still water. He still did not bring out the tyrant saber's power, using only 20% of its might to complement his saber techniques and thunder great Dao. Xiaoqian fought with Zhihongyi, retreating as he fought. He slowly familiarized himself with the other party's unreasonable fighting style. Xiaoqian could feel that Zhihongyi was not simply strong in terms of physical strength. When Zhihongyi swung the demonic axe in his hand, the ground under his feet, the demonic clouds in the sky, the grass in the cracks of the mountains, and the power of everything in the world were all forcibly gathered into his body. Only then would the might that erupted be horrifying. Xiaoqian could not fight with Zhihongyi at all. With just a gentle touch, he immediately felt an unshakable force. So that is the case. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that the other party cultivated was not borrowing power from the righteous Dao but forcefully taking it. One could see that everywhere Zhihongyi passed, not a single blade of grass grew, the ground was cracked, and there was no sign of life. If Xiaoqian clashed head-on with such an unreasonable fighting style, he would not last more than 10 moves. He would injure Zhihongyi and end up defeated. Xiaoqian noticed this. After thinking for a while, he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He had to make Zhihongyi's moves pause. All he needed was an instant. Dreamlike mundane world. Xiaoqian's saber technique changed, silently executing the saber technique that he developed from breaking the mundane, turning simple to complicated. Xiaoqian continued to exchange moves with Zhihongyi. Every time he exchanged moves, he retreated 1 kilometer. However, as Xiaoqian retreated, he also quietly created a dream. Dreamlike mundane world's first move, creating dreams with the saber. After another 3 moves, Zhihongyi suddenly started laughing loudly, as he opened up a huge opening in Xiaoqian. In the next moment, Xiaoqian would be chopped in half. You can be proud of being a major primal core venerate for being able to last 10 moves with me. Zhihongyi stepped forward with large strides and used the demonic axe to split the sky. However, he also entered Xiaoqian's saber technique. Entering dreams with the saber. Xiaoqian remained expressionless. The saber light in his hand suddenly changed, becoming gentle and powerless, charming and dreamy. That is. Zhihongyi's movements paused. Suddenly he felt sleepy and the surrounding scene changed drastically. In a daze, Zhihongyi felt like he had become a god, covering the sky with one hand, plucking the stars and the moon, omnipotent. With a wave of his hand, the heads of many experts fell to the ground. Amid loud laughter, the various demonic Dao experts knelt. Dreams as a saber. In that instant, Zhihongyi startled awake. The moment he opened his eyes, he discovered that he had become a god in front of him. Everything that Zhihongyi imagined in his dreams came true with Xiaoqian. Dreams as a saber, using your dreams to take your head. How can this be? Zhihongyi felt incredibly shocked. His demonic Dao cultivation paused. When he swung his axe, he could no longer forcibly take the power of the world. The beautiful scenery of the mundane world is just a dream. Xiaoqian's seemingly gentle saber strike knocked away the demonic axe in Zhihongyi's hand and pierced his forehead. At the same time, he instantly activated 50% of the tyrant saber's might. A peerlessly tyrannical saber technique flowed from Xiao Chen's saber into Si Hongyi's body. Xiao Chen did not give Si Hongyi any chance to turn the situation around. The saber technique surged through Si Hongyi's body, shattering all the veritable essence energy circulating in his meridians. Your saber is stronger than his ghost dragon pennant. After saying the last words of his life, Si Hongyi's lifeless body fell to the ground soundlessly. Xiao Chen pulled out the tyrant saber. Blood spurted out, but his expression remained calm, not showing joy or sorrow. Then Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. His figure flashed and he landed beside Qing Ziyu's headless body. Then he removed Qing Ziyu's storage ring and searched his clothes for a secret manual. What secret manual was this? To think that Qing Ziyu kept it close to his body. This meant that he practiced it every day. 10,000 Soul Fantasy Demonic Art. This should be the technique that Qing Ziyu executed. Xiao Chen took a cursory look and frowned. The secret manual recorded many terrifying techniques, such as the collection of different aggrieved spirits. Xiao Chen used all sorts of methods to torture people, either to make them die of fear, to make them die of humiliation, or to make them die of despair after seeing all their loved ones die. The various methods were very shocking. The forging and cultivation of the ghost dragon pennant were completely against the heavens. Among them, there was also a kind of soul that was connected to the heart. This was the resentful spirit that a pregnant woman killed the moment she gave birth. Xiao Chen, who originally felt some anticipation for the ghost dragon pennant, did not even want to touch it. He only put away the 10,000 Soul Fantasy Demonic Art. In the future, he would need it when he faced the fantasy cloud sex people. Xiao Chen looked around and looked at Si Hongyi's corpse. He did not know what else the other party had. Chapter 1800. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he landed beside Si Hongyi, the Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciple. Xiao Chen also found a secret manual in Si Hongyi's clothes, the Celestial Demon Tyrant Body Art. Xiao Chen gave it a cursory look. This was a cultivation technique for cultivating the physical body, one that was extremely tyrannical. He had comprehended it from the vanished heavenly demon. It could devour everything for its own use, strengthening the physical body. The scariest thing was that when circulating this demonic demon cultivation technique in battle, it could continuously absorb the power of everything in the world. When cultivated to a high level, it could even devour stars. This flabbergasted everyone who saw it. What shocked Xiao Chen the most was that Si Hongyi's claim of eating people was actually true. The Celestial Demon Tyrant Body Art recorded in detail how to perfectly absorb and refine a person's corpse by eating them. This made everyone's hair stand on end and their palms turned cold. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and carefully read. Then he slowly tasted something different. This strengthened his original opinion. Right now, the demonic Tao had drifted further and further away, completely deviating from the true meaning of the demonic Tao. Take the Celestial Demon Tyrant Body Art as an example. Its essence should be the word tyrant. One stood alone in the world, using one's own tyranny to subdue everything in the world, forcefully using it for one's own use. One did not blindly seek to strengthen one's body. The cycle of the world was endless. If one forcefully extracted everything, the heavenly Tao would no longer exist, and all things would no longer exist. In the end, one would be the one to die. However, looking at it now, it was completely different. How could one take shortcuts? How could one be useful? As long as one could become stronger, there was nothing to worry about. Xiao Chen shook his head in his heart. Then he took Si Hongyi's storage ring and looked up at the battle in the sky. The demon blood vulture chased the heavenly thunder eagle far into the distance. It held the upper hand and should be able to end the battle soon. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Qing Ziyu's ghost dragon pennant. To refine this ghost dragon pennant, it had absorbed countless resentful spirits and taken countless innocent lives. Not only did it take away people's lives, it did not even spare them after they died, continuing to suffer eternal torture. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he took out a golden letter which was a gift from the Venerable Xian Bei. It was said that it was one of the highest level gifts in Buddhism. If one took out the golden letter, even Buddhist monks would show some respect. There were some scriptures recorded on it. Xiao Chen thought for a while and prepared to purify the resentful spirits in the ghost dragon pennant. However, Zhang Xian did not understand the scripture to save people. He could only make a desperate attempt and use the scripture in the golden book to give it a try. A swastika Buddha image appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then he started chanting, using his Buddha nature's heart to cleanse the souls that died in the ghost dragon pennant. As the scripture turned into strands of Buddhist light and poured into the ghost dragon pennant, the originally raging resentful spirits all quietened down. Xiao Chen was delighted. It was effective. Continuing his efforts, he took out the Saraira left behind by Mahasvara Buddha when he passed away. With the support of the Saraira, his Buddhist might became several times stronger. Wah wah wah. Countless beams of golden light flew out of the ghost dragon pennant, appearing in the sky like fireworks. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere revealed a trace of aesthetic aura. In the next moment, fireworks bloomed, and all the resentful souls were released. It took him an entire hour to finish all of this. Ignoring the sweat on his forehead, Xiaoqin picked up the demonic axe on the ground. Then he gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back, quickly flying far away. This was because someone was coming. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Their actions were too eye-catching in the scene of demonic clouds covering the sky and sun. It would be hard not to attract attention. On the demon blood vulture, Xiaoqin wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt that his Buddha nature had improved significantly. This was a pleasant surprise. Initially he was just trying it out casually, not seeking anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Xiaoqin left, two existences with extremely terrifying auras landed at the same time. When one of them saw Shangguan Hongyi's and Qing Ziyu's corpses, he frowned heavily, showing a sullen expression. "Si Xingjie, your younger brother died a miserable death." The moment the hole pierced his forehead, all his life force was instantly extinguished. He did not even give him a chance to live. The man in gray robes smiled faintly as he looked at the other person with a sullen expression. "Qiao Jianxing, don't laugh at me. You are the strongest core disciple of the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion. Your junior brother died miserably and your ghost dragon pennant was crippled. When you return, you will definitely be punished by the sect." These two were the top core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect. Originally they were in the mountains seeking treasures. As soon as he saw the Buddhist light, he sensed that something was amiss, so he quickly rushed over. He did not expect to see such a scene. A core disciple had died tragically. It had been many years since something like this had happened in the three great demon sections. My junior brother is pretty strong. Furthermore, he has the ghost dragon pennant to protect him. Normally, even if he cannot defeat his opponent, he can still flee or send out a distress signal. Such a tragic death is truly unbelievable. The Fantasy Cloud sect's Qiao Jianxing stopped bickering with Si Xingjie and started analyzing the situation before him. Si Xingjie said in a low voice, "I've also heard of their deeds. Currently, the Nightless phenomenon is about to appear in the Myriad Star Mountain. There are a lot of pirates and warriors from other places. Recently, they have been ambushing those pirates and foreign warriors. They might have encountered a tough opponent. It might be the work of the Blood Demon Royal Hall's people. Then they faked a Buddhist light to mislead us." Qiao Jianxing said coldly as he rolled his eyes. The Blood Demon Royal Hall was the most mysterious existence of the three great demonic Tao sects of the Myriad Star Sea. Their disciples were all independent and did not have a harmonious relationship with the other two sections. Si Xingjie immediately denied it. "That's impossible. That Buddhist light is pure and flawless. The Buddhist might is firm and gentle. How can the people of the demonic Tao fake it?" Qiao Jianxing's gaze turned deep. "In that case, it looks like it is an expert of the righteous Tao Buddhist sections. Recently, things have become increasingly chaotic. It has been many years since a Buddhist sect expert appeared in the Myriad Star Sea. To think that a Buddhist sect expert actually came as the Nightless phenomenon is about to appear. Something major is probably going to happen. No matter who it is, since he killed my younger brother, I will make him pay with his blood." Si Xingjie picked up Si Hongyi's corpse and turned into a beam of demonic light, quickly leaving. As Qiao Jianxing watched Si Xingjie leave, he revealed a meaningful smile. Could this fellow be thinking of eating his younger brother's physical body? That's why he ran so fast, right? In reality, the demonic Tao sects did not place much importance on the camaraderie of fellow disciples. Even the righteous Tao sects would kill each other, what more the demonic Tao sects? The two were more concerned about this mysterious Buddhist sect expert. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin had already wandered around this Myriad Star Mountain for more than a month. Now he gained some understanding of the 100,000 Great Peaks. According to rumor, there used to be an extremely strong rank 6 demonic Tao sect in the Myriad Star Mountain, the Myriad Holy Church. This Myriad Holy Church was even stronger than the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect combined. This Myriad Holy Church was already as strong as a rank 7 demonic Tao sect. If they had time to develop and occupy this Myriad Star Mountain, they would become a true rank 7 sect. Sooner or later they would become a true rank 7 sect, a strong existence second only to the Holy Lands. Unfortunately, for some reason when this sect was at its strongest, it turned to dust. Xiaoqin did not know what calamity befell this sect, but all the experts of the sect died. If not for now, one could still occasionally find some sect remnants and demonic Dao tools in the 100,000 Great Peaks. Everything that could prove that this sect once existed was just an illusory legend. This startled Xiaoqin. To think that there was once a sect that established such a large sect on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. In the end, it even got wiped out for some reason. This was simply too strange. Aside from the Blood Demon Royal Hall's people, Xiaoqin met many demonic Dao sect disciples in the Myriad Star Mountain. He also met many disciples from the Fantasy Cloud sect and the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Aside from them, there were also several strong pirates and foreign cultivators of unknown origins. From the words of the Fantasy Cloud sect and the Heavenly Eagle Castle's disciples, Xiaoqin learned that both sects were now searching for a Buddhist sect expert. This made Xiaoqin very cautious in his actions, not daring to expose any martial techniques or cultivation techniques related to Buddhism. Given this, Mundane Dreamlike Saber Technique improved significantly. Mundane Dreamlike Saber Technique's 3 moves and 9 stances simplified the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. Its might was even stronger than breaking the mundane. Now Xiaoqin could execute it very smoothly, no longer as jerky as before. On this particular day, Xiaoqin saw many demonic Dao sect disciples rushing in the same direction. Xiaoqin stopped one of them and asked. With Xiaoqin's essence blood and soul merged with the immemorial demon soul formation, he could easily be mistaken for a demonic Dao cultivator as long as he disguised himself. This brother, what's going on? Why are the people of the 2 great demonic Dao sects heading in the same direction? That Fantasy Cloud sect disciple originally felt somewhat displeased. When he saw that Xiaoqin was weak, he simply ignored him. However, when Xiaoqin inadvertently revealed his aura, that Fantasy Cloud sect disciple trembled and did not dare to be rash. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Qiao sent word that the bald monk who killed Senior Brother Qing has already been found. He wants us to quickly go over and not let that bald monk escape. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's people probably received the news as well, right? After explaining, that Fantasy Cloud sect disciple rushed over. However, he did not explain the details. Xiaoqin appeared shocked. The person in question is right in front of you. What is going on? Chapter 1801. As Xiaoqin watched the disciples of the 2 demonic Dao sects flee into the distance, he entered deep thought. A Buddhist sect expert? Where did this person come from? Could he be from the Central Great Realm? That might be possible. The stage of the Forbidden Sea was already large enough. Furthermore, it was the lair of the many demonic Dao sections. If a Buddhist sect disciple was confident enough, the Ash-Gray Sea was definitely a place worth going for experiential training. Be it increasing beneficence or broadening one's horizons, it would be of great help to fulfill one's ambitions. The question before Xiaoqin was whether to join in the excitement or not. The matter before him actually had nothing to do with him. There were no special fortuitous encounters. It did not matter whether he went or not. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin decided not to go. There would definitely be many demonic Dao sect experts here. If he got careless and got exposed, it would be somewhat problematic. That would be quite troublesome. Just joining in the fun would not be worth it. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he vanished from where he was, traveling through the mountains. Now, he already knew that only true peak experts could fly in the 100,000 Great Peaks. Otherwise, no one would fly in the air. Only a rookie who had just arrived would be so daring. Flying in the air was too eye-catching. The demonic Dao cultivators here, who specialized in ambushing outsiders, especially liked to target such people. Furthermore, Xiaoqin's mount was a mutated beast like the demon blood vulture. This was why Xiaoqin was ambushed earlier. Now that he paid more attention, he suffered fewer ambushes. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the demon blood vulture on Xiaoqin's shoulder, and it directly flew in a certain direction. This is, Xiaoqin muttered to himself, this demon blood vulture's nose is especially sensitive, far more sensitive than mine. Could it have discovered some natural treasure? Xiaoqin gently pushed off with his feet and quickly gave chase. Soon, a misty lake appeared in Xiaoqin's vision. He could vaguely see an average-sized island in the middle of the misty lake. The demon blood vulture did indeed stop flying. It slowly landed on Xiaoqin's shoulder, appearing very cautious. Xiaoqin looked in the direction of the demon blood vulture's vision, and his eyes immediately lit up. There were actually large patches of blood-colored flowers growing there. They were incomparably beautiful, exceptionally enchanting. Blood Spirit Flower. A spirit flower containing a pure demonic nature was a natural supplement for demonic Dao cultivators. There were so many of them in this place. Elsewhere, a single blood spirit flower would be worth 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades. In Xiao Chen's eyes, the vast expanse of blood spirit flowers had all turned into glowing, tempting medial-grade spirit jades. No wonder the demon blood vulture flew over impatiently. However, even the demon blood vulture patiently stopped. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not rush forward. There were many demonic Dao cultivators in the 100,000 Great Peaks. This island in the center of the lake must have been discovered long ago. It was impossible that no one was picking the vegetables. There was definitely some danger. Xiao. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering, an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was an old man with an extremely terrifying aura. This old man moved like a phantom over the lake, heading straight for the island in the center of the lake. The black-clad old man's speed startled even Xiao Chen. This old man was no slower than him. After comprehending the Thunder Great Dao, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon steps was no longer the same as before. Aside from speed, the other party's movement technique was exceptionally strange. Xiao Chen kept changing his position, changing his angle and direction at every moment, dazzling anyone who saw it. It was hard to guess where he would appear next. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the surface of the lake split open, revealing a fish monster that was 30 meters long. A 30-meter-long fish monster opened its huge mouth and accurately determined the angle at which the black-clad old man would appear. Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked when he saw this. This fish monster was truly incredible. After it occupied an advantageous position in the water, its perception was actually so startling. With such a lightning-fast strike, countless greedy demonic Dao cultivators lost their lives to the blood spirit flower. However, that black-clad old man did not panic. He changed his position again. This time the fish monster only bit an afterimage. In the next moment, the black-clad old man successfully landed on the island in the center of the lake. The earlier scene only lasted for an instant. However, the danger of it made one's heart skip a beat. The black-clad old man successfully landed. Then he waved his hand, wanting to collect all the blood spirit flowers. What a fellow. He is really greedy. This sight made Xiao Chen want to make a move. However, something strange happened just at this moment. Suddenly, a shadow covered the island. The old man's expression changed slightly. When he looked up, horror flashed in his eyes. What covered the island was actually the head of a huge snake. It opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the old man whole. Then, the huge snake dove into the water and happily enjoyed the feast of a middle-stage star venerate demonic Dao expert. Xiao Chen had already seen the strength of demonic Dao experts. As long as they came from a large sect, even an early-stage star venerate disciple would be exceptionally difficult to deal with. A middle-stage star venerate already far surpassed a late-stage star venerate outside. Xiao Chen, who saw this scene with his own eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder no one can pluck that blood spirit flower. So that's the case. Given that giant snake's strength, even a regular holy venerate would not be able to take it down easily. However, Xiao Chen clearly had no intention of giving up just like that. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the demon blood vulture on his shoulder. The demon blood vulture shuddered. It immediately felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen must have thought of some devious idea. Use your full power. You're even faster than me. Lure that snake away. I'll take the blood spirit flower. The demon blood vulture was so startled that it nearly fell off Xiao Chen's shoulder, shaking its head like a rattle. That's not up to you. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and grabbed the demon blood vulture. Then he used his vital chi to toss it out like a cannonball. The demon blood vulture cursed 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in its heart, feeling like crying. However, now that things had reached this point, it had no choice. The demon blood vulture already arrived at the surface of the lake. Its body quickly enlarged as it narrowly dodged the attack of a merman fish. I'll eat. I'll eat. I'll eat. After flying to the small island, the demon blood vulture's eyes lit up. It did not think about anything else. It only thought, even if I die, I have to eat my fill first. The demon blood vulture opened its mouth and ate 1/3 of the blood spirit flower. Then it fled frantically, retreating quickly. A ferocious roar rang out, and light exploded on the surface of the lake. The giant snake hidden in the lake was enraged. To think that a ferocious beast ate its blood spirit flower. Unforgivable. When the demon blood spirit flower leaped out of the water, its body was actually 1,500 meters long. After consuming the blood spirit flower all year round, the demon blood vulture gained a demonic nature. Scarlet patterns covered its skin, making it look exceptionally terrifying. However, the demon blood vulture had already fled far away. Frustrated, the demon blood vulture roared and gave chase. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. It looks like this demon blood vulture usually does not put in much effort. At the crucial moment of life and death, the demon blood vulture's speed was much faster than its usual speed. In the future I have to train it more. If the demon blood vulture heard this, it would probably vomit blood in frustration. That would be another good show. Returning to the main topic, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the lake. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he pondered something. He saw the black-clad old man and the demon blood vulture showing off their movement techniques on the lake. Xiao Chen wanted to see how fast he could be. With a thought, Xiao Chen silently circulated his Thunder Great Tao. The Thunder Great Tao energy immediately filled his entire body. Crackling sounds came from Xiao Chen's body, and faint sparks appeared. His eyes were filled with lightning. If an outsider looked at him, they would be shocked. If others looked at him, it would feel like they had fallen into a sea of lightning, vast and boundless. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the Thunder Great Tao energy in his body completely erupted. 2 lightning dragons appeared under his feet, carrying him like light as he instantly crossed the lake. Whoosh! A fish monster leaped out of the lake. However, it did not even manage to bite Xiao Chen's afterimage. Crack! In the next moment, the person who was about to sink suddenly turned into a pool of blood and fell back into the lake. It was Xiao Chen who had already reached the small island, turning around and charging back. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber. The moment the fish monster leaped out, he turned around and chopped it into pieces. Clang! The saber light returned to the scabbard. Then Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. This was speed. There was nothing fancy about it. It was also not like the demon blood vulture, which could not attack or control its speed freely even when it reached its limits. However, the blood seemed to have triggered some problems. When Xiao Chen looked down, he discovered that there was more than one fish monster in the lake. Under the surface of the lake, there were countless pairs of fish monsters' eyes. The remnant Thunder Great Tao energy in Xiao Chen's body erupted again, allowing Xiao Chen to land safely on the island. The moment Xiao Chen landed, more than 1,000 fish monsters leaped out of the lake at the same time. This scene was so shocking that a chill ran down one's spine. Fortunately, Xiao Chen successfully landed on the island, allowing Xiao Chen to avoid a calamity. All that remained was how to deal with these blood spirit flowers. Chapter 1802. 2/3 of the blood spirit flowers on the ground remained. There were at least 1,000 blood spirit flowers. That was to say, the demon blood vulture swallowed more than 500 blood spirit flowers. When Xiao Chen thought of this, he could not help being flabbergasted. This demon blood vulture is really trying to stuff me to death. In reality, the demon blood vulture fleeing in the distance was already suffering the consequences. Its huge body was already burning like a flame, its entire body igniting. Its feathers were burnt to a crisp, making it want to cry, but no tears came out. Behind it, there was still a big snake chasing after it. He didn't give it time to digest and absorb the demonic nature in peace. On the small island, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know what to do with such a large number of blood spirit flowers. If he just plucked it off and sold it, he would naturally make a fortune. But wasn't it a bit of a waste to just sell it like this? Could it be that this patch of blood spirit flowers in front of him was the greatest fortuitous encounter he had since coming to the Great Thousand World? If he could absorb all the demonic nature in these blood spirit flowers, there was no doubt that he would be able to do so. Xiao Chen could immediately break through to Star Venerate. Once he erupted, he would become extremely terrifying. His only worry was that he had already taken half a step into the demonic Tao. If he absorbed the blood spirit flower before him, there would be no turning back. Now the test for Xiao Chen was whether his understanding of the demonic path was right or wrong. The so-called devil was a kind of pride that didn't belong to the heavens. They were wild and unruly, didn't abide by the rules, and would never submit to the heavens. As long as one's heart remained the same, becoming a demon was just a means. This was Xiao Chen's understanding. The current demonic path sects were a completely different scene. For the sake of achieving their goals, they would stop at nothing and willfully slaughter the innocent. All they sought was to abandon their hearts and do as they pleased without restraint. One wanted to guard his heart and not change, while the other wanted to exile his heart and allow his desires to grow wildly. They were both devils, and they both disobeyed the rules and refused to submit to the heavens. However, they were completely different. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. A moment later he made up his mind. He believed in himself, believed that his understanding of the devil was the true intention of the founder of the devil path. Since that was the case, then stepping into the demonic Tao did not conflict with his own heart. There was no need for him to hesitate or fear the power of these blood spirit flowers. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly became extremely clear and bright, flickering with a faint light. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make a move, he raised his eyebrows and quickly retreated from his original position. A large snake jumped out of the blood flowers and landed where Xiao Chen had been. Rumble. The entire island shook violently as if it would collapse at any second. There was even a huge snake. Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, he would have been crushed to death. The crimson-patterned snake before him was much smaller than the giant snake from before. He didn't know if they were of the same race or if they were descendants. It was truly shocking. The demon blood vulture already lured away a terrifying snake. To think that there was another one lying in ambush on the island. Fortunately, this scarlet-patterned snake's aura was much weaker than the earlier one, only middle-stage star venerate. However, it wasn't easy to deal with either. Looking at the blood patterns on its skin, it was unknown just how strong it was and how astonishing its defense was. Seeing that the scarlet-patterned snake was about to attack him, Xiao Qin roared ferociously and took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Qin circulated the purple thunder divine incantation at full power. He instantly ignited his 8-star primal core, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Veritable essence energy spread out, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Many terrifying mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Saber lights flickered endlessly in the surroundings, turning into saber winds containing Xiao Chen's saber intent howling endlessly. Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation was low. When facing such a ferocious beast, he could not hold back at all. Only by using his full power and not holding back could he obtain victory amid danger. With the 2 great Dao energies driving his veritable essence energy, Xiao Chen already reached his limits. At the same time, he circulated the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiao Chen's bones crackled, and a layer of dragon might lingered on the surface of his body, forming an invisible divine dragon armor. Breaking vast armies, breaking the stars, breaking the world. Xiao Chen used the strongest 3 moves of his army-breaking saber technique. Then he used supreme might like he was facing a vast army alone. When the saber light chopped out, it first broke the vast armies. Then it broke the stars, sending out boundless starlight. Finally, the saber light landed. Xiao Chen pressed forward courageously, no longer having any obsessions in his heart. Only the tyranny and courage to break the world remained. An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. Countless bolts of lightning flickered in the sky, accompanied by countless saber chi. The scarlet-patterned snake's skin spun continuously, leaving horrifying wounds on it. However, the overwhelming strike of the scarlet-patterned snake's demonic might also reached Xiao Chen. Bearing the brunt of it, it sent Xiao Chen flying. Demonic chi surged in the sky and the winds and clouds changed color. The black demonic clouds dyed the color of blood. The scarlet-patterned snake entered a berserk state. At this moment it was incredibly enraged. Originally, it thought that its attack, which caught Xiao Chen off guard, would definitely shock him to death. Who could have imagined that such an ant-like existence would erupt with such horrifying power, catching everyone off guard? With the support of 2 great Dao energies, the defense that the scarlet-patterned snake was so proud of was simply insufficient. The blood that shot out from its body dyed the scarlet-patterned demonic clouds red. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a cold smile. It won't be that easy to eat me. Kill? After breaking through the scarlet-patterned snake's defense with 1 strike, Xiao Chen's confidence soared. He casually formed the 7-kill seal and charged over again. The surging, flood-like killing intent caused the scarlet-patterned snake, a ferocious beast that had eaten countless humans, to feel some fear. Boom, boom, boom. 1 human and 1 snake started a startling battle. The shocking thing was that the seemingly insignificant human with a much weaker aura was clearly much stronger than the scarlet-patterned snake. However, in terms of aura, Xiao Chen was far ahead of the scarlet-patterned snake, suppressing it in the end. The scariest thing was Xiao Chen's killing intent. Several times, the scarlet-patterned snake felt fear in its heart, not wanting to clash with such a ruthless person. The scarlet-patterned snake wanted to wait for its father to return before dealing with this ruthless person. However, Xiao Chen made it stay. After angering Xiao Chen, the scarlet-patterned snake would not be able to leave as it pleased. Resolving the mundane meant eternity. Go to hell. Xiao Chen was like a war god descending from the sky. Then he sent out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. The veritable essence energy in his primal core surged towards the saber light in his hand, making that eternal and inextinguishable saber light even more resplendent and dazzling. When Xiao Chen executed his strongest saber strike, the saber intent in his body soared into the sky. At this moment, the saber intent scattered a hole in the dense demonic clouds in the sky. Light poured down and bathed Xiaoqin in it. Kasie. The saber light landed and the scarlet patterned snake was chopped in half. Its life force immediately vanished. Xiaoqin held his saber and knelt on one knee, panting softly. After fighting for 4 hours and risking his life, he finally managed to kill this middle-stage star venerate ferocious beast by himself. However, Xiaoqin was not in a good state either. His clothes were in tatters. His long hair fluttered about, and there was no place on his body that was unscathed. The scarlet-patterned snake's venom had corroded his body into a sorry state. The most horrifying part was his right shoulder. The scarlet-patterned snake had bitten off a large chunk, leaving only bare bones. If not for the dragon bones, Xiaoqin's bones would have shattered, leaving him half dead on the spot. Xiaoqin consumed a medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng had given him. Then he circulated the divine dragon body tempering art and quickly recovered from his injuries. Although Xiaoqin still had some trump cards, he was in a half-dead state right now. Any random star venerate could take his life. After 15 minutes, Xiaoqin had just recovered from his superficial injuries. Then he immediately opened his eyes. Although this island was remote, it was not a place where he could rest easy and recuperate. Xiaoqin stood up unsteadily. Then he took out a snake gall from the scarlet-patterned snake's corpse. The bright red snake gall gave off the same aura as the blood spirit flower. However, it was even denser. This snake gall contained the cultivation essence of this mutated snake. Its value was much higher than that of the blood spirit flower. The remaining snake body was also good stuff and should not be wasted. Xiaoqin cut the snake body into hundreds of pieces and tossed them into his storage ring. Then he collected the scarlet-patterned snake's skin. After doing all this, Xiaoqin's gaze fell on the many blood spirit flowers. The shock waves from the earlier battle had swept away more than 1,000 blood spirit flowers. Aside from a few that were still intact, the rest were all rotting on the ground. This was quite a pity. However, with the blood spirit snake's snake gall as compensation, it was totally worth it. The huge battle with the scarlet-patterned snake did not change Xiaoqin's resolve. Instead, it strengthened his resolve. I am me. Even if I enter the demonic Tao, Xiaoqin is still that pure and innocent white-robed bladesman whose heart has not changed. Chapter 1803. This time Xiaoqin was not careless. Now he had to patrol the island to see if there were any unknown dangers. The island was not big and Xiaoqin quickly finished patrolling it. There were no other dangerous beasts. The only thing he had to pay attention to was the piles of fish monsters in the lake. However, it seemed like the fish monsters couldn't go ashore. Even if they could, their strength would be greatly reduced. There was no need to worry too much. Xiaoqin walked over to the blood spirit flowers again, deep in thought. More than 700 blood spirit flowers had rotted on the ground. The medicinal effect penetrated deep into the ground and did not completely dissipate. In fact, he could still make good use of it. Suddenly, Xiaoqin recalled that before he arrived, he seemed to have seen several rotten blood spirit flowers on the ground. Over time, who knew how many blood spirit flowers had been buried here? The soil contained even more pure demonic qi than the blood spirit flowers on the surface. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin had an idea. Xiaoqin first picked the remaining 2 handfuls of blood spirit flowers and placed them in his storage ring. Then he stood on the ground waiting for Xiaoqin. He immediately set up a spirit gathering formation. A spirit gathering formation for gathering underground demonic qi. Then he placed blood spirit flowers in the nodes of the formation to replace medial grade spirit jades. Looking at this imaginative array in front of him, Xiaoqin felt a little crazy. If one was not crazy, one would not become a demon. Since he had already decided to step onto the demonic path, he might as well go crazy for once. The demonic path was completely revealed in his heart. My fate is up to me and not to the heavens. I don't believe in ghosts, gods, or Buddha. After setting up the array formation, Xiaoqin leaped lightly and landed at the eye of the array. With a light tap of his finger, the hundreds of blood spirit flowers in the nodes of the formation burst into flames. The spirit gathering formation instantly activated. Xiaoqin, who was in the center of the formation, immediately felt the burning blood spirit flowers turn into pure demonic qi. Through the spirit gathering formation, the number 8 on all sides continuously poured into Xiaoqin's body. This was the first time that Xiaoqin had taken the initiative to absorb such a huge amount of devil qi. A certain beast in his heart seemed to have been awakened. A soundless roar came from his body, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. It was as if there were 2 balls of black demonic flames burning, and a faint black demonic aura flowed on the surface of his body. All kinds of negative emotions gushed out from Xiao Chen's mind. Devil Qi was born impure and contained a lot of negative energy, corresponding to the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. Many demonic Tao cultivators turned crazy because their negative emotions were amplified by the negative energy of demonic Qi, reaching a state that they could not control. Or he could become a homicidal maniac, killing for fun, killing to survive, and killing to increase his cultivation. Or they were addicted to eating and found joy in eating. They couldn't control their inner appetites and became an extreme foodie. Or he could turn into a yin demon, and so on. At this moment, this was the first test for Xiao Chen, all kinds of negative emotions. As the demonic Qi continued to be absorbed, it expanded endlessly, turning into all sorts of terrifying obsessions. Xiao Chen's mind was in a mess. Xiao Chen guarded his heart and looked at it coldly, allowing all sorts of thoughts to pass through his heart. To him, this trial was much easier than he had imagined. Xiao Chen's mental state had already reached a horrifying level. Even a sovereign personage might not be stronger than him. Whether it was the desire brought about by the increase in strength, the desire to kill that came with the increase in demonic nature, or the temptation of beauty. None of them had any effect on Xiao Chen. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. The 200 blood spirit flowers in the formation were almost all gone. Xiao Chen felt his strength increase explosively. His limbs and bones were filled with explosive power. He felt as if his entire body was about to explode. He had a premonition that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Just as he was about to stop, the primal core in his body suddenly shone with a golden light. The 9-star essence cores were all lit up. The space inside the Yuan Dan expanded once again, this time by more than 10 times. There were very few cultivators in the world who could condense a 9-star primal core. Those who could light up all 9 stars were even rarer. Even in the Great Thousand Worlds, there were only a few geniuses, outstanding talents and peerless monsters. But now Xiao Chen had also done it. Coincidentally, he was also the only one who cultivated the demonic Tao. The primal core was a vessel. Now that the vessel was expanding, Xiao Chen's initial feeling of being on the verge of exploding disappeared. The demonic energy in his body quickly flowed back into his primordial core and condensed into drops of black quintessential essence. In the inner space of the Yuan Dan, there was a continuous black rainstorm. However, compared to the white Zhen Yuan inside, the black Zhen Yuan was still at a disadvantage. It was far from being able to contend with it. The 2 quintessential essences naturally repelled each other, unable to tolerate each other. Since the beginning they had been engaged in an intense battle, each wanting to destroy and devour the other. Even though the black veritable essence energy continuously fell to replenish itself, it still could not fight back. However, it still stubbornly resisted. The 2 enormous veritable essences turned into dragons. One was a pure true dragon, and the other was a pitch-black demonic dragon. As the 2 dragons fought, the black demonic dragon was covered with cuts and bruises. It was at a disadvantage. However, the black raindrops continued to fall. The azure true dragon was unable to completely destroy it. However, the blood-colored spirit flowers in the array were completely used up. When the spirit-gathering formation started to absorb the blood-colored demonic Qi that had accumulated for a long time, the situation suddenly changed. Overwhelming demonic Qi poured into Xiao Chen's body and flowed into his primal core through his meridians. Many demonic clouds formed in the primal core. The demonic clouds covered the sky and instantly suppressed the aura of the true dragon. The demonic dragon took this opportunity to recover its essence. Then it opened its mouth and sucked in the demonic clouds in the sky. The demonic dragon revealed its ferocious and terrifying side. Now that the situation had reversed, it wanted to devour that pure true dragon. Hence the second test arrived. If Xiao Chen's original foundation was destroyed and turned into demonic Qi, then Xiao Chen would be devoured by the demonic Qi. Xiao Chen would lose all intelligence and become a puppet of the demonic Qi. The best situation would be when the 2 were in equilibrium, neither able to do anything to the other. At this moment Xiao Chen felt somewhat anxious. The demonic Qi contained in the ground far surpassed his expectations. The blood spirit flowers bloomed and wilted. After wilting they bloomed again. This had been going on for many years. After a long time the accumulated demonic Qi had reached a terrifying level. The competition of veritable essence energy in the primal core stemmed from one's nature. Xiao Chen could not interfere. Even a wise man would make mistakes at times. No matter how thorough his considerations were, there would be oversights. The second test truly caught Xiao Chen off guard. Even his mental state showed some flaws. The negative emotions that had been suppressed started to stir up trouble and appeared once again. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, a golden Buddhist light suddenly appeared around Xiao Chen, who gave off a black light. Xiao Chen wanted to use his Buddhist might to suppress and refine the demonic qi. Sweat dripped down Xiao Chen's forehead continuously. The demonic qi below was like a bottomless pit. The amount was exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen's Buddhist might blazed, surging with golden light. However, he still could not suppress the demonic qi. Just as Xiao Chen was at his wit's end, he suddenly felt the demonic qi below lessen significantly. 5,000 kilometers away, in the Black Cutlass, Xiao Suo was shocked to discover that the Yazi beast demon soul carved on the back of the formation plate in his hand gave off a faint light. Without killing any magical beasts, the sixth pearl was lighting up bit by bit. Strange. What exactly happened? Xiao Suo could not understand. He looked into the distance at the 100,000 great peaks, revealing some worry. Above the island in the center of the lake, at some point in time, a huge demonic cloud whirlpool had already formed, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen barely avoided the second test. However, the third test came right after. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Xiao Chen's primal core was on the verge of exploding. From the outside, it looked like a resplendent clump of light was in Xiao Chen's abdomen, looking incredibly dazzling. Even a 9-star primal core could not endure this continuous trembling. A true dragon and a demonic dragon, two conflicting veritable essence energies, added together, formed a terrifying amount. Fear spread in Xiao Chen's heart. He had never felt death so close before. When the primal core exploded, no one could escape death. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen should have broken through to Star Venerate. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to do so. If he broke through according to his original plan, he might become the first unlucky fellow in history to have his primal core explode when he advanced to Star Venerate. He would become the laughingstock of history. Right now, the situation was very unstable. Xiao Chen's primal core grew increasingly resplendent, but the two vast veritable essence energies remained restless. Even though they could not do anything to each other in this narrow space, no one was willing to submit to the other. Calm down, calm down, calm down. It was like Xiao Chen was at the threshold of death. Despite being so close to death, he did not feel anxious or despair. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind like lightning filling the sky. All kinds of considerations were rejected by him one by one, and then new ideas kept popping up. I got it. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and took out the Saraira that the Mahasvara Buddha left behind when he passed away. Then he sighed, "Venerable, sorry?" Right after speaking, Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in the Saraira. The Saraira's gentle Buddhist light flowed down, calming all the irritable energy in Xiao Chen's body. Chapter 1804. As the 100-odd demonic Tao sect disciples watched the monks slowly approach Blood Spirit Island, they immediately hesitated. If the shock waves from the clash spread out, they could easily kill a minor primal core venerate. The island was not very large, and when one looked around, there was no sign of life at all. It was a scene of desolation, a wasteland. The true inheritors of a rank 6 sect were probably only second to a holy venerate. The current situation was what Yen Qin hoped to see. The Taiji Dao was sufficient to resolve this problem. Whoosh! This Buddhist sect expert was already as strong as the true inheritors of the two sections. A Buddhist sect expert? There was a small island in ruins in the center of the lake. It was very messy and devoid of life. After passing through the dense forest, the scene before Yen Qin suddenly opened up. Then he saw a vast lake. However, if Yen Qin wanted to use the Taiji Dao to balance the two veritable essence energies and gently merge them, he still needed some time. The truly capable experts could easily flatten Blood Spirit Island. However, they did not care about the Blood Spirit grass at all. However, just as Yen Qin was about to refine the Saraira giving off a gentle Buddhist light automatically disintegrated. Yen Qin muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. However, Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. Yen Qin was like a cool breeze that contained an irresistible Buddhist might. As he spoke, he resolved all danger. Instead, Yen Qin's body turned colder, so cold that he trembled. A true inheritor of such a large sect would either become an elder or the successor of the sect master in the future. He would definitely become an overlord of a region. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and revealed a doubtful expression. At some point in time, a perfect Taiji diagram had appeared under his feet. Anyone below Holy Venerate would die if they went to Blood Spirit Island. Lake Heart Island? Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He had already survived the greatest danger, so there was no need to be anxious now. As Xiao Qin used the Taiji Dao to balance the two vast veritable essence energies in his body, Xiao Qian's eyes lit up. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. The danger was immediately resolved. Yan Qin closed his eyes and silently circulated his energy. His body immediately sank to the bottom like a rock. A Buddhist light containing boundless beneficence spread out continuously, permeating every inch of his skin, every inch of his bones, and every inch of his flesh. This lake is quiet and clear, and it is very vast. If I hide at the bottom and use the Buddhist sect's turtle breath technique, I might be able to escape this calamity. My sins. My sins. This little monk has nowhere to go. I have no choice but to do such a thing. If I am able to escape, I will definitely send Senior to the afterlife. I have no choice but to do this forbidden land. Thus, this forbidden ground had existed for a very long time. There had always been people from the three great demon sects who went there out of admiration and wanted to challenge it. Damn it, that bald monk is really strong. To think that he could still kill so many people from our two sects even after suffering such severe injuries. The demonic chi that mutated and mutated chi had chi. Could not control. Oh no, he ran in the direction of the forbidden area of the Blood Spirit Island. Flame chi from sect of Hanshin Spirit Chin. Chi Shao. And said Blood Chin Mountain sect Spirit Chin Shen and Star. The so-called chill was formed by the accumulation of these killing intents. This was a great humiliation. When Yan Qin thought of this, he could not help cursing again. The people of the demonic Dao sects were extremely despicable and shameless. How hateful. Yan Qin rejoiced and immediately leaped up. Without even thinking, he silently entered the lake. Yan Qin paled in fright. Without even thinking, he used the last of his veritable essence energy to leap out. However, it was simply too cold, so cold that Yan Qin could no longer endure it. Could it be that this place is where I, Yan Qin, am buried? Soon, this group of demonic Dao sect disciples made up their minds and gave chase. Hateful. Had I known, I would not have listened to that scholar and come here to seek fortuitous encounters. Yan Qin did not understand why the Sarira broke apart on its own. He thought that the Mahasvara Buddha might still have some lingering thoughts in it. Using his benevolent heart, he chose to sacrifice himself at the last moment, helping Xiao Qin survive this calamity. Suddenly, dust flew up, and a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Qin's body as he threw a palm strike. After him. Boundless beneficence, immeasurable. The seemingly gentle Buddhist light actually contained horrifying energy, condensing all the beneficence that the Mahasvara Buddha cultivated when he was alive. However, Yan Qin, who executed the tortoise breathing technique, could not enter a state of oblivion and unconsciousness. Anyone below Holy Venerate will definitely die if they go to Blood Spirit Island. Even Holy Venerates do not dare to go there casually. Unexpectedly, Yan Qin would fall in such a place at the hands of two rank 6 demonic Dao sect disciples. The two vast veritable essence energy in Xiao Qian's dantian nearly filled up the entire space. The two demonic Dao sects continuously clashed with each other, intensely clashing at every moment, not leaving any gaps. The gentle Buddhist light soothed Xiao Qian's limbs, bones, and internal organs. It was like a feather drifting in the wind. With a slight tremble, it cleared away all the impurities in Xiao Qian's body. Yan Qin opened his eyes and looked around. It would have been fine if he had not looked. The moment he looked, his body trembled even more intensely. Yan Qin kept reminding himself that the moment he opened his eyes, the tortoise breathing technique would be broken, and his only chance of survival would be gone. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and did not think about it in detail. After that, there was no more. Yan Qin used his supreme beneficence to personally modify Xiao Qian's primal core, strengthening it and forming an unbreakable barrier. Yan Qin instantly leaped out of the lake and landed on the island. That place was filled with blood spirit grass that everyone yearned for. However, no one dared to go there as all those who went had died. Xiao Qin calmed down, knowing that the danger was over. After him. We absolutely cannot let him escape. This was the so-called conquering hardness with softness. Finally, the essence of the Sarira dripped onto the 9-star primal core. Yan Qin sighed softly. He saw a white-clad person sitting cross-legged in a pile of rubble in front. The white-clad person was covered in dust. He did not breathe or show any signs of life. Given my cultivation, how can my physical body fear the cold? Two strands of veritable essence energy intertwined with each other as they surged out from Xiao Qian's hands. Xi Xingjie and Xiao Jianxing were the top core disciples of their respective sections. It was not strange for an additional dead person to appear. Even a regular holy venerate would not be absolutely confident of making them stay. the thousand-odd fish monsters in the lake slowly approached. Countless pairs of cold eyes carried a cold murderous intent as they looked at Yanqin. After narrowly escaping death, Yanqin heaved a long sigh. As he looked at the somewhat strange island before him, he felt somewhat sorrowful. That Buddhist sect expert was called Yanqin. At this moment, all hope in his heart turned to dust, feeling heavy dissatisfaction. Yanqin entered deep thought. This place was in ruins, looking like a place where a huge battle had taken place. If he removed the dirt on his face, he would look like a handsome youth. Gurgle. Gurgle. With the two working together, they paid such a heavy price to make that Buddhist sect expert stay. Yanqin vomited a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured in the first place. Now he cried out miserably as his body flew back. Run. Yanqin shot out like a sharp arrow and dove into the lake, not causing a single splash. There were many figures in the dense forest. The disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect chased after a monk with blood-stained monk robes and a Buddhist monk's saber. A fish monster leaped out of the water and opened its huge mouth, swallowing Yanqin up. However, no one knew what this person's cultivation was like when he was alive. Yanqin raised his Buddhist monk's saber and walked over casually. To think that he wanted to touch the corpse. Never mind, I should quickly execute the tortoise-breathing art. I do not know when the people behind will catch up. Hey, why is there a dead person here? The demonic Tao sect disciples familiar with the 100,000 Great Peaks all knew that Blood Spirit Island was a forbidden land. Yanqin immediately felt stunned, unable to react. After refining this Sarira, he would be able to clear this stage. The top two core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect, Si Xingjie and Xiao Jianxing, paid a heavy price and barely managed to make that Buddhist sect expert stay. In the water, Yanqin took a deep breath and felt greatly startled. Why is the lake water so cold? However, just as Yanqin was about to get within 6 meters of that person, the person that he thought was dead suddenly opened his eyes. Buddha bless me. It looks like heaven does not want me dead. However, the true challenge to Xiaoqian had just begun. On the other side, the pursuit of that Buddhist sect expert also reached its peak. Under the illumination of this Buddhist light, Xiaoqian's berserk body and his primal core, which could explode at any moment, all calmed down. Chapter 1805. The person he just killed was the Buddhist sect expert that the two sects of the demonic path were pursuing? Xiaoqian was a little confused. Just now, when he closed his eyes to rest and balanced the demonic qi quintessential essence and spiritual quintessential essence in his dantian, Xiaoqian was a little confused. He did not let down his guard. After all, the fish might escape, and the blood-patterned snake that had been lured away would definitely return. Letting down his guard was tantamount to courting death. Thus he had been holding back. Just now, when Yanqin was within 25 feet of him, Yanqin's body trembled. When he revealed a dangerous aura, Xiaoqian immediately came to his senses and attacked decisively. Although it was a charged attack, he seemed to be half awake just now, and his condition was obviously not good. Even if his quintessential essence was very strong, its power should not have reached his peak. However, that Buddhist sect expert was sent flying by his palm. He really didn't live up to his name. Calling him an expert was a little too much. However, it didn't matter if he was killed. This monk suddenly attacked him at a critical moment when he was in seclusion. He had nearly caused his cultivation to go berserk and be consigned to eternal damnation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he deserved to die. Looking inside with his divine sense, his primordial core shone resplendently with 9 dazzling stars. After reaching 9 stars, the space within the primal core had already reached a level that many late-stage star venerate experts could only look up to. What was even more terrifying was that this huge space was filled with quintessential essence. There was not even a trace of extra space. At this moment, after Xiaoqian's Taiji Dao smoothed out and balanced it, the two veritable essences, which were originally in primal chaos and fighting endlessly, turned into a Taiji yin and yang revolving slowly. Success. A smile appeared on Xiaoqian's face. He had successfully absorbed the demon qi that had been accumulated for an unknown number of years on the Blood Spirit Island. Originally, Xiaoqian thought that he could use this opportunity to advance to Star Venerate. However, he felt a little regretful. The situation at that time was urgent, and his primordial core was about to explode at any moment. Trying to break through to Star Venerate now was simply seeking death. He could only use the relic of the great limitless Buddha to forcefully suppress it. Although Xiaoqian had never become a Star Venerate, he had profited from a disaster, reaching a level that he had never imagined. Immortal cultivation and martial cultivation at the same time, Buddhism and demonic cultivation complementing each other. At this moment, his body had been permeated by the Saraira. His limbs, bones and internal organs were emitting a gentle Buddhist light. His physical body had a Buddha nature. Even a Buddhist monk might not be able to compare to him. However, it just so happened that it had merged with the immemorial demon soul formation not long ago. The Yazi beast, which could be said to be one of the ancestors of the evil Tao, used the terrifying demonic nature of the devil soul array to transform Xiao Chen's physical body during the fusion. As a result, when he cultivated, he was like a wild beast from ancient times, and required a frightening amount of spiritual energy. Under the Buddhist might of the Saraira, the blue dragon bloodline, which had been leaning toward demonization, got rid of this hidden danger. The blue dragon bloodline became pure again, not tainted by any impurities. So. At this time, the disciples of the demonic path and demonic path sects that had fallen some distance behind rushed to the lakeside. Looking at Xiao Chen who was on the island, he felt quite confused. However, knowing how powerful the fish monster in the lake was, he did not dare to act rashly. Where's the bald donkey? Where's the giant snake at the bottom of the lake? How come it's gone? The blood spirit flower is gone too. Seeing that the blood spirit flowers had disappeared, the disciples of the demonic Tao and demonic Tao sects immediately burst into an uproar. The blood spirit flower held a fatal attraction to demonic path cultivators of their cultivation. For hundreds of years, countless elite disciples of the three demonic path sects had tried to break the taboo that prevented anyone from going to Blood Spirit Island. They worked hard in secret, hoping to one day go to Blood Spirit Island and obtain the blood spirit flower. The more people who failed, the more famous the Blood Spirit Island became. While the island became scarier, it also piqued the interest of those bold people. If it were not dangerous, they would not feel any sense of accomplishment when they easily went to Blood Spirit Island. However, now these demonic path disciples suddenly discovered that the large swaths of blood spirit flowers had vanished. The originally dense demonic aura had also disappeared. How could the disciples of the demonic sects not be surprised? There's someone over there. It's him. He must be the one who took away the blood spirit flowers. Someone with sharp eyes discovered Xiao Chen in the pile of rubble, which immediately elicited startled cries. Kill him and snatch away the blood spirit flowers. Kill him. Kill him. The demonic path cultivators always did as they pleased. When they saw that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not at the Star Venerate realm, they all leaped up and flew towards the island in the center of the lake. They did not care whether Xiao Chen really had more blood spirit flowers or not. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, but his expression did not change. He did not see any opponent worth looking forward to. Whoosh. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, but his expression did not change. He did not see any opponent worth looking forward to. Whoosh. The fish monsters in the lake leaped out one after another. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. Half of the 100-odd disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect died in an instant. The less than 50 people who landed before Xiao Chen were all frightened into breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling very startled. While the gargantuan snake was gone, the fish monsters in the lake were still as mighty as before. In their hot-headedness, the demonic path disciples who ended up in the fish stomachs died a miserable death. Speak. Did someone pluck the blood spirit flowers here? The many demonic path disciples recovered their wits. Relying on their numbers, they immediately shouted questions at Xiao Chen. Kill? What answered them was the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. When the tyrant saber was drawn, a saber light illuminated the surroundings. The saber howled like thunder as Xiao Chen moved like lightning, charging into the crowd. Xiao Chen moved like light, his figure nowhere to be seen. When Xiao Chen raised his hand and swung his saber, blood splattered everywhere. Heads flew through the air like carrots. With the help of the Taiji Dao, the two vast veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian quickly circulated. Light and shadow immediately swirled around Xiao Chen's body. The Taiji yin-yang diagram turned into light and shadow, appearing in the surroundings and materializing in invisible energy around him. In this Taiji force field, the air was like viscous water. The demonic path disciples in the water found it difficult to move, their speed completely restricted. The demonic path disciples could not bring out their advantage in numbers. A small number of strong early-stage Star Venerate disciples used Dao tools or killing moves to struggle free with all their might. Before the fear on their faces could fade, a flash of saber light chopped off all signs of life. When Xiao Chen charged into the crowd, he chopped down the demonic path disciples of the two sects like he was chopping vegetables. They could not retaliate at all. At the same time, there was a battered and exhausted figure in the lake. His aura was weak and he struggled to swim up in the water. After much difficulty, this figure surfaced and took in a breath of fresh air. Then he saw the scene on the island. This figure paled in fright as he quickly sank back into the water. As he looked at the approaching fish monsters, he wanted to cry but no tears came out. Clang! Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. Then he saw the Taiji veritable essence energy diagram spinning in his primal core stop at will, instantly stopping. At the same time Xiaoqin withdrew his saber Dao and thunder Dao. He stood on the ground and circulated his energy, scattering the excess veritable essence energy and saber Dao energy into the ground. Boom! Xiaoqin's entire body trembled and dust kicked up. When the dust settled, the ground caved in, revealing an exquisitely carved Taiji diagram, as if it was the work of the gods. The corpses of the two demonic path sect's disciples had been shattered to pieces. Aside from the faint smell of blood, it did not look like an intense massacre had just taken place. Come out! Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike. Bang! The lake water exploded and a figure flew out. 4 fish monsters followed behind. Then they opened their mouths trying to divide and devour the figure in the air. 2 lightning dragons flew out from under Xiaoqin's feet. He instantly rescued the person in the air and returned to the island. The 4 fish monsters missed and sank back into the lake. The person that Xiaoqin tossed to the ground coughed violently a few times, continuously vomiting water. It's you. When Xiaoqin saw that eye-catching bald head, he felt slightly startled. He had personally seen this monk get swallowed up by the fish monsters. To think that this monk did not die. He has some skill. Based on the clues he obtained, Xiaoqin made some deductions and guessed the ins and outs of the situation. This monk was indeed an expert, but he was severely injured. Furthermore, his luck was not good. By the time he arrived, he was already severely injured and weak, unable to withstand a single blow. Just as Xiaoqin thought this, Yanqin, who was on the ground, suddenly got up and fled. Xiaoqin felt slightly startled, but he did not give chase. There were many fish monsters in the lake. Any one of them could take his life. Xiaoqin did not believe that Yanqin still had the courage to charge in. Indeed, Yanqin ran to the lakeside and pretended to jump. However, after a while, he stopped with an embarrassed expression. It looked like the heavens were really going to fall. After escaping from the fish's belly with much difficulty, he still could not escape death. The white-clad cultivator with delicate features was not only terrifyingly strong, but he also had a calm expression. His expression was calm as he slaughtered like he was chopping vegetables. He was even more terrifying than the disciples of the devil sect. Little monk, I see that you have delicate features and do not look like an evil monk. Why did you attack me earlier? Just as Yanqin felt uncertain, Xiaoqin's voice rang out. Chapter 1806. Ah. When Yanqin heard Xiaoqin's words, he felt startled. Turn around and speak properly. I won't kill you. Xiaoqin could not figure out this person. However, this person's eyes were clear and pure. He did not look like an evil monk. Xiaoqin always showed some leniency to the people of the Buddhist sect. Even if the other party was disrespectful to him or harbored evil intentions, Xiaoqin would do his best not to kill them. Yanqin felt depressed. If he had recovered his strength, he would not be in such an awkward situation. He thought himself clever and fled. In the end, he was blocked by a group of Jianghu devils, unable to advance or retreat. He had no choice but to be manipulated. Yanqin turned around and looked at Xiaoqin. Then he said honestly, I did not want to attack you. I just thought that you were dead and wanted to see if you had any medicinal pills for treating injuries. Although I did not have much hope, there was still a chance. How could I have known that you were still alive? You knocked me back with a backhand. I nearly died in the fish belly. Xiaoqin did not say anything when he heard that. He only stretched out his hand and took out the last medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng left for him. Whoosh! Yanqin stretched out his hand and caught the medicinal pill that flew over. Then he looked at Xiaoqin with a confused expression. What is this? Poison? It does not look like it. A medicinal pill? However, this person appeared in the 100,000 Great Peaks and attacked so ruthlessly. He was either a pirate or a member of the demonic path. How could he save me? Right now, Yanqin had a deep prejudice against the people of the demonic path. Just because he was bald, in the end, when he stepped foot on this myriad star mountain, everyone attacked him. This was endless, extremely annoying. Xiaoqin did not want to waste his breath. He directly took out the Buddhist sect golden letter that the Venerable Xian Bei gave him. Do you recognize this? A gift from the water. This startled Yanqin. As he looked at Xiaoqin, he felt even more shocked. Practically every Buddhist sect disciple recognized such a golden letter. Only those who owed the Buddhist sect a great debt of gratitude would receive this gift. As long as one saw the golden letter, regardless of their status, they would have to repay the debt of gratitude. The golden letter was made of ordinary divine materials. The scriptures on it were the Kasyapa scriptures. This was the first and last scripture that the Kasyapa Buddha left behind in the world after attaining enlightenment. In Buddhism, only the abbot of the 4 great sacred grounds had the ability to copy this scripture. Others did not have enough Buddha nature. At most, they could barely comprehend it even if they could understand it. However, once he tried to copy it, he would discover that he did not know where to start and had completely forgotten everything. Therefore, this golden book was extremely precious. It had always been regarded as the highest gift in the Buddhist sect, given to those who had done the Buddhist sect a favor. How could you possibly receive the golden letter? Yenshin did not dare to believe it. As he received the golden book, his hands trembled slightly. Since Xiaoqun gave away the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual, he naturally deserved this gift. However, there was no need to tell Yenshin the reason. After verifying that the golden letter was real, Yenshin no longer worried. Then he swallowed the medicinal pill that Xiaoqun gave him. Before Zhang Xian could completely refine it, he felt his injuries stabilizing, no longer worsening. Yenshin could not help revealing a smile. What an incredible medicinal pill. With my strength, I should be able to recover completely in another 6 or 7 days. 6 or 7 days. When Xiaoqun heard that, he revealed a strange expression. What kind of injuries were they for them to be so severe? The medicinal pill that senior brother Yi Zifeng gave him was extremely precious. Even when he was on the verge of death, he did not need so long to recover. Yenshin sighed and said, "The demonic Tao sects have too many tricks up their sleeves. I can only blame myself for being careless. When I saw that the 2 were only middle-stage star venerates, their demonic might was not strong. That's why my soul got injured and my physical body nearly turned into mush." When Xiaoqun heard that, he gave Yenshin a strange look. "Is there a need to brag like that? Although I respect you as an expert, there is no need to speak as though middle-stage star venerates are nothing." Although Xiaoqun thought that, he did not care too much. He just listened quietly. Boom. Just at this moment, a strong demonic might accompanied by a will of soul suddenly surged over. Yenshin vomited a mouthful of blood and cried out miserably as he went flying back like a sandbag. Xiaoqun used 2 kinds of Tao might to support himself at the same time before he barely managed to block with his will of soul. As he looked into the distance, his expression changed slightly. That's not good. That gargantuan snake that rivaled a holy venerate is charging back. I have to retreat quickly. Xiaoqun did not dare to imagine how enraged the gargantuan snake would be when it discovered that its offspring were killed, the blood spirit flowers plundered, and the demonic qi in its lair gone. Xiaoqun's figure flashed and he grabbed Yenshin who had not landed yet. Then he stood on a lightning dragon, and his entire body gave off a resplendent electric light. Xiaoqun flew far away at lightning speed, not daring to linger. Bang, bang, bang. Even though Xiaoqun had already fled far away, he still felt an overwhelming demonic might erupt in the direction of Blood Spirit Island. Even from far away, Xiaoqun could vaguely see a strand of black qi made up of killing intent soaring into the clouds. "Are you all right?" Xiaoqun asked worriedly after they fled far away. Then he put down the pale-faced Yenshin. Yenshin's injuries had just recovered a little when the demonic might and will of soul struck him, worsening his injuries. Yenshin vomited a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine. I'm used to it. My master said that the moment I was born I used up all my luck. I have to spend my entire life with bad luck. I'm really used to it." "There is such a thing?" Xiaoqun had never heard of it before. "However, your injuries? It's fine. It's just that the recovery of my strength will be delayed for a while. I won't die." Yenshin stopped speaking and sat down cross-legged to rest. Xiaoqun rubbed his chin, wondering if he had forgotten something. "That's right, where did the demon blood vulture go?" Xiaoqun only saw the gargantuan snake but not the demon blood vulture that lured it away. Speaking of which, the demon blood vulture was rather capable. To think that it could lure the scarlet pattern snake away for so long. This greatly surpassed Xiaoqun's expectations. Now it is nowhere to be seen. Could it have been eaten by the gargantuan snake? That's not right. The demon blood vulture had absorbed the demonic qi that leaked out of the immemorial demon soul formation. Xiaoqun vaguely sensed that it was still alive. Far away, above the ash-gray sea, the demon blood vulture flew close to the surface of the sea. It screeched loudly, feeling extremely excited. The demon blood vulture had barely survived the pursuit of the scarlet-patterned snake. At the crucial moment, the demon blood vulture managed to refine all the demonic chi it absorbed in one go. His bloodline mutated, and a golden line appeared in the center of each of the 9 scarlet tail feathers on his tail. Among the blood-covered feathers, the 9 strands of golden threads were especially eye-catching. A faint golden light also appeared in the demon blood vulture's bloodshot eyes. Ah! To think that it mutated. This great me is going back to fight for the blood vulture king's successor. This great me is going to become the blood vulture king. When this great me becomes the blood vulture king, I will definitely return and teach that grandson a lesson. To think that he dared to use this great me as bait. This great me will definitely take revenge. If I do not take revenge, I will not be a bird. It turned out that this demon blood vulture suddenly obtained great benefits and no longer cared about Xiao Qin, its financial backer. It was preparing to return to its race to fight for the blood vulture king's successor. Chapter 1807. Xiao Qin was still worried about the demon blood vulture. However, he did not know that the demon blood vulture was thinking about how to kill him after it returned. The demon blood vulture was truly thoughtless and brainless. At this moment, Xiao Qin felt somewhat bored. The monk Yan Qin was currently recuperating. His cultivation had reached consummation and could advance to star venerate at any time, so he could not cultivate. However, Yan Qin could not abandon this monk in search for fortuitous encounters in the 100,000 Great Peaks alone. It would be good to find a ferocious beast or a demonic Dao cultivator to gain some combat experience. Unfortunately, the Great Peaks were dangerous. In the monk's current state, he might die if he got careless. Clang! Xiao Qin drew the tyrant's saber and casually brandished it, sending out saber lights. He did not focus on practicing any saber techniques. He only wanted his saber technique to be more compatible with his newly comprehended Thunder Dragon steps. With Xiao Qin's current cultivation, even the casual moves he executed were indescribably wondrous. If other bladesmen were here, they would definitely stop and watch, comprehending it properly. Although Xiao Qin had not reached a level where a casual saber strike contained a boundless great Dao, he had many tricks up his sleeves. However, there were many tricks to it. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to be full of flaws. However, if one looked carefully, one would be horrified to discover that the so-called openings were all variations. If one fell for them, one would face a torrential counterattack in the next moment. Slowly, Xiao Qin became more excited. His saber technique and Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly compatible. The lightning dragons under Xiao Qin's feet coiled around his body. He moved left and right so fast that Xiao Qin's figure could not be seen. After comprehending the Thunder Great Dao, the Thunder Dragon steps gained new life. The more he practiced, the more he felt its boundless potential. He infused his Thunder Great Dao energy with his veritable essence energy and filled his entire body. Xiao Qin shouted, "Thunder Dragon burst!" Whoosh! Electric light flashed. In the next moment, Xiao Qin looked like he teleported, appearing on a mountain 50 kilometers away. 50 kilometers was not too far. However, what was strong was speed. Xiao Qin traveled 50 kilometers in half the blink of an eye. The energy he exhausted was just one breath of veritable essence energy and a strand of great Dao energy. After resting for a while, he could use it again. Wonderful. On the top of the mountain, Xiao Qin made the remnant great Dao energy explode again. Then he returned to Yan Chen's side. What if I split the Thunder Dragon explosion into 9 parts, reducing the distance of 100 miles to 100 meters? When Xiao Qin learned something, he would always draw inferences about other cases from one instance and think from many aspects. Thunder Dragon explosion was suitable for retreating and chasing after enemies. However, it could not be used in battle. In battle, short swords clashed and it happened in the space of an inch. If you ran 100 li away, you obviously wouldn't be able to end the battle. However, if the range was reduced to 100 meters and this mouthful of veritable essence energy and strand of great Dao energy exploded 9 times in an instant, it would be very different. Thinking about it, in these 9 moments he had attacked 9 times, each time he attacked 9 times. In the blink of an eye, 81 bloody holes appeared on his opponent's body. He was simply too strong. He was able to unleash his strength beyond his normal limits. Why was it that some people's cultivation realms, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and Dao tools were all the same, but when they fought, their combat prowess differed greatly? This was because some people could only bring out half of their strength. However, others could bring out 60%, 70%, or 80% perfectly. They could even display extraordinary strength, making use of every opportunity they had to bring out combat prowess that far surpassed their cultivation. There was another kind of heaven-defying existence. They could double, triple, or even 10 times their strength. Xiao Qin had only read about such heaven-defying demonic geniuses in ancient records and did not believe it. In reality, those who could perform beyond their normal limits were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, an existence that was one in a million. Xiao Qin acted when he thought of it. Comprehending the Thunder Great Tao gave Xiao Qin an unparalleled advantage over others in his control of lightning-attributed energy. But even so, his first attempt had left him in a sorry state. Several times he failed to perfectly unleash his veritable essence energy. In the end his body exploded. This was even worse than self-mutilation. Feeling both pain and happiness, Xiao Qin finally succeeded in executing it after 1 hour. Electric light flashed. Xiao Qin drew his saber and sheathed it. Clang, clang, clang. After Xiao Qin completed the motions, saber hums rang out endlessly in the air, a total of 81 saber strikes. The sounds were very pleasing to the ear, like the most beautiful zither music in the world. I'll call you Thunder Dragon 9 transformations then. Xiao Qin revealed joy on his face. Then he drew his saber again, casually brandishing it and displaying his various comprehensions. In ancient times, musicians used zither music and flute music to express their emotions. At this moment, the saber in Xiao Qin's hand was the zither in his hand. Xiao Qin displayed the joy of comprehending the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. The saber light flickered, and the saber light he sent out was very pleasing to the eye and joyful. Suddenly Xiao Qin recalled his interactions with Lu Riyue and Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin's saber light turned gentle like water, full of tenderness and sweetness. The saber light changed again. Xiao Qin thought of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. He thought of Di Wuk and Yen Shisan who sacrificed themselves for the demonic calamity. Xiao Qin thought of the cyclic astral master sacrificing himself for a benevolent cause. Then his saber became filled with grief and boundless heroism. Practicing the saber? Just at this moment, a voice interrupted Xiao Qin's thoughts. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and turned around to look in confusion. He saw Yen Qin looking at him with an unfathomable expression, revealing a smile on his face. That smile contained some appreciation and some disdain. There was also a trace of pride and a hidden wildness. In any case, it was something that ordinary people could not do. Isn't that obvious? If he does not practice the saber, could he be practicing the sword? Wait, that's not right. After thinking about it carefully and looking at Yen Qin's expression, Xiao Qin suddenly understood. Yen Qin's mysterious and unfathomable expression was clearly saying, "What a coincidence. I also practice the saber. Furthermore, I am extraordinarily powerful. I was just waiting for you to ask me about it. After that, I will take the opportunity to show you how strong my saber techniques are." Understanding Yen Qin's intentions, Xiao Qin smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Little monk, are you a bladesman as well?" Indeed, Yen Qin smiled in satisfaction. That's right. This little monk's dharma name is Yen Qin. However, others prefer to address me as, "Hey, I think it's best not to mention other people's titles. I'll show you my saber techniques then." Yen Qin took out a Buddhist monk's saber and soared into the air. His aura immediately changed. Xiao Qin showed a grave expression. Just as he was about to taste it carefully, Yen Qin, who was flying halfway, vomited a mouthful of blood and fell face first to the ground. Yen Qin coughed a few times and stood up in embarrassment. This saber technique of mine is too tyrannical and ferocious. When I attack, I need to use my soul energy and drive my veritable essence energy at full power, drawing on the energy of everything in the world. I forgot that I am still injured. Next time. Xiao Qin could not help smiling. This little monk was indeed too arrogant. Fortunately, Yen Qin had delicate features, was young and had a pure nature. His habit of bragging was rather cute on him and not annoying at all. As for the next time, there was no need. Xiao Qin interrupted the other party. "Stop speaking. Little monk, you'd best recuperate properly." Yen Qin felt very depressed and embarrassed. Why am I so unlucky? Based on Brother Zhao's expression, he clearly does not believe me. Big Brother Xiao, don't doubt me. I'm speaking the truth. I'm really very strong. I, Yen Qin, am known as what? When Xiao Qin mentioned his nickname, Yen Qin felt embarrassed again. Then he quickly changed the topic. There is no need to care about that. In any case, I am really very strong. When there is an opportunity, I will definitely show Big Brother Xiao. The more Xiao Qin spoke, the more anxious he became. Sweat dripped off his forehead and his complexion paled. Yen Qin probably used too much force earlier and injured himself. Afraid that something would happen to Yen Qin, Xiao Qin could only agree to stop Yen Qin from speaking. Yen Qin wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could he not tell that Xiao Qin did not believe him at all? Xiao Qin was only asking him to recuperate out of kindness? Why am I so unlucky? I'm just playing with a saber. Yan Qin finally stopped after much difficulty. When he saw Yan Qin close his eyes, Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. After a long time the surroundings fell silent. Then Yan Qin opened his eyes and looked seriously at Xiao Qin. Big brother Xiao. Xiao Qin asked, finding this strange, what's the matter? Do you think that I failed to show off and ended up acting like a fool? Actually, I really am not. Xiao Qin simply could not hold back his laughter. However, he also felt somewhat helpless. How conflicted is this little monk? Even after half a day he still has not forgotten about this. Boom. Just as Xiao Qin was about to answer, a demonic light suddenly appeared in the distance and soared into the clouds, scattering the dense demonic clouds for 5 kilometers around. This is an inherited Dao tool appearing. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly as he suddenly stood up. A flourishing demonic Dao sect, the Myriad Holy Church, once existed in the 100,000 Great Peaks. Occasionally, people would discover inherited Dao tools and Dao tools left behind by the Myriad Holy Church. The so-called inherited Dao tools referred to peak Dao tools that had been passed down by several generations of experts, just like the tyrant saber in Xiao Qian's hand. Each time one appeared, it would kick up a bloody storm.